Night had fallen over the misty mountains, the thick fog curling through the trees like silent ghosts. A barefoot boy with long, unkempt hair, Cheon-Yeo-woon, raced through the forest, his tattered robe billowing behind him. His breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding. Panic clawed at his mind, but he pushed forward, unaware of the gnarled root in his path. His foot caught. Cheon-Yeo-woon stumbled, his body lurching forward before he tumbled down a steep slope. He hit the ground hard, groaning as he pushed himself up on his right hand, cursing under his breath. But something felt wrong. The very earth beneath him seemed to shift, as if draining his strength. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself onto both hands, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Then he saw them. Figures in flowing robes stood in the shadows, their presence like a silent snare closing in. Realization struck. This was no accident. They had planned everything. Cheon-Yeo-woon clenched his jaw, frustration burning in his chest. From the highest branch of a nearby tree, one of the robed figures spoke, his tone laced with amusement. "Prince Cheon-Yeo-woon, you made it in half an hour." Laughter rippled through the group. They had been waiting for him. Cheon-Yeo-woon's gaze flickered to the gleaming blades in their hands. He was exhausted, out of options. Still, he straightened his spine and demanded, his voice unwavering. "Why are you after me? I was never going to be king. I gave up the castle willingly. Why do you still want me dead?" A hooded man stepped forward, his eyes glinting coldly. "That doesn't matter," he said. "It was never about what you wanted." He rested his sword on his shoulder and added, almost mockingly, "You were born with the right to the throne. That alone is reason enough." Another assassin smirked. "Don't resist, Prince. It'll be over quickly." Their words sent a chill through Cheon-Yeo-woon, but nothing cut deeper than their next statement. "Even with your low-class blood, we'll grant you a painless death as a courtesy to the king's son." A muscle twitched in Cheon-Yeo-woon's jaw. His fingers curled into fists. How dare they insult his mother? His anger burned away the last of his hesitation. If they thought he would go quietly, they were wrong. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a small dagger. If they were going to kill him, he would at least make them work for it. One of the assassins tilted his head. It looks like the royal bodyguard taught him a thing or two. But the moment Cheon-Yeo-woon raised his weapon, his awkward stance gave him away. The assassin smirked. "No, blood is blood." Then the order came. "Kill him." Four cloaked figures lunged at once. Cheon-Yeo-woon swung his knife wildly, trying to fend them off, but his enemy was faster. With a sharp movement, the assassin struck his palm, knocking the weapon from his grasp. His breath hitched as he stared at the fallen dagger. A hand shot out. Fingers clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. The hooded man studied him, almost as if in disbelief. Was this really the end? Then Cheon-Yeo-woon moved. From the belt strapped to his back, he pulled another knife. One of the assassins saw it too late. Wait, but the warning was lost in the chaos. With the last of his strength, Cheon-Yeo-woon drove the blade forward. Cheon-Yeo-woon's blade plunged deep into the assassin's throat. The man's body jerked, his eyes widening in shock as blood bubbled from his lips. He staggered back, gurgling, before collapsing onto the ground. The remaining assassins froze, their gazes snapping to their fallen comrade. For a moment, silence hung in the air. Then, Cheon-Yeo-woon landed lightly on his feet, rubbing his sore throat before flashing a bloody smile. "You're right," he muttered. "That was funny." Confusion flickered across the killers' faces. How had someone with no martial arts training just taken one of them down? Was he bluffing, or was there more to him than they realized? One of them scoffed, gripping his weapon tightly. "Idiot," he spat at his fallen comrade. "Dying in a situation like this. If that brat actually knew how to fight, we'd have a real problem." Without hesitation, the assassin lunged. With a furious yell, he shot forward, knee driving hard into Cheon-Yeo-woon's chin. The impact was brutal. Cheon-Yeo-woon's head snapped back, his body crumpling to the ground. Blood filled his mouth as he gasped for air. "You dare kill one of us?" the assassin snarled. Before Cheon-Yeo-woon could react, steel flashed in the moonlight. The blade pierced his torso. A scream tore through the forest. Cheon-Yeo-woon writhed on the ground, agony ripping through his body. His fingers dug into the dirt as he gasped, struggling to keep his mind from slipping into darkness. The assassin smirked, pressing his boot down on Cheon-Yeo-woon's stomach, right where the wound was. "Tell me, Prince," he sneered. "What's it like, having a hole right here?" Cheon-Yeo-woon's scream echoed through the trees. His vision blurred. He cursed under his breath. He had only managed to take out one of them. But even so, it was better than nothing. The assassin twisted his foot, grinding into the wound. The pain was unbearable. He wanted Cheon-Yeo-woon to suffer, to make him feel every ounce of his helplessness before death. From the sidelines, another assassin watched the scene unfold. He wasn't particularly fond of this method, but after losing a comrade, he supposed there was no other choice. Then it happened. A sudden flash. The air crackled. The assassin, torturing Cheon Yeo, wound stiffened, his breath catching in his throat. His eyes darted around wildly. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was gone. No, not gone. He had been obliterated. An explosion of power sent his body flying, blood spraying across the ground. Cheon Yeo Woon's blurry gaze lifted, and he saw the aftermath. The smoldering remains of the assassin in front of him. The others gawked at the corpse, their minds struggling to process what had just happened. And then they saw him. A figure stepped onto the battlefield, his presence overwhelming. Sneakers crunched against the dirt as he moved forward, his body crackling with lightning. One of the assassins turned, eyes wide with alarm, pointing a trembling finger. Who the hell is that? The remaining killers hesitated. There was something unnatural about this man. He stood tall, arms folded across his chest, modern clothes starkly contrasting the world around him. His confidence was absolute. One of them clenched his sword. Sweat dripped down his temple. He had no idea who this newcomer was, but he wasn't about to stand there and find out. With a roar, he lunged, blade flashing. Who are you? The young man didn't flinch. His smile remained untouched. Then, another flash. The attacker never finished his swing. His body shattered, torn apart in an instant. Blood splattered across the last two standing assassins, one of whom stared in horror as droplets landed on his face. The storm around the newcomer intensified. Lightning surged through his body, pulsing like a living force. The assassins barely had time to react before the world around them warped, everything turning translucent like water. And then another death. The final survivor screamed. The assassin's breath came in sharp, panicked bursts as he stared at the light surrounding his opponent. It was no ordinary glow. It was the unmistakable radiance of a warrior whose skills had reached the absolute peak. His hands trembled as he gripped his weapon. He couldn't understand. Why would a fighter of this caliber come to the aid of a mere boy? Then, his eyes flickered to Cheon Yeo Woon. The prince lay on the ground, his body limp, blood pooling beneath him. His condition was critical. There was no saving him now. And if Cheon Yeo Woon was as good as dead, then their mission was already complete. Without wasting another second, the assassin turned and bolted. Leaping into the air, he shot off in the opposite direction, desperate to escape. The man, crackling with lightning, simply raised his hand. A split second later, the fleeing assassin exploded midair, his weapon clattering uselessly to the ground. Cheon Yeo Woon watched, a faint, pained smile crossing his lips. That was funny, he murmured weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. His eyelids grew heavy, his vision blurred. The stranger, the one who had annihilated his enemies in an instant, took a step closer, watching him. Then, something unexpected happened. His expression shifted, surprise flickering across his face. Even as he lay there, dying, Cheon Yeo Woon was smiling. A realization dawned upon the stranger. So even in death, my ancestor smiles. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes fluttered open at those words. Ancestor? His thoughts swam in a haze, his mind slipping further into darkness. The figure in front of him was nothing more than a silhouette against the night sky. His body felt ice cold, the pain fading into a strange numbness. Was this death? The stranger glanced at his wristwatch and let out a frustrated curse. TCH, they found me already. Reaching behind his back, he pulled out a sleek, futuristic device. He sighed, shaking his head. I wanted to get here sooner. Give you some proper instructions, he muttered, before looking down at Cheon Yeo Woon's fading form. Guess we don't have time for that. He knelt beside the prince, pulling out a syringe filled with a strange substance. Cheon Yeo Woon, barely conscious, could only watch as the needle pressed against his chest. A sharp pain. The liquid was injected into his body. The man grimaced, pulling the syringe away. Ugh, that stuff always makes me feel sick just looking at it. He raised the empty syringe with a small, satisfied smile. Well, that's done. Leaning in close, he whispered something to Cheon Yeo Woon, words that made little sense to the dying prince. Good luck. And hey, I hope you give me something good in return. Then, the stranger stood, slipping his hands into his pockets. His voice turned casual, almost amused. That machine I injected into you, it's the latest model. Shouldn't be too hard to use. And with that, he vanished. Cheon Yeo Woon was left alone, his mind drowning in confusion. What was that strange man talking about? Then, a sound cold mechanical. A voice echoed inside his head. Activation sequence complete. Serial number 03445325893. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes shot open in shock. Strange noises filled his mind, as if something unseen was crawling through his body, fusing with his very existence. 7th generation nanomachine of Sky Corporation, fully operational. His breath hitched. What did he just say? The voice continued, its tone robotic and unwavering. For centuries, the warriors of the Celestial Empire developed martial arts to protect themselves. Over time, these arts evolved, no longer just a form of self-defense, but a way of life. Images flashed in Cheon Woon's mind. Ancient warriors training, their bodies moving with unnatural precision. This discipline became a structured system, encompassing everything from combat techniques to nutrition, breathing, and spiritual development. Knowledge was passed down through sacred writings, eventually forming a complete and intricate teaching. The words burned into Cheon Woon's mind. His body, once cold and broken, was changing. Something inside him had awakened. The ancient warriors of the Murim had once mastered the very essence of combat, elevating their skills to levels beyond imagination. Their power was legendary. But power breeds ambition. A new generation of students, eager to surpass their elders, sought to claim these secrets for themselves. They demanded knowledge that was not yet meant for them. When their masters refused, resentment festered, and the Murim society fractured. Some remained loyal, while others turned traitor. For a time, a fragile balance held between them. Neither side could completely destroy the other. Then, everything changed. A new force emerged: magicians. Their teachings, known simply as magic, disrupted the world's equilibrium, and thus began a struggle unlike any before. But this is not just the story of an ancient war. This is the story of Prince Cheon Woon, a man who dared to challenge the Lord of Magic himself, a man who sought to rise above all others. Cheon Woon's eyes flew open. His breath came fast and heavy as he shot upright, his mind reeling. Fragments of memory slammed into him. Pain, blood, the cold steel of a sword piercing his stomach. But he was alive? His hands trembled as he held them up in front of his face. He was breathing. His body was whole. Impossible. A sharp headache pulsed through his skull. He rubbed his forehead, trying to steady himself, when a strange sensation crept over him. His skin was damp, nose-soaked, and the stench. Cheon Woon's stomach churned. He clamped a hand over his mouth, trying not to retch. Then, something even stranger caught his eye. Black spots covered his hands. His heart pounded as he inspected his arms, his chest. His entire body was sticky, coated in something foul. The air was thick with the scent of poison. Before he could make sense of it, a voice rang out. User detected. Are you awake? Cheon Woon froze. His head jerked up, scanning the room. There was no one there. User detected. Are you awake? The voice repeated itself, calm and mechanical. Panic surged through him. He jumped out of bed, spinning in every direction, searching for the source. Nothing. Who's there? He demanded. User, please remain calm. Cheon Woon clenched his fists. A voice inside his head? Was this some kind of hallucination? No, something about it felt real. He took a slow breath, forcing himself to think. The only other time he had ever heard a voice like this was years ago. But this one was different. Direct neural link established. This unit is the 7th generation nanomachine of Sky Corporation. Cheon Woon's stomach dropped. Nanomachine? His mind raced. Had that strange man, his so-called ancestor, done something to him? Direct neural link established. The words echoed again. Cheon Woon frowned, focusing on the name. Nanomachine. A realization struck him. Could it be a spirit? If so, that meant no, impossible. Spirits were only obtained through the mastery of the sacred fire of magic. That was the law of this world. He felt his hands and knees, his breathing unsteady. His voice was barely above a whisper. Am I really talking to a spirit? The mechanical voice remained silent. Somewhere else, far from where Cheon Woon struggled with his new reality, another conversation was taking place. A white-robed advisor stepped forward, his expression tense. His sharp eyes studied the man before him. Are you telling me this was an attempted assassination? A warrior beside him, Guard Jang, nodded grimly. His jaw tightened. It looks that way, and it's not the first time. The advisor exhaled sharply, his aged features darkening with thought. Guard Jang clenched his fists. But something's different this time. Until yesterday, they never dared to act so openly. The storm was only beginning. The white-robed advisor, Physician Beck, stroked his beard deep in thought. If their enemies had become so bold, openly daring to make a move, then there was no doubt they were likely from the Northern Magical Organizations. He sighed. The Lord's decision to let them live might have been a fatal mistake. Guard Jang, walking beside him, nodded grimly. One thing is clear. Someone helped young Master Cheon Woon. But his brows furrowed. We still don't know who. Physician Beck glanced at him, slightly surprised. With your status, I thought you might have a guess. Guard Jang wiped the sweat from his brow. Yesterday, what he had witnessed was beyond anything he could have imagined. Pure carnage. The cold ground had been littered with bodies torn apart, their remains scattered in every direction. The sight had been indescribably gruesome. Among the dead, only one attacker had been left untouched. Even then, a single knife protruded from his throat, the very same weapon he had once handed to young Master Cheon Yeowon. Then, Garjang had heard it. A faint, ragged breath. Lying nearby, barely distinguishable under layers of blood, was Prince Cheon Yeowon. But as Garjang examined him more closely, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Physician Beck," he had said, his voice unsteady. "There's no wound." The advisor had reached for his beard again, eyes narrowing in curiosity. "No wound." Garjang had nodded, still shaken. "It's true." His breathing was steady, almost as if he were just sleeping. His clothes, though, clear traces of sword strike. And yet, his voice trailed off. Not a single scratch on his body. Physician Beck had closed his eyes, pondering. That's strange. He knew for certain that the other faction leaders wouldn't have intervened in a minor skirmish like this. So, then, who had saved Cheon Yeowon? Garjang shared the same thought. He glanced at the small bag in his hand, gripping it tightly. Physician Beck chuckled. "Well, I suppose we should see the young master for ourselves." Meanwhile, in his room, Cheon Yeowon knelt on the floor, hands clenched into fists. His mind swirled with questions. His voice was hoarse as he whispered. "Was it you? Did you save me? If you're referring to the enemies who attempted to eliminate you, the answer is negative." Cheon Yeowon's heart pounded. "Then who?" The mechanical voice continued. "However, I did restore your body. Otherwise, you would have succumbed to fatal injuries." "Fatal injuries?" Cheon Yeowon echoed, confusion flickering across his face. The nanomachine hesitated, as if processing. Then its tone shifted. The user's mind should contain sufficient data to understand the concept of fatality. Cheon Yeowon's stomach twisted. User? The word felt foreign. He didn't even know what it meant. Adjusting terminology, searching for a term more suitable to this era. A brief pause. Then, the nanomachine clarified. "I am not the entity you refer to as a spirit." Cheon Yeowon stiffened. His brows furrowed as realization struck. "Wait, your dialect changed just now." He narrowed his eyes. "If you're not a spirit, then what are you?" The room remained eerily silent for a moment. Then, the voice spoke again, initiating knowledge transfer, uploading basic operational data into the user's neural system. "Do you consent?" Cheon Yeowon barely understood half of what was being said, but something told him this was important. He hesitated for only a moment before answering. I agree." Suddenly, lightning erupted around him. Bolts of energy crackled through the air, striking his body in rapid bursts. Cheon Yeowon's head jerked back as a flood of information poured directly into his mind. Words, diagrams, calculations, combat techniques, formulas he had never seen before. The sheer intensity of it overwhelmed him. His stomach lurched. His vision swam. Then, he vomited, retching onto the floor. Side effects detected. The nanomachine's voice remained steady, unaffected. This reaction is common during first-time data transfers. Symptoms such as nausea and dizziness should not persist in future transmissions. Cheon Yeowon gasped, wiping his mouth. His body trembled. His entire existence felt different. Something inside him had changed, and he wasn't sure if he could ever go back. Cheon Yeowon sat with his back against the bed, running a shaky hand over his face. His body still felt strange, heavy, yet oddly energized. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he muttered, "Ugh, what is happening to me?" He cracked one eye open. "Hey, you," he said hesitantly. "Awaiting your command, master." The mechanical voice responded instantly. Cheon Yeowon glanced down at his hands. The black spots were still there. His stomach churned at the thought of what they might mean. "So, you're saying there are tiny machines inside me?" "Correct. At present, there are approximately 6,482,400,000 nanomachines evenly distributed throughout your body." Cheon Yeowon exhaled slowly. He couldn't even begin to comprehend that number. This thing, this entity that was neither human nor spirit, had completely invaded his body. His gaze remained fixed on the dark marks trailing across his skin. "Can you leave?" "If you wanted to. According to my programming, I may only exit the master's body upon the occurrence of final death." Cheon Yeowon sat cross-legged on the floor, deep in thought. It all made sense now. The mysterious stranger who had annihilated the northern mages must have been the one to place this thing inside him. But why him? His fingers curled into his palm as he stared at the floor, trying to piece it all together. What did that man want from him? Before he could ask another question, a knock at the door. Garjang's voice rang out. "Young master, the white advisor has arrived." Cheon Yeowon jolted in surprise. Crap. If anyone caught him talking to some invisible voice in his head, they'd think he had lost his mind. He quickly lay back down on the bed, trying to act natural. I can communicate through thought. Directly reading your brain waves will allow us to speak in silence, the nanomachine informed him. Cheon Yeo-woon turned his head slightly, whispering, "Got it. Be quiet now." Understood. Entering sleep mode. The door creaked open. Guard Jang stepped inside, Physician Beck following closely behind. The older man observed Cheon Yeo-woon's state carefully, while Guard Jang hesitated near the entrance. "He's awake," Guard Jang noted with relief. "We should be careful not to." His words cut off abruptly as his nose wrinkled. His face twisted in horror. "What in the—" He lifted a hand to cover his mouth and nose. "What does that smell?" Cheon Yeo-woon stiffened. Oh no, he had completely forgotten. His body was still drenched in whatever foul substance had covered him earlier. Physician Beck stroked his beard, looking intrigued rather than disgusted. He stepped closer, watching the young prince carefully. "Do you remember me?" Cheon Yeo-woon nodded. "Of course. How could I forget the man who answered my father's call and came to treat my mother?" Physician Beck smiled faintly. "Good." He extended his hand. "Now, let me check your heartbeat." Cheon Yeo-woon tensed. His instincts screamed at him to refuse, but Physician Beck gave him a reassuring look. "It's nothing serious," the old man said. "Just a precaution." Cheon Yeo-woon hesitated for a moment, then slowly offered his hand. The moment Physician Beck touched his wrist, his expression changed. His brows furrowed in concentration as he felt for a pulse. Then his eyes widened. Incredible. Guard Jang immediately straightened, sensing something was wrong. "What? What is it?" he demanded. His mind jumped to the worst possible conclusions. Some kind of deadly illness? A curse? Physician Beck gently released Cheon Yeo-woon's hand, but his gaze remained locked on the boy, filled with an emotion Guard Jang couldn't quite place. "It's not an illness," Physician Beck murmured. His fingers instinctively went to his beard as he processed what he had just discovered. "If anything," he said slowly, "this is the complete opposite." Guard Jang blinked, confusion flashing across his face. "What do you mean?" Physician Beck didn't answer immediately. Instead, he studied Cheon Yeo-woon, as if trying to solve a puzzle he had never encountered before. Something about the young prince had changed, and Physician Beck needed to know why. Physician Beck stroked his beard, deep in thought. "Fascinating. It seems all the toxins have been completely expelled from your body. Your pulse is stronger than ever, healthier than I've ever felt it." He eyed Cheon Yeo-woon carefully. "Did you take some kind of miracle elixir?" Cheon Yeo-woon turned his head toward the old man, confused. "Miracle elixir?" he repeated. "What are you talking about?" Physician Beck chuckled. "What I mean, young master, is that your body is now in optimal condition, perfectly suited for mastering the arts." Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes widened. The sticky black substance was waste? He glanced down at himself, the realization hitting him all at once. The nanomachines that did all of this? Lying back, he took a slow breath. Unbelievable. Then, the voice in his head returned. Sleep mode disengaged. Systems active. The moment the words rang in his mind, a surge of energy shot through him, like lightning pulsing through his veins. Cheon Yeo-woon flinched at the sensation. What the hell was that? The nanomachines have optimized the master's circulatory and muscular systems, ensuring peak physical efficiency. All toxins have been successfully eliminated. Cheon Yeo-woon swallowed hard. His body had undergone an entire transformation, and he hadn't even noticed. Doubt crept into his voice as he asked, "Are you sure you're not a spirit?" "Negative. I'm a nanomachine, not a spirit." His mind reeled. Meanwhile, Physician Beck continued, unaware of Cheon Yeo-woon's internal struggle. "The magic cult is composed of countless clans and families," he explained, "but only 6 hold true power: sword, darkness, stream, poison, sound, and blade." Cheon Yeo-woon barely heard him. His thoughts were still racing. The Supreme Lord took an oath to marry a woman from each of the 6 clans, ensuring his heirs would be born of their strongest bloodlines. Each successor was raised in strict tradition and, upon coming of age, entered the Magic Academy, a place that only opens its doors once every 10 years. Its purpose? To forge the greatest warriors of a generation. Cheon Yeo-woon clenched his jaw. The Magic Academy. There was a time of unprecedented competition, an era when multiple princes entered the academy at once. It became known as the Battle of the Magistrates' Heirs, a battle between royal bloodlines, and now, somehow, he was caught in the middle of it. His grip on the sheets tightened. "Are you absolutely sure you're not some kind of evil god?" The nanomachine responded without hesitation. "Negative. I am a machine, not an evil god." Cheon Yeo-woon exhaled sharply. This was insane. Then, another thought hit him. Physician Beck was from the Poison Clan. If he found out about the nanomachines inside Cheon Yeo-woon, it could spell disaster. He had to act carefully, but the voice inside him reassured him. No known technology from this era, is capable of detecting my presence. Cheon Yeo-woon let out a silent breath of relief. Physician Beck, however, remained deep in thought. There's no doubt, he murmured to himself, someone helped him. Yet, despite his suspicions, the old man gave a small nod. Your body is in perfect condition, young master, but I'll still prescribe you a tonic to restore your energy. Guard Jang grinned, relieved. Thank you, Physician Beck. Physician Beck turned toward the door. Guard Jang moved to follow, but the old man raised a hand. No need to see me off, he said. Stay with the prince. With that, the white advisor stepped outside, lost in thought. Something wasn't right. A transformation this drastic, this unnatural, was beyond explanation. As he walked away, he recalled the Cheon Yeo-woon of years past, the frail, quiet boy who once seemed too weak to stand on his own. And now, the young prince was something else entirely. As Physician Beck stepped away from the prince's quarters, his mind remained restless. By all logic, Cheon Yeo-woon should have never survived. A frail body, no martial arts training, no real standing in the family hierarchy. Someone like that was usually discarded. Yet now, looking at the remarkable changes in Cheon Yeo-woon's physique, Physician Beck had to admit, this boy might have more potential than any other prince. Hands clasped behind his back, he turned his thoughts inward. Was this truly just luck? He still remembered. Cheon Yeo-woon was the illegitimate son of a lord, a child who had never been acknowledged. And yet, he was no fool. Cheon Yeo-woon may have pretended to be indifferent, but Physician Beck had seen it, how the boy quietly observed, listened, and absorbed everything. If the Lord himself had secretly intervened to help his son, then there was no need to expose it. Physician Beck smirked to himself. The newly opened academy is going to be much livelier than expected. Back inside, Cheon Yeo-woon let out a relieved sigh. Physician Beck didn't suspect a thing. He turned to Guard Jang, watching the bodyguards back. I guess I have you to thank for being alive. Guard Jang remained silent. Cheon Yeo-woon frowned. He knew the nanomachines had healed him, but he wasn't foolish enough to believe that was all. If Guard Jang hadn't arrived when he did, none of this would have mattered. He stood, taking a step forward. Guard Jang, the bodyguard lifted a hand, palm out, stopping him. Then, with a grimace, he pinched his nose and turned away. Young master, he said carefully, perhaps you should bathe first? Cheon Yeo-woon blinked. Then, realization hit. The smell. His eyes widened in horror. I still reek of that stuff. A moment later, he was already in the bathhouse, scrubbing himself down. Sinking into the warm water, he let out a deep breath. His long hair clung to his shoulders, droplets running down his skin. What the hell even happened to me? Resting his arm on the side of the bath, he focused his thoughts. Awaiting input, master. The voice answered immediately. Cheon Yeo-woon ran a hand through his wet hair. Earlier, you said my body is now in a constant state of self-healing. He glanced at his palm. What exactly does that mean? All internal and external damage caused by an external source can be repaired. Cheon Yeo-woon frowned. And if I lose too much blood? Or worse, what if I get decapitated? More severe damage requires longer recovery time due to the process of cellular regeneration. He groaned. You always say things that are hard to understand. Still, he was curious. He glanced at his palm again, an idea forming. What if I tested it just a little? Without overthinking, he picked up a small knife from beside the bath. Slowly, he brought the blade to his palm and pressed down. A sharp sting ran through his hand. Blood welled up, trailing down his skin. Self-healing function activated, restoring damaged tissue. Cheon Yeo-woon's breath hitched as he watched in real time. The wound on his palm closed within seconds. The bleeding stopped. No scar, no pain. It was as if he had never been injured. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, with a loud splash, he slid deeper into the bath, sinking down until only his nose remained above the water. This was real. Seeing it with his own eyes, feeling it happen, it was undeniable. His body was no longer normal. He stayed like that for a long moment before murmuring, so, all those abilities I saw in my head, I can actually use them? Correct. The master may access all functions specified in the downloaded data. Cheon Yeo-woon's lips curled into a small smirk. Interesting. He leaned back, relaxing. I need to test them. After his bath, Cheon Yeo-woon stepped out, drying his hair with a towel. Then, he caught his reflection in a polished metal surface. He paused. His body, it was different. The lean, sickly frame he'd been used to, gone. Now his muscles were more defined, his shoulders broader. His entire physique looked refined, sharper, stronger. Wrapping himself in a towel, he smirked slightly. Not bad. Cheon Yeo-woon stared at his reflection, his mind struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. This body, it wasn't his. His muscles were toned, his posture stronger, his entire frame built like a warrior's. How? His thoughts immediately turned to Nano. This had to be its doing. And he was right. Structural optimization complete. Muscular and skeletal improvements achieved through reconstruction of existing tissue. Before he could dwell on it further, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. An elderly maid entered, bowing politely. "Young master, I've come to help you dress." Woon exhaled, tearing himself away from his reflection. "All right." As the maid began tying his belt, Nano continued explaining. While science acknowledges that something cannot be created from nothing, restructuring an existing body is a simple task. Woon stretched out his arms, letting the maid adjust his clothing. His mind, however, was elsewhere. Nothing about this feels simple. Nanomachine's words made no sense to him. In fact, the more he listened, the more he realized everything he had learned in life suddenly felt meaningless. Shaking his head, he sighed. You talk too much. I'm just going to call you Nano instead of that long name." Acknowledged. Name registered. Nano. Woon smirked slightly. "At least it listens to me." But Nanomachine was no fun to talk to. Pushing the thought aside, he headed to his study and sank into his chair, thinking about his next steps. Nanomachine's voice chimed in. "Suggestion. Locate a book and begin scanning." Woon stood in front of his bookshelf, running his fingers along the spines. "Wait, so all I have to do is flip through the pages?" "Correct." His gaze landed on a book about blood points and chi, as well as a manual on Jesum, a breathing technique designed to train both body and mind. Even if I studied these my entire life, I wouldn't reach the lowest level. Deciding blood points were a better place to start. He pulled the book from the shelf. "I'm starting now," he muttered. "Ready." Woon flipped through the pages rapidly, absorbing the words with his eyes. The moment he reached the end, he closed the book. Nanomachine spoke up. "Successful scan. File saved. Blood flow manual. Permission requested to begin data transfer." Woon placed the book on the table, frowning. "By scan, you mean you copy the entire book?" "Correct. Requesting consent for knowledge transfer." Woon hesitated. Then, curiosity won over. "Do it." Suddenly, lightning erupted around him. Pain shot through his skull like fire. Knowledge flooded his mind at a terrifying speed. He clenched his jaw, gripping the edge of the table, barely holding in a scream. Then, it was over. He gasped, hands trembling as he covered his mouth. Nanomachine's voice was calm. "You will adjust to the process soon." Woon removed his hand, exhaling heavily. "Do you actually care about me?" "No. It is a programmed response to minimize negative effects." Woon huffed a quiet laugh. "So you don't have emotions at all?" Sitting back in his chair, he felt the new knowledge settling in his mind. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He ran a hand through his hair. "All right, so what now? If the master wishes to apply the acquired knowledge, he need only think of it." Woon's eyes gleamed. Time to test his new power. Woon rested his cheek against his hand, lost in thought. The moment he focused on the concept of blood points, something incredible happened. The knowledge surfaced effortlessly in his mind. "Blood points are crucial to human circulation," he muttered. "They're also known simply as blood. There are two types. One can paralyze, the other can kill. And if you strike the paralysis point..." His eyes flew open. Realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He laughed in disbelief. How was this possible? This wasn't just memorization. He understood it completely, as if he had studied it for years. Nanomachine's voice chimed in. Correction of inaccuracies detected in the original text. Adjustments made to align with verified data. Woon raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you corrected the book?" "Affirmative. The text contained errors regarding blood points. Adjustments were made based on stored knowledge within my system." A slow grin spread across Woon's lips. Not only could he learn faster than anyone else, he was learning the correct information. He clenched his fists, feeling a thrill pulse through him. The heirs of the 6 great clans had been training in martial arts since childhood, dedicating their entire lives to mastering these techniques. Yet, in mere moments, Woon had surpassed years of their study. Stepping outside, he watched a group of young warriors training in the distance. Even after all this time, he had never fully grasped the 3 Jesum method, a core technique taught at the Magic Academy. But now, Woon bent his arm, raising his fist before him. "With this ability, I'll become stronger, faster than anyone else." A determined fire burned in his eyes. "I'll master everything, and I'll make this my goal." Meanwhile, within the southern castle of the demonic cult, inside the quarters of the successor candidates, a long-haired boy leaned against the wall. His eyes were cold, his expression unreadable. "I sent 5 of them," he murmured, "to kill 1 boy." He scoffed. "And now they're all dead?" A voice from behind him responded hesitantly. "It doesn't make sense, does it?" The boy turned slightly, the corners of his lips twitching. "No, it doesn't. The speaker hesitated before looking up. Someone must have helped him. Murim. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped. Murim's gaze darkened. His eyes snapped to the speaker, his tone sharp. "Since when?" he said, voice low and threatening. "Do you call me by name?" The speaker paled and immediately dropped to the floor, bowing his head in apology. Murim turned away, irritation simmering beneath the surface. Cheon-Yeo-woon was supposed to be an easy target. A bastard son, tainted by low-class blood. Yet somehow he survived. Murim's jaw tightened. He had even planned for that damn bodyguard, yet it still wasn't enough. Someone else was protecting him. His fist clenched. Could it be his father? Slowly, a smile curled across Jack's face, an eerie, dangerous expression. "Doesn't matter," he muttered. "I'll just kill him myself at the Magic Academy." As the sun rose over Cheon-Yeo-woon's estate, light spilled through the window. Lying in bed, hands behind his head, Cheon-Yeo-woon stared at the ceiling. He hadn't slept all night. His thoughts refused to settle. He turned toward the window and sighed, noticing the first light of morning. Then he sat up, gazing out. "Today's the day," he murmured. "The day I enter the Magic Academy." Down in the yard, movement caught his eye. Guard Jang was already awake, training with his dagger. Cheon-Yeo-woon's lips twitched into a small smile. He wasn't the same person he had been before, and soon everyone would know it. Cheon-Yeo-woon was practicing combat techniques, his upper body bare as he lay on the windowsill, deep in thought. He wondered if mastering Guard Jang's dagger technique would be beneficial, but dismissed the idea almost immediately. His gaze sharpened. He knew the ones watching them wouldn't back down so easily. When his mother died, Cheon-Yeo-woon had sworn not to learn martial arts until he entered the academy. But just as he was lost in thought, Nano Machine's voice interrupted him. While the prince observed Guard Jang's bodyguard, the system suddenly offered to scan the man's movements. Cheon-Yeo-woon blinked in surprise. Could Nano Machine really analyze someone else's combat techniques? Nano Machine confirmed it without hesitation. That got Cheon-Yeo-woon thinking. Could the system actually copy Guard Jang's bodyguard's training and implant it directly into his mind? Nano Machine explained that not only was it possible, but the program also contained countless other martial arts techniques that could be transferred to him. In fact, Nano Machine could do it right now. Cheon-Yeo-woon was stunned. He turned back to watch the bodyguard's training, debating whether it was right to take Guard Jang's technique without permission. But time was short, and he couldn't afford to hesitate. He had already decided. He would go to the academy with no regrets. "Scan him," Cheon-Yeo-woon ordered. Nano Machine activated the movement scan. The bodyguard continued his practice, dagger slicing through the air with precision. Cheon-Yeo-woon studied him carefully, absorbing every motion. 30 minutes later, Nano Machine announced that the scan was complete. Suddenly, Cheon-Yeo-woon's head throbbed as a flood of information surged into his mind. He clenched his jaw and dropped to the floor by the window. But compared to yesterday, the transfer felt easier. As he processed what just happened, Cheon-Yeo-woon couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Had he really just mastered a technique that took Guard Jang's bodyguard 20 years to perfect? He grabbed a nearby sheath, unsheathed the weapon, and took a deep breath. A thought crossed his mind. Guard Jang couldn't find out. Moving quickly, Cheon-Yeo-woon shut the window shutters before shifting into a fighting stance. His muscles relaxed. Then, in an instant, his eyes snapped open. The ground beneath him shifted as he launched into motion, dagger flashing in his grip. Each movement flowed effortlessly, mirroring the bodyguard's precision. As he stopped in a lunge, realization hit him. He had done it. He examined his hand, amazed. The scan had allowed him to bypass years of training, perfecting a technique in mere moments. But something still felt off. Nano Machine clarified. When scanning a fighter's movements, the system also analyzed their muscle contractions. Without transferring that data to Cheon-Yeo-woon's own muscles, the technique wouldn't be fully functional. Cheon-Yeo-woon hadn't realized that was part of the process. Before he could react, a sharp pain exploded in his head. Nano Machine hadn't warned him in time. His body convulsed as an unbearable pain twisted through him. The dagger slipped from his grasp. He dropped to his knees, a scream tearing from his throat. "Nano Machine, what's happening?" Cheon-Yeo-woon struggled to push himself up from the floor, his body trembling from the intense pain. "Nano Machine, what's happening to me?" he gasped. Nano Machine responded calmly, explaining that through long-term training, the body naturally develops the muscles needed for specific movements. However, since Cheon-Yeo-woon's body lacked that conditioning, forcing advanced techniques onto it had caused muscle damage. Cheon-Yeo-woon clenched his jaw. He understood that he was undergoing some kind of transfer, but he was frustrated by Nano Machine's overly technical explanations. "Just speak normally," he muttered. Acknowledging his request, Nano Machine announced that it would simplify its language to match his level. Cheon-Yeo-woon flinched at the remark. it sounded like an insult. He exhaled sharply, gripping his chest as his hand shook. A moment later, Nanomachine reported that the simplification was complete and continued its explanation. Although his brain had processed Garjang's technique, his body couldn't naturally adapt to it. To truly master the movements, his muscles needed proper stimulation, allowing his body to instinctively execute them. Cheonyo Woon sat on the bed, staring at the closed window. He admitted to himself that the process felt smoother than before, but it was still difficult to grasp. If you want, I can simplify the language even further, Nanomachine offered. Cheonyo Woon groaned. I said I almost get it. Just stop. His breathing was heavy, his forehead damp with sweat. He wiped it away and asked, so if I transfer the movements to my muscles, will the pain stop? Nanomachine confirmed that it would, then asked if Cheonyo Woon wanted to begin the transfer. Cheonyo Woon forced himself to stand, his legs unsteady beneath him. This process will require every nanomachine in your body to work at full capacity, Nanomachine warned. It will take approximately 2 hours. 2 hours. That still left some time before he had to leave. Do it. Understood. However, be advised, this transfer is extremely painful. For safety, anesthesia will be applied during the process. Cheonyo Woon stiffened. Painful? How painful are we talking? Based on recorded data, there have been approximately 1,350,000 cases of individuals losing consciousness from the transfer. His fingers curled into the fabric of his robe. That many? He wasn't sure if he could endure it. His shoulders slumped as hesitation crept in. Nanomachine detected his doubt. It seems the master wishes to attempt this without anesthesia. Cheonyo Woon inhaled sharply, then exhaled. If I can't handle it, can I still switch to anesthesia midway? Request acknowledged, Nanomachine replied. Beginning transfer now. A surge of energy crackled around Cheonyo Woon's body like lightning. At first, he barely felt anything, just a strange tingling sensation. He almost laughed in relief. But then, a searing pain erupted through him. Every muscle in his body screamed. His vision blurred. He staggered back, clenching his teeth so hard his jaw ached. A raw, agonized scream tore from his throat. Administering anesthesia, Nanomachine announced. Almost instantly, the pain dulled. His body relaxed, and he let out a shaky breath of relief before collapsing onto the bed. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Garjang was focused on his cooking. He took a small bite of the dish he had prepared, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. It had taken years, but he had finally reached the level of the other master chefs in the area. He continued chopping vegetables, debating whether to prepare something special today. In the end, he decided to stick with the usual dishes, ones he knew Cheonyo Woon liked best. A nostalgic smile crossed his face. It had been 5 years since he first learned to cook for the prince. Back then, Garjang couldn't even boil water properly. But before she passed, Cheonyo Woon's mother had entrusted her son's care to him. So he had learned. Garjang returned to his cooking, his grip tightening on the knife. 5 years ago, Lady Hua had died from poisoned food. And today, her son would be entering the academy. Silently, Garjang looked up, as if sending a message to the heavens. Lady Hua, granting your blessing. Garjang silently wished for Lady Hua's blessing, for her to watch over her son from above, to keep him safe, and to let him enjoy food without fear again. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the halls. Garjang dropped his cleaver. Without a second thought, he rushed toward the prince's room, his heart pounding. Throwing the door open, he scanned the room and froze. Cheonyo Woon lay motionless on the bed. Cheonyo Woon. Garjang strode over, kneeling beside him. His hand shot out to check the boy's pulse. Strong. Steady. Relief flooded him, but confusion followed. What the hell had happened? His sharp eyes quickly took in the details. The faint traces of burn marks scorched into the wooden floor. He reached out, tracing the edges of one. His brows furrowed. Kneeling before the strange marks, realization struck him. He's been watching my training for at least 2 years. Garjang inhaled deeply, glancing back at the unconscious boy. A slow smile crept onto his face. Only 2 years, and he's already caught up to what took me 2 decades to master. Just then, Cheonyo Woon's eyes flew open. Nanomachine's voice echoed in his head. Requested transfer to muscle fibers complete. Anesthesia disabled. Cheonyo Woon sat up abruptly, gasping for air. He pressed a hand to his head, trying to steady his breath. Never doing that again, he muttered. His muscles ached like hell, but at least he could move. Nanomachine chimed in. I did warn you in advance, master. Cheonyo Woon groaned. He finally noticed he was lying in bed. That could only mean one thing. Garjang had come in. Quickly, he got up and grabbed the dagger resting nearby. Straightening his posture, he exhaled and tested his grip. If Nanomachine's process had worked, wielding the dagger should feel completely natural now. Due to the transfer, Your muscle fibers are now identical to those of a trained fighter who has practiced these movements for 20 years, Nano Machine confirmed. Xion Yeo Woon closed his eyes, focused his breathing, and fell into a fighting stance. The dagger extended in front of him, perfectly aligned. Then he lunged. Instantly, he felt the difference. The same technique he had used before, but now was sharper, stronger. Every strike carried power and precision. A grin crept onto his face. The sensation of slicing through the air was exhilarating. Without hesitation, he continued. Strike, twirl, reverse grip, another strike. His movements flowed effortlessly, his body responding like it had been trained for years. The first formation, complete. Stepping forward, Xion Yeo Woon transitioned into the second. He ducked low and slammed his foot onto the floor. A loud crack sounded as dust shot up around him. His eyes widened. Looking down, he saw the impact marks left by his foot. He hadn't even used the light style, yet the force alone had left visible damage. Crouching near the smoldering mark, he let out a breath. So, I've already mastered the heavy style too. A sudden voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Xion Yeo Woon, breakfast is ready. Xion Yeo Woon's entire body tensed. He quickly looked around. The marks, they were still there. His heart pounded. What do I do? The door creaked open slightly. Guard Zhang stepped in, balancing a tray of food in his hands. Xion Yeo Woon sprang into action. He casually slid the table over, blocking the damaged floor. I'm starving today, he said quickly, forcing a smile. Guard Zhang raised a brow. You usually eat by the window. Xion Yeo Woon waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, but since I'll be gone for a long time, I figured I'd eat in the center of the room today. He chuckled nervously, hoping Guard Zhang wouldn't pry any further. His eyes drifted to the tray. A steaming bowl of rice sat in front of him, topped with a golden egg, crispy pork, and fragrant bok choy. The sight alone made his stomach growl. Xion Yeo Woon stared at the meal in front of him. His favorite dishes cooked to perfection. A lump formed in his throat. This might be the last time Guard Zhang would prepare breakfast for him. The realization hit harder than he expected. Guard Zhang had always looked after him, silently ensuring he was cared for. And today was the day he left for the academy. Just as he was about to take his first bite, Nano Machine's voice cut through the moment. Warning, a sudden shift in emotional state has triggered an increase in hydrochloric acid production within the esophagus. Saliva production has also increased. Recommendation, swallow food with saliva to neutralize acidity. Xion Yeo Woon's eye twitched. What nonsense is this? Shut up, Nano Machine, he muttered. Understood, entering silent mode. With that, he dug in, determined to finish every last bite. Guard Zhang watched in silence, a small smile tugging at his lips. The prince continued eating at a rapid pace, barely pausing to breathe. Slow down, Guard Zhang finally said. You'll upset your stomach if you eat like that. Xion Yeo Woon hesitated, then nodded. He slowed his pace, savoring the meal. After a while, he set down his chopsticks and let out a satisfied sigh. That was amazing, he said, genuinely impressed. Guard Zhang closed his eyes for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts. Then, with a calm yet pointed tone, he asked, Young master, when did you master the dagger technique? Xion Yeo Woon's heart stopped. He quickly looked up. What are you talking about? He stammered. Without another word, Guard Zhang reached for the table and effortlessly slid it aside. Xion Yeo Woon's stomach dropped. The impact mark from his foot, clear and undeniable, was now fully visible. Guard Zhang studied it, recognition flashing in his eyes. The first movement into the second formation. It was an exact replication of his own technique. But this one was even clearer than the ones he had seen before. There was no doubt now. Xion Yeo Woon fell cold. This is bad. Stealing someone else's martial arts technique was a serious crime in Murim. He had used Nano Machine to copy Guard Zhang's movements, bypassing years of training in mere hours. If Guard Zhang saw it as theft, if he resented him for it, there was no way to justify himself. Even if Guard Zhang despised him for it, there was nothing he could do. But instead of anger, Guard Zhang simply sat beside him and smiled. You've done well, young master, he said warmly. Xion Yeo Woon's breath caught. There's nothing wrong with training in secret, Guard Zhang continued. After all, I'm your bodyguard. If it weren't for the oath I swore to the 6 clans, I would have taught you myself long ago. Xion Yeo Woon clenched his fists, his vision blurring. Then he broke. Tears spilled from his eyes, no matter how hard he tried to hold them back. He hadn't cried in years, not since that day. Guard Zhang quietly pulled out a folded piece of paper and handed it to him. What is this? Xion Yeo Woon asked, his voice thick with emotion. A method to manage your energy while using the light style of the dagger technique, Guard Zhang explained. Xion Yeo Woon blinked in shock. Why are you giving this to me? Guard Zhang met his gaze. Because I want you to master it, he said simply. Though, once you're at the academy, you'll come across techniques far more advanced than what I can offer. But until then, consider this my final lesson. Cheon Yeo Woon took the paper with trembling hands. A single tear dropped onto the page. He couldn't hold back anymore. Guard Jang said nothing. He simply watched, letting the prince have his moment. He remembered the promise Cheon Yeo Woon had made at Lady Hwa's deathbed, that he would never cry again. That had been the last time. Until now, Guard Jang quietly gathered the empty plates and stood up. As he walked toward the door, he paused. Without turning around, he spoke one last time. I won't be by your side after you enter the academy. His voice was steady, but there was a deep weight behind his words. So today, I'll allow you to cry. Then he left. Guard Jang stood at the doorway, his voice steady as he spoke one last time. From now on, stay strong. Cheon Yeo Woon lowered his head, tears still streaming down his face. Through shaky breaths, he whispered, "Thank you, Guard Jang." The door closed softly behind him. Left alone, Cheon Yeo Woon wiped away his tears and swallowed hard. This is it. From this moment forward, he could no longer afford to be afraid or uncertain. His path was set. Meanwhile, Guard Jang returned to the kitchen, resuming his routine as if nothing had happened. But for Cheon Yeo Woon, something had changed. Even if mother is gone, I still have a place to return to. The academy gates were crowded with people. A long line of applicants stretched across the square, buzzing with conversation. Excitement, anxiety, and tension filled the air as hopeful contenders discussed their chances. Are all the clans here? One person asked. Looks like it, another replied. Judging by the turnout, there must be at least 1,000 of us. A young man wearing a purple headband exhaled deeply. Now that I'm standing here, I'm actually getting nervous. His neighbor, donning a gray headband, scoffed. Of course, we're nervous. This is a competition between the heirs. We're just from a minor clan. We don't even get to stand at the front. Before they could continue, a presence silenced the crowd. A man with maroon hair stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over the applicants. His expression twisted with irritation. What is this mess? He spat. I don't see a single trace of your souls. A bunch of idiots, the lot of you. His voice, laced with anger, sent a chill through the crowd. The sheer intensity in his eyes made it clear. This was not a man to be taken lightly. Some recognized him immediately. A hushed murmur spread among the onlookers. The left bodyguard, the Fire King. His name was Waemyong Lee, one of the strongest warriors in the kingdom. Some whispered that he was among the top 10 of the magic cult. Others believed he was within the top 5. A sudden gust of wind swept through the square, adding to the tension. Waemyong Lee smirked as his gaze landed on the 6 figures standing at the front. Unlike the others, these contenders carried themselves differently. Calm, collected, and dangerous. So these are the 6 clan heirs, he muttered, crossing his arms. His eyes flicked to each one. The first, Muyin Cheon, draped in a dark robe, represented the Dark Clan. Cold and unreadable, he stood at the top of the hierarchy. Next, the second heir, Jiang Cheon of the Sword Clan. His sharp, calculating expression hinted at his cunning nature. The third heir, Mujeom Cheon of the Kree Clan, looked agitated, barely hiding his irritation with the others around him. The fourth, Jongseom Cheon of the Poison Clan, remained eerily silent, his presence alone unsettling. Number 5, Yuchan Cheon of the Blade Clan. His warm cloak contrasted with the cold steel of his demeanor. And finally, number 6, Wonryo Cheon of the Sound Clan, the only female heir among them. Waemyong Lee prepared to call for the 7th heir, but frowned. There was no number 7. Cheon Yeo Woon's brows furrowed. His badge, where was it? The man in charge of handing them out shrugged helplessly. I don't see a badge for the 7th prince. Cheon Yeo Woon immediately understood. So that's how it is. Someone from the 6 clans had made sure his badge was missing. They didn't want him standing among them. The distributor hesitated. You'll have to wait until we find it. Cheon Yeo Woon forced a smile. I understand. Leaning against the wall, he watched as the other applicants received their badges. There was no point in making a scene. Not yet. He had nothing to gain from starting a fight with them right now. He hung his head slightly, lost in thought. This is just the beginning. Cheon Yeo Woon's gaze swept over the massive crowd gathered in the square. Among them were the same people who had tried to kill him at every opportunity. If they saw him here, there was no doubt in his mind. They would try to finish what they started. But that was fine. He had come to this academy despite all the disgraceful assassination attempts. And now he was going to become stronger than anyone else in this so-called demonic academy. The candidates stood in neat rows, their ranks stretching far across the square. Cheon Yeo Woon scanned the long, endless line in front of him and let out a slow breath. Getting to the front is going to be a pain. Then, the murmurs started. Snickers. Mocking whispers. His black badge with the number 7 stood out against the others. Unlike the heirs of the six clans, he was just an heir candidate, a nobody, a stray without any official affiliation. Cheon Yeo Woon doesn't even know any martial arts styles, one voice sneered. He'll be the first to fail, another muttered. Cheon Yeo Woon folded his arms and frowned. He couldn't hear every word, but he didn't need to. He knew exactly what they were saying. Let them laugh. Across the square, Wei Myong Lee caught sight of Cheon Yeo Woon lingering at the back of the crowd. A slow smirk curled his lips. So the bastard child of the Lord actually showed up. It amused him to see Cheon Yeo Woon standing there, isolated from the others. What a ridiculous way to seek attention. Before he could dwell on it further, a deep, resounding horn echoed across the square. The atmosphere shifted. The candidates straightened, their idle chatter dying instantly. The moment they had all been waiting for was here. Footsteps rang out across the stone steps. Then 4 figures emerged. The crowd collectively held its breath, their eyes locked onto the approaching men. At the front walked a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and a small beard, the Lord himself. Behind him followed 3 others. One wore a mask, his gaze sharp as a blade. Another carried a katana at his side, his steps uneven. And then there was the last, Regium Ma, the ruler of Murim. The Lord ascended the steps leading to his throne. But just as he did, the man with the katana stumbled, colliding with Wei Myong Lee's shoulder. Wei Myong Lee's, I twitched in irritation. He didn't even need to look to know who it was. Hank, the right guard, stood before him in shabby clothes, a flask of alcohol dangling from his fingers. He took a swig, unfazed by Wei Myong Lee's glare. The left guard clenched his jaw, his annoyance evident. But before he could say anything, the masked man turned sharply, his piercing gaze shutting both of them up immediately. Regium Ma, the head bodyguard. His long gray hair barely moved in the wind as he spoke, his voice laced with quiet authority. Enough. Wei Myong Lee and Hank fell silent. At the top of the steps, Regium Ma finally sat on his throne, placing his hands on the armrests. The air grew heavy. His presence alone radiated absolute power. This was a man who stood among the 5 strongest in the Murim cult. This was the Lord. The weight of his aura crushed down on the candidates. Someone in the crowd whispered, voice trembling, I can't even lift my head. But they all knew this level of pressure was expected from their ruler. Cheon Yeo Woon clenched his fists. This man is my father. Regium Ma raised a hand, signaling for silence. The square fell into an eerie stillness. The head bodyguard turned toward the throne and bowed slightly. Everything is ready, my lord. Regium Ma slowly rose to his feet. A deep purple aura flared to life around him, sending a shiver through the crowd. His eyes swept over the candidates before him. Then, in a voice that rang through the square with terrifying clarity, he declared, You stand here today as the future of this cult. His words weren't shouted, yet they carried with them an undeniable force. For many, it was the first time they had ever felt chi. Cheon Yeo Woon stiffened, his instincts immediately sharpening. Regium Ma's presence alone was suffocating, yet his voice remained eerily calm, almost conversational. But every syllable cut through the air with absolute authority. Then, the Lord raised his voice. Here in this place, teachings and shackles, these will become the strength of the cult. Regium Ma's declaration echoed across the square. The candidates, now fired up, raised their fists into the air and roared in unison. The sheer force of their voices shook the ground beneath them. Regium Ma's bodyguards bowed deeply in respect, and Regium Ma, the head bodyguard, offered words of praise for his lord's speech. The atmosphere was charged. The crowd was ready to fight, ready to prove themselves, ready to give their all for the demonic cult. And yet, Regium Ma himself remained completely indifferent. His face betrayed no emotion as he swept his gaze over the assembly. Then, his eyes landed on a lone figure standing at the very back. Cheon Yeo Woon. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Then, just as quickly, Regium Ma looked away. Cheon Yeo Woon, however, did not. His father had turned his back on him without a word. A cold, hollow feeling settled in his chest. So that's it. This was their first time meeting in person, and all he got was an empty glance. His hands clenched into fists. Not once had this man appeared, not even after his mother died. But Cheon Yeo Woon wouldn't give him the satisfaction of looking away. He lifted his chin, standing tall. He hadn't expected anything from this man in the first place. Wei Myong Lee's voice suddenly cut through the moment. Now that the master's welcoming speech is over, we can begin. Some candidates were still chatting amongst themselves, barely paying attention. Wei Myong Lee's jaw tightened. In a flash, his expression twisted with fury. Stand properly, he roared. His voice cracked through the air like a whip. The sheer force of his presence sent a wave of fear rippling through the crowd. Those who had been distracted snapped to attention, their bodies stiffening. Wei Li's gaze was sharp enough to cut through steel. His irritation was nearly tangible. How hard is it to stand properly? He folded his arms and continued. Your training at the academy will last 4 years, divided into 6 stages. The murmurs returned. After each stage, you will face a test. The crowd listened carefully. You will have 1 chance to pass. The moment those words left his mouth, unease spread like wildfire. A single chance? The weight of that realization hit the candidates hard. Failure meant immediate expulsion. No second attempts. No mercy. Wei Li smirked. Now they understood. Whoever fails will be thrown out of the academy on the spot, he confirmed. A hand shot up from the crowd. Wait, I have a question. All eyes turned to the speaker. Jiang Uncheon, heir of the Sword Clan. Wei Li glanced at him, paused, then scoffed. Who let a freak ask questions? The word struck like a slap. Jiang Uncheon's face twisted in shock, then anger. His fists clenched at his sides. Did I just hear that right? But before he could react, Wei Li's scowl deepened. What? You have a problem with what I called you? He sneered. You heirs of the 6 clans should have already realized that from the moment you stepped foot in this academy, your privileges mean nothing. Mian Cheon and Mujiam Cheon, standing nearby, barely contained their laughter. Jiang Uncheon's face burned with humiliation. Wei Li leaned in slightly, his voice dripping with menace. Or, do you really want to get yourself expelled before the competition even begins? Jiang Uncheon's anger warred with his pride. But he knew, one wrong move, and he'd be out before things even started. Grinding his teeth, he swallowed his pride and bowed. I apologize, Sir Wei Li. Wei Li rested a hand on his hip. TCH, what you wanted to ask was obvious anyway. He turned back to the other candidates. The crowd, now fully engaged, listened with rapt attention. You all think it's unfair, don't you? Wei Li mused. 1 chance for 6 stages. Sound impossible, right? The murmurs grew louder. Wei Li's smirk widened. Then let me tell you this. Whoever advances to the next stage will receive a special reward. The tension in the square shifted instantly. A reward? Wei Li let the excitement build before continuing. The first reward is the demonic dragon marble. Cheon Yeo Woon's brows furrowed. The demonic dragon marble? Up ahead, candidates were already whispering amongst themselves. If it's the same demonic dragon marble I'm thinking of, one muttered, then it's a healing stone. I heard it gives the user a power boost, comparable to training chi for 20 years. Another voice chimed in. Wait, does that mean if you pass all 6 stages and collect 6 stones, you'd gain 120 years worth of power? A murmur spread through the crowd. If the demonic dragon marble granted 20 years worth of chi, wouldn't that make someone incredibly powerful? A man in gray quickly shot down that idea. It's not that simple, he said. According to rumors, the more the stone is used, the less effective it becomes. And absorbing it all at once? Nearly impossible. Cheon Yeo Woon clenched his fists. 6 stages and I have no chi at all. But if he could pass, if he could survive, he'd be able to multiply his power several times over. Wei Li smirked, letting the anticipation build. And the second incentive, he announced, is a book of martial arts secrets. The candidates stirred at his words. All of you here already know some form of martial arts. Wei Li continued. So you should understand how valuable these books are. He gestured toward the towering academy in the distance. The Demon Academy's library spans 5 floors. Every time you pass a test, you gain access to another floor. Whispers broke out among the applicants. Wei Li's voice grew sharper. Depending on your effort, you might even get access to the hidden manuals of the 6 clans. If you're lucky, you might uncover martial arts techniques no outsider has ever laid eyes on. Excitement filled the square. Imagine studying divine physiology, someone muttered. With that knowledge, you could become a Murim master, his neighbor added eagerly. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes darkened. For survival, martial arts knowledge is far more important than chi. But just as the crowd's excitement peaked, Wei Li's smirk twisted into something wicked. You should all stop dreaming, he sneered. Most of you won't even make it to the 5th floor. Even if you were resurrected, you still wouldn't get there. The square fell into absolute silence. Seatming, watching from the side, took a long sip from his flask. TCH, Wei Li's a master at giving people hope, and then crushing it immediately, he thought. I don't care for any of it. Wei Li wasn't finished. Now, for the third and final incentive, he said, his expression unreadable. The candidates leaned in slightly. Your rank. Jiang Uncheon stiffened. Looking behind him, he finally understood why they had no ranks or privileges here. Everything was different now. At this academy, power wasn't inherited. Only the strongest would survive. Wei Li closed his eyes briefly before waving his hand. Every time you pass a stage, you gain a rank. First stage, low warrior. Second, middle rank. Third, high rank. Fourth, team leader. Fifth, clan leader. The tension in the air thickened. Wei Li paused deliberately, then smirked. I'll skip the sixth stage. Not like you'll ever need to know it. A cold chill ran through the crowd. Wei Li's tone grew harsher. Most of you won't even make it past the third stage, no matter how hard you try. Silence. Wei Li folded his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over the candidates. That being said, for high-ranking clan members to become low-ranking here, well, that would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Siegming glanced away. The sixth stage? In truth, he wasn't even sure it could be called a test. It wasn't something anyone passed. In the entire history of the academy, fewer than a dozen people had ever cleared it. Wei Li let his words sink in before making his final statement. If you manage to reach the higher ranks, they'll be recognized outside the academy as well. But make no mistake, every one of you starts as a mere cadet. Where you go from here is up to you. Qion Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes. Before, survival had been his only goal. But now, survival meant rising in rank. And he intended to climb all the way to the top. Wei Li exhaled, his hand resting casually on the guard of his blade. His smirk widened. That's enough explaining, he declared. Without giving the candidates time to process, he continued. Everyone will now split into groups and move into the dorms. After that, your first test begins. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Qion Yeo Woon felt his mind go blank. Already? The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The murmurs started almost immediately. This is insane. We just got here. We haven't even trained yet. How can they expect us to pass a test before we've learned anything? The whispers grew into anxious chatter as the candidates started questioning their fate. What if we fail? What if we get expelled before we even start? Wei Li's patience snapped. Quiet. He threw a hand forward, silencing the crowd with his overwhelming presence. If you fail, you'll be expelled. Simple as that, he growled. If you can't even pass this, you don't deserve to be called low-ranking warriors. Siegming, watching from the sidelines, chuckled to himself. Wei Li was as restless as ever. Raising his voice, Wei Li continued. The first test is an assessment of basic skills. You must have at least a fundamental level of qi to qualify as a warrior of this academy. The tension in the square thickened. For those who lack qi, don't worry. There's still a place for you. Wei Li smirked. You'll just be redirected to agricultural, commercial, or service industries. He let the words sink in. Then his voice turned cold. So, prepare to die. Qion Yeo Woon clenched his jaw in frustration. He swore under his breath, but then, as if remembering something, let out a bitter chuckle. Of course, they needed laborers to do the menial work. That's why they wouldn't kill them outright. How convenient. His fists tightened at his sides. Now he understood why the 6 clans had forced him to swear never to learn qi. They set me up to fail. If he didn't pass this test, he would be cast down to the lowest rank in the cult. And once that happened, anyone who wanted him dead would be free to do as they pleased. Murim Qion, standing among the other heirs, turned slightly to glance at Qion Yeo Woon. A wicked grin spread across his face. He wasn't sure whose idea it was to impose such a restriction on Qion Yeo Woon, but he had to admit, it was a brilliant move. It saved him the trouble of killing the bastard himself. But then, something caught his attention. The crowd parted as a woman in an elegant robe made her way forward, flanked by her subordinates. In her hands, she held a stringed musical instrument. Murmurs spread like wildfire. Qion Yeo Woon's gaze sharpened. The woman's presence commanded immediate respect. She was no ordinary figure. She was Soyo Hang, leader of the Sound Clan and one of the 5 elders of the demonic cult. She ascended the steps gracefully, stopping beside the bodyguards. Wei Li gestured toward her and announced, "This woman, Soyo Hang, will oversee your first test." His smirk returned as he spread his arms. This test is very simple. The crowd braced themselves, listening carefully. But let me be clear, if you fail here, you will never be able to become even a low-ranking warrior. Silence. The candidates exchanged uneasy glances. Why would the leader of the Sound Clan need to oversee this test? Some quickly came to a conclusion, and immediately covered their ears. Qion Yeo Woon frowned in confusion. Why are they doing that? Then, realization dawned on him. A chuckle escaped from one of the heirs. If the 5th elder actually releases her waves of musical energy, these weaklings won't even stand a chance. He turned to the nervous candidates. Relax. If you're lucky, you might endure it, even without qi. Qion Yeo Woon swore inwardly. So that's what this is. They were about to be hit with a wave of musical energy. Soyo Hang's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. She closed her eyes and unleashed her power. A ripple of energy pulsed outward, vibrating through the air. Soyo Hang's voice carried through the square. Even with a small amount of qi, you should be able to endure this for at least 1 minute. Wei Li raised a hand and bellowed. Anyone who stays conscious for a full minute passes the first test. Then, with a sharp motion, he signaled to start. Soyu Hang's fingers glided across the strings of her instrument. A pulse of pure energy rippled through the square. The air vibrated with an unseen force, thickening under the weight of the melody. Then it struck. The candidates reeled. Some staggered. Others collapsed immediately, their bodies hitting the ground with dull thuds. Cheon-Yeo-woon's breath caught in his throat. The power behind the sound was overwhelming. All around him, people were in agony. Some clutched their heads, groaning. Others trembled violently, their faces twisted in pain. A few had already lost consciousness. And yet, the sound cut through everything. Even hands pressed desperately over ears did nothing to block it out. Wei Myung-lee scanned the fallen bodies and smirked. As expected, the small clan candidates were the first to drop. The heirs of the 6 clans, however, were still standing. Mujeom Cheon chuckled, barely fazed. What a joke, he thought. This is nothing but a tickle. The members of the 6 clans have been given medicine since childhood, strengthening their chi reserves. That alone was enough to endure this level of energy. He glanced back at Cheon-Yeo-woon, fully expecting to see him lying motionless on the ground. Soyo Hang's fingers moved faster. Mujeom Cheon's smirk faded slightly. The melody intensified. Even the heirs of the 6 clans were starting to feel it now. Their brows furrowed, their bodies tensed. Wonryo Cheon gritted her teeth. Something's wrong. The energy was growing stronger, heavier. The melody's rhythm accelerated, forcing a greater and greater strain on the candidates. More and more of them writhed in pain, their ears ringing, their bodies trembling. Soyo Hang's gaze darkened as she played. Her fingers plucked at the strings sharply, aggressively, her annoyance becoming apparent. She had expected him to fall by now. And yet, Cheon-Yeo-woon was still standing. His eyes darted around in confusion. Half the candidates were already on the ground, writhing from internal injuries, their chi unable to protect them. He clenched his fists. Why am I okay? Then, Nano Machine's voice rang in his mind. Detected high and low-frequency sound waves capable of causing severe internal damage. Emergency protection mode activated. Sound wave influence blocked. Cheon-Yeo-woon's eyes widened. Nano Machine blocked the effects? Correct. The master's body is currently unable to perceive sound. Cheon-Yeo-woon's heart pounded. I can't hear it. His body had automatically shut down its ability to process the sound waves, preventing any harm. Still, he could hear Nano Machine. Wait, then why can I still hear you? Cheon-Yeo-woon asked. My communication is transmitted directly to your brain. Cheon-Yeo-woon let out a shaky breath. This is weird. Across the square, Soyu Hang's frustration deepened. She stared at him, her burning gaze drilling into his soul. A cold sweat broke out on Cheon-Yeo-woon's back. Her piercing eyes seemed enormous, swallowing everything else in his vision. His pulse quickened. Damn it, Nano Machine, he muttered. Can you block that terrifying glare too? Would you like me to suspend visual perception? Nano Machine offered. Cheon-Yeo-woon hesitated. Then he gritted his teeth. No, I'll endure it. Wei Myung-lee watched Soyu Hang with mild amusement. She's losing patience. But beneath his smirk, he was serious. The Sound Clan's power was even stronger than before. The level of energy Soyu Hang was releasing now should have been impossible to withstand without at least 20 years of chi. Yet somehow, Cheon-Yeo-woon was still standing. Wei Myung-lee's grin widened. Since he had joined the academy, this was the most entertaining first test he had ever seen. His eyes flicked back to the boy. Let's see how much longer this little bastard can last. Among the candidates, someone nudged their friend and whispered hoarsely, Your ears, they're bleeding. But the same. The elder clan's representatives did their best to endure, but not all of them succeeded. Even with 20 years of chi cultivation, they struggled. Still, they forced themselves to hold on. After all, their clan's honor was on the line. Meanwhile, Mujeom Cheon sat calmly in the lotus position, unfazed. Yet he couldn't understand why the 5th elder was pushing so hard. Nearby, a representative from the Brook clan noticed Soyu Hang's shifting expression. He assumed she was furious. Curious, Mujeom Cheon turned to check, and what he saw left him speechless. Jongseom Cheon, noticing Mujeom Cheon's shock, wondered what had happened. Wonryo Cheon, on the other hand, believed they shouldn't concern themselves with those behind them. But this time it was different. All 6 of them turned to look at Cheon-Yeo-woon, now fully visible after the other candidates had collapsed. The major clan representatives were dumbfounded. This nobody, who supposedly had no chi, was still standing. And not just standing, he wasn't even exhausted. Cheon-Yeo-woon himself had no idea why he was getting so much attention. But Mujeom Cheon clenched his teeth in frustration. A chilling realization struck him. This freak had chi, His stomach twisted at the thought. Desperate for confirmation, he asked Nanomachine if the boys ahead of him had noticed and if the fifth elder was furious. The system immediately analyzed facial muscle movements, detecting bewilderment, irritation, and rising anger from Soyohang. Cheon Yeo Woon, still unable to hear anything, could only read the hostility in their eyes. It was obvious. They had looked down on him, assuming he had no chi. And yet, here he was, still holding his ground while everyone around him bled from their ears. He knew what was coming. If he passed this test without showing any sign of struggle, no one would believe he lacked chi. Thinking quickly, he frowned and asked Nanomachine a bold question. Could it create an internal injury? Nanomachine responded by clarifying. Did he mean real internal damage? Cheon Yeo Woon confirmed. The system advised against it, but Cheon Yeo Woon didn't hesitate. He ordered Nanomachine to inflict damage right after the performance, making sure he coughed up blood to sell the act. Nanomachine acknowledged the command. Meanwhile, Soyohang's frustration boiled over. Nearly a full minute had passed, and that arrogant brat, who wasn't even 15, still stood strong. Unacceptable. Her pride wouldn't allow it. She narrowed her eyes at Cheon Yeo Woon, refusing to back down. If he could withstand this, then he should try handling a performance that used half of her full power. Wei Myong Lee, sensing something was off, turned to Soyohang in alarm. This was dangerous. Jongseom Cheon winced, his body racked with pain, blood dripping from his ears. Even one of the left bodyguards stepped in, tried to stop the fifth elder from making things worse. At last, the head of the Sound clan snapped back to her senses and released the strings. Instantly, the oppressive energy in the square vanished. Candidates collapsed, struggling to push themselves off the ground. Nearby, Seetming sat with a flask in hand. He shook his head, noting that if Soyohang had pushed just a bit further, no one would have survived the first test. The right bodyguard stood frozen. He couldn't believe it. The fifth elder had completely lost control. Soyohang slumped in her chair, her expression clouded with regret. She scolded herself for letting anger take over, for using half of her power against that boy. But in the end, she convinced herself it wasn't her fault. No, the real cause of this mess was Cheon Yeo Woon, the enemy of the six clans. Meanwhile, Cheon Yeo Woon stood motionless, his body trembling slightly. Then, without warning, he raised a hand to his mouth. A deep cough racked his chest, followed by a surge of blood spilling past his fingers. Wei Myong Lee and Soyohang immediately turned their attention to him. Murim Cheon, too, spun around, eyes widening in shock. None of them could understand what was happening. Cheon Yeo Woon fell to his knees, still coughing up blood. The sight sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. Whispers spread. Had the boy taken too much damage? Was he dying? There was just too much blood. Clutching his mouth, Cheon Yeo Woon silently cursed Nanomachine. But the AI responded flatly. It had followed his exact orders. The system had inflicted 30% internal organ damage, maximizing blood loss for realism. Cheon Yeo Woon's body continued to shake. He mentally berated Nanomachine, calling it a psycho. For a brief moment, he genuinely thought he was about to die. Another violent cough forced even more blood from his lips. Wei Myong Lee suddenly sprang into action. His body tensed with urgency, not out of concern for Cheon Yeo Woon, but for himself. If the boy died because of the test, he would be held responsible. The left bodyguard rushed forward. He knew Cheon Yeo Woon wasn't from the six clans, but he also wasn't about to let someone of the leadership line die under his watch. Without hesitation, he grabbed Cheon Yeo Woon's hand. Can you hear me? Are you all right? Nanomachine quickly assessed the situation. Blood loss had reached 7%, triggering dizziness. It immediately activated emergency healing for organ repair and blood replenishment. But Cheon Yeo Woon remained unresponsive, his body limp in the man's arms. You idiot, the left bodyguard muttered. You could have just given up. Nanomachine sent another urgent warning. Cheon Yeo Woon's condition was critical, but the boy simply told it to hold off a little longer. Wei Myong Lee placed 2 fingers on Cheon Yeo Woon's pulse, trying to gauge his strength. When he sensed the result, his breath caught in his throat. Impossible. How much chi did this boy have to endure that kind of punishment? Then came the real shock. He had no chi at all. Wei Myong Lee stared at Cheon Yeo Woon, covered in his own blood. He wasn't just reckless, he was insane. The rumors about the 7th prince were bad enough, but now, Wei Myong Lee wasn't sure what to think. The left bodyguard raised his hand, signaling his subordinates. Within moments, 2 warriors stepped forward. Take him to the infirmary, he ordered. They immediately obeyed, carefully lifting Cheon Yeo Woon onto a stretcher. Despite his condition, Cheon Yeo Woon remained conscious. His voice was weak, but he still managed to whisper to Nanomachine. Heal me. Faster. Soyohang watched in stunned silence. Just minutes ago, that boy had stood like a rock, unfazed by the crushing waves of energy. Now, he looked on the verge of death. The fifth elder hesitated, afraid to even imagine how much internal damage he had sustained. Wei Myong-li returned to his seat, shaking his head. He turned toward the Sound Clan leader. That was too much, he said firmly. Soyo-hang had no response. Soyo-hang hadn't expected this outcome. She turned to Wei Myong-li, her voice sharp. What happened? The left bodyguard closed his eyes, exhaling heavily. You nearly killed him. Soyo-hang's expression faltered. She lowered her head, guilt creeping in. Does the boy have any chi? She asked hesitantly. Wei Myong-li shook his head. None. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Arms crossed. Wei Myong-li continued. I tested him. Gave him a little stimulation. Nothing. No trace of chi at all. That meant he had endured everything on sheer willpower. Soyo-hang shot up from her seat, her voice rising. That's impossible. Around them, several candidates still struggled to stand, their bodies drained from the test. If he had no chi, he should have collapsed like the others, she insisted. Wei Myong-li remained unfazed. Without even turning to look at her, he replied, the kid is seriously wounded, but he stayed on his feet through willpower alone. Soyo-hang let out a hysterical laugh. She refused to believe it. Wei Myong-li, however, wasn't laughing. And that, he said, is terrifying. His gaze lingered on the Sound Clan leader as a thought crossed his mind. If Cheon-Yeo-woon hadn't been born out of wedlock, Wei Myong-li might have considered taking him as a student. But defying the 6 clans? That would only end in disaster. A loud gulp interrupted the tense moment. Seetming took a swig from his flask, then smacked his leg with it. Standing up, he wiped the alcohol from his chin and chuckled. You're telling me that Brat survived all that on willpower? That's hilarious. Wei Myong-li shot him a glare. None of your business. If you want to drink, do it in a corner and stay out of this. Seetming feigned offense. Oh, believe me, I was planning to. Until you just had to run your mouth. The left bodyguard sighed, already fed up. Seetming, just disappear already. The drunk smirked. You sure you want to talk like that? Wei Myong-li? If you weren't a bodyguard, you'd be dead by now. Wei Myong-li's patience snapped. And if you weren't a bodyguard, you'd be a corpse already. The tension between them grew thick, almost tangible. Power flared around them. 2 crushing forces colliding in an invisible battle. The candidates in the square felt the pressure. Murim Cheon and the other major clan members grew uneasy, watching as stones around them began to lift off the ground. Then, as quickly as it had started, the energy dissipated. Seetming clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. Grinning, he turned to leave, taking another swig of his drink. You're no fun, he muttered, throwing a few insults over his shoulder. Wei Myong-li merely chuckled. As Seetming walked past the recovering candidates, he scoffed at them. Look at you lot. All that from just a wave of energy? Where's your backbone? He frowned, something about this group bothering him. Then, his thoughts drifted to the 7th prince. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. Now, that kid, he's different. Meanwhile, in the infirmary on the 2nd floor of the Demon Academy, Jang-myung-baek was buried in paperwork, until a sudden shout shattered the silence. A sudden shout echoed from behind the infirmary door. Jang-myung-baek, caught off guard, blinked in surprise. A patient? On the very first day? His heart skipped with excitement as he rushed to open the door. The moment he saw the soldiers carrying a battered boy inside, Clues practically beamed. His eyes shimmered with emotion. A real patient already? He wiped away a tear, overwhelmed. This was proof. The Demon Academy truly was the best. The warriors carrying Cheon-Yeo-woon exchanged awkward glances. They had no idea why the doctor was acting this way. One of them recalled a rumor. Jang-myung-baek was a student of John Yu-baek's, a man obsessed with medicine. It seemed the rumors were true. Shaking off his excitement, Jang-myung-baek cleared his throat and pointed to an empty cot. Lay him down there. As the soldiers carefully placed Cheon-Yeo-woon onto the bed, Jang-myung-baek, enthusiasm shifted to confusion. Just how brutal was this test? The boy looked like he had been through a battlefield. He turned to the warriors. Was he struck in the stomach? One of them shook his head. No external blows, just internal injuries. That only deepened Jang-myung-baek's surprise. Another soldier stepped forward. The left bodyguard wanted me to tell you. This boy has no ego. Take special care of him. Jang-myung-baek stroked his chin, lost in thought. In his 10 years of training, he had seen all kinds of injuries, but never this much blood from internal wounds alone. It made no sense. The warriors turned to leave. We've done our job, the older one said. Time to head back. Jang-myung-baek didn't stop them. Before stepping out, the younger soldier hesitated. He glanced back at Cheon-Yeo-woon, his expression unreadable. What's wrong? We need to go, his comrade urged. The soldier rubbed his neck. His condition looks better than before. He frowned. Maybe I was wrong. Jang-myung-baek barely noticed their departure. He had already moved to Cheon-Yeo-woon's side, taking the boy's wrist to check his pulse. His brow furrowed, rapid and uneven. He really took a beating. Cheon Yeo Woon stirred slightly, cracking one eye open. The two locked eyes for a brief moment. Then, with an irritated sigh, Cheon Yeo Woon shut his eyes again. Damn it, I completely forgot about the infirmary. Even though Nano Machine had healed most of his internal injuries, the lingering pain still burned. For now, he had no choice but to wait. Jang Myung-baek studied the blood-soaked fabric clinging to Cheon Yeo Woon's body. Something didn't add up. Even if someone bit off their tongue, it wouldn't explain this much blood loss. He took a step back, contemplating his approach. Let's start with acupuncture. Boom! A sudden explosion-like noise behind him sent Jang Myung-baek tumbling to his knees, his heart nearly leaping out of his chest. His head snapped around. Seepming stood there, flask in hand, smirking. Jang Myung-baek exhaled sharply, gripping his chest. What the hell was that for? Seepming took another swig and wiped his lips. Well, look who we have here. His grin widened as he recognized the doctor. If it isn't the little coward who used to cling to his teacher's robes. And now you decided to play doctor, huh? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Congrats on the big career move. Jang Myung-baek, I twitched. He had always hated that smug attitude. Pulling himself up from the floor, he straightened his coat and forced himself to stay professional. What do you want, Seepming? You're the right bodyguard. You don't look injured to me. Seepming's smirk faded. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. A faint ripple of power flared from him, just enough to make Jang Myung-baek uneasy. The doctor swallowed. He doesn't like me being here. With a nervous chuckle, he raised both hands in surrender. Hey, no need for that. I was just asking. Seepming tilted his head, watching him squirm. Relax, Doc. I'm just here for a drink. But if you keep running your mouth, I might need to pay extra attention to your little patient over there. Jang Myung-baek stiffened. Cheon Yeo Woon, still lying on the cot, remained still. But internally, he was already preparing for whatever would happen next. Jang Myung-baek waved a hand dismissively. That's not true, he muttered. Just make yourself comfortable. Still, he kept a cautious eye on Seepming, turning slightly, but never fully looking away. I will never understand this man. Seepming, however, was far more interested in Cheon Yeo Woon. His wide grin stretched across his face. This kid is amazing. Cheon Yeo Woon didn't react, but internally, he was stunned. Why is he here? He had a sinking feeling. Did the right bodyguard suspect he was faking his injuries? Seepming took a step closer, and the sharp scent of alcohol hit Cheon Yeo Woon's nose. The man leaned in, his voice low and amused. Why are you pretending to be asleep? A chill ran down Cheon Yeo Woon's spine. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he forced himself to stay still. Seepming made a casual motion with his hand. Suddenly, Cheon Yeo Woon's entire body lifted off the bed. Jang Myung-baek gasped. The technique Seepming had just used, it was on another level. Cheon Yeo Woon found himself upright against his will, his body weak and shaking. He used chi to lift me. Seepming's smirk deepened. If you keep pretending, I'll just punch you awake. Cheon Yeo Woon internally cursed. Damn it, he tricked me. There was no way out of this. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and met Seepming's amused gaze. How did you know? Cheon Yeo Woon asked, annoyed. Seepming chuckled, then let out a full laugh. You really are something. Cheon Yeo Woon, now visibly irritated, frowned. But then Seepming accused him of being too bold after getting caught, making the embarrassment even worse. The right bodyguard stroked his chin, looking pleased with himself. Any experienced warrior can tell if someone is actually asleep or not, just by the sound of their breathing. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes widened. Breathing? That's how he caught me? Nano Machine, as usual, jumped in with an unnecessary explanation. The average breathing rate for a male between the ages of 15 and 20 is 12 to 20 breaths per minute. However, Cheon Yeo Woon's breathing was measured at only 8 breaths per minute, an unrealistic rate for natural sleep. Seepming folded his arms, still grinning. Your guts are stronger than most of the brats here. I'll give you that. Cheon Yeo Woon studied him carefully. He was starting to think that Seepming hadn't come here just because he suspected him of faking. The right bodyguard's expression darkened slightly. Kids these days. He clicked his tongue in frustration. No endurance. They take the easy way out as soon as things get tough. Cheon Yeo Woon stiffened. If only he knew. But Seepming wasn't done. He pointed straight at Cheon Yeo Woon. You're different. You've got a will that none of the others have. Jang Myung-baek finally had enough. All right, that's enough. Leave the patient alone. He's in no condition for this. Seepming scowled. Wait your turn, Doc. The adults are talking. Before Cheon Yeo Woon could react, another sharp pain shot through his chest. He coughed violently, blood splattering onto his hand. Seepming fell silent. The coughing fit grew worse. Jang Myung-baek gestured toward Cheon Yeo Woon. See? I told you. Dark red droplets dripped onto the cot. Jang Myung-baek frowned. His condition is worse than I thought. Seepming exhaled through his nose and retracted his energy. The moment he did, Cheon Woon's body slumped back onto the pillow, his sore muscles protesting the sudden drop. He rubbed his neck with a groan. Then, Seepming's smirk returned. His gaze sharpened. "All right, let's get to the point," he said, his grin widening. Seepming grinned. "I want you to become my student." Zhang Myong-baek, eyes nearly popped out of his head. Cheon Woon looked at him with the same stunned expression. Meanwhile, Seepming, completely unfazed by their reactions, took another long swig from his flask. Cheon Woon turned his head toward the bodyguard. "I don't think I heard you right." Seepming smirked. "You heard me. I said I want to take you in as my student." Zhang Myong-baek still couldn't believe what he was hearing. Cheon Woon hesitated. "Do you even know who I am?" Seepming raised an eyebrow. "You think I don't?" The very idea seemed ridiculous to him. Cheon Woon's thoughts raced. If Seepming really meant this, the 6 clans would turn against him. "They'll hate you for it," he warned. Seepming chuckled, exhaling sharply. "And? You think it scares me?" Cheon Woon listened closely. The bodyguard leaned back, resting his weight on one leg. "The clans are too busy fighting each other to care. Whether I take you in or not, they'll still be at each other's throats. It makes no difference to me." Cheon Woon lowered his gaze, staring at the floor. There was no denying that this was an incredible opportunity, but it could just as easily be a trap. Zhang Myong-baek, meanwhile, was still struggling to wrap his head around the situation. His brows knitted together as realization hit him. This boy was the 7th prince. He had expected the major clans to pull dirty tricks during the Demon Academy trials. But making Cheon Woon cough up this much blood, that infuriated him. Breaking the silence, Cheon Woon finally spoke. "This is unexpected." He hesitated. "Besides, I already have a teacher at the academy." Seepming scoffed, his expression twisting into mild annoyance. "What? Am I supposed to beg you to become my student now?" He took another sip from his flask, watching the boy closely. Cheon Woon was hesitating. He had expected that much. With the life this kid had lived, trust wasn't something he gave away easily. That was fine. Seepming had a different approach in mind. Reaching into his inner pocket, he pulled something out. "All right, kid, if you're still unsure." Bang! The bodyguard slammed his hand down right next to Cheon Woon's head. A single piece of paper lay on the cot. Cheon Woon stared at it. "What is this?" Seepming smirked. "Exactly what you need if you want to survive at this academy." The man met Cheon Woon's gaze, grinning. "You've been stuck in the infirmary ever since you got here, right?" Cheon Woon frowned. "Are you really okay with falling behind?" Seepming pressed. "Someone like you, without chi, has almost no chance of passing the next test." Cheon Woon clenched his jaw. He had no response. Seepming lifted his flask to his lips. "Anyone who wants to be a warrior has to stay ahead of everyone else." He tilted his head. "You planning to sit in here for 2 whole weeks and start from behind?" That hit home. Cheon Woon's hands trembled slightly. He couldn't afford to fall behind. But he also knew that staying in the infirmary was the only way to keep up the illusion that he was severely injured. Seepming caught the flicker of anxiety on his face and smirked. "Tell me something," he said. "Do you know why that red-haired idiot sent you here?" Cheon Woon immediately understood. He was talking about the left bodyguard. "I assumed it was because I was injured," Cheon Woon admitted. Seepming sighed. "Yeah, sure. The wounded get sent to the infirmary." He leaned in slightly, his tone dropping. "But here's the weird part." Cheon Woon held his breath. Seepming's grin widened. "There were plenty of other injured kids. So why you?" Seepming threw up his hands. "So why didn't Wei Myong-lee put them here too?" Cheon Woon blinked, suddenly realizing he was alone in the infirmary. He glanced around, confirming it. Not a single other candidate had been brought in. Zhang Myong-baek nodded, agreeing with everything Seepming had just pointed out. The right bodyguard continued. "Most of Murim's people can heal their internal injuries through meditation." He shrugged. "Sure, getting treated by a doctor or using medicine would speed things up, but they can heal themselves." Cheon Woon already understood where this was going. Seepming closed his eyes for a moment, then smirked. Since the others can at least recover on their own, there was no need to send them here. Cheon Woon turned his gaze away. "That's why I'm alone in this place." It wasn't just because he was injured. It was because he couldn't heal himself like the others. Seepming noticed the look on Cheon Woon's face and grinned. He decided to wrap things up quickly. With a firm thud, he smacked the bed beside Cheon Woon. "Let's be real, kid. You're a child who can't even heal himself through meditation." He loomed over Cheon Woon slightly. "Do you really think someone like that could recover from internal injuries in a short amount of time?" Cheon Woon turned away again, hiding his expression. He was the only one who knew that he could heal because of Nano Machine. "He's right," Cheon Woon admitted internally. "If I want to move forward, I'll need chi, or at least something that can pass for it." Then, an idea hit him. Cheon-Yeo-woon turned back to Seepming. I heard that passing the first test comes with a healing stone and access to the first floor of the academy library. Seepming burst into loud laughter. Cheon-Yeo-woon frowned, confused. The bodyguard finally calmed down and shook his head. That red-haired idiot really left out some important details. Cheon-Yeo-woon tensed. Like what? Seepming smirked. You think you can just stroll into the academy library whenever you feel like it? Cheon-Yeo-woon's stomach dropped. The library is heavily restricted. Seepming continued. You only get one chance to enter after passing the test. Cheon-Yeo-woon's mouth fell open slightly. One time, you really thought they'd let just anyone browse through all the important books? Seepming scoffed. That place is locked up tighter than a royal treasury. Cheon-Yeo-woon clenched his fists. Seepming took a sip from his flask, then wiped his mouth. Oh, and one more thing, he added. You only get 2 hours inside. Cheon-Yeo-woon sighed in frustration. So it's like climbing one mountain, only to find another waiting at the top. Seepming leaned back. You'll get more time the further you climb, but for now, that's all you get. Cheon-Yeo-woon was about to ask another question when Seepming smirked again. Oh, and rewriting anything is strictly forbidden. So whatever you want to learn, you'd better memorize it before you leave. Cheon-Yeo-woon stiffened. Memorize everything? Then, realization dawned. Wait, that's no problem for me. With nanomachines' scanning ability, he wouldn't just be able to read a couple of books. He could absorb hundreds in 2 hours. Seepming, oblivious to Cheon-Yeo-woon's thoughts, rested his chin on his palm. You've got 4 years in this academy. Without Chi, it's going to test what you're really made of. Cheon-Yeo-woon felt a pang of frustration. He understood what Seepming meant. I really am different from the others. Unlike them, he had no martial training, no clan to back him up, and no Chi to rely on. He turned to Seepming, studying him. Do I really need to become his disciple to survive this place? With the looming threat of the 6 clans, Cheon-Yeo-woon shifted his focus to the paper beside his head. He glanced at it, eyes narrowing as he tried to piece it together. His breath hitched. Could this be Chi breathing? Seepming grinned. Not bad, kid. You're sharper than I thought. He nodded. Yeah, it's Chi breathing. And I'll teach it to you once you become my disciple. Cheon-Yeo-woon clenched his fists. He still wasn't sure if Seepming truly wanted him as a student or if he had some other motive. But one thing was clear. He needed someone on his side. Shakily, he pushed himself up from the bed. His body protested, muscles still weak from his injuries, but he forced himself to stand. Seepming raised an eyebrow, watching him with amusement. Cheon-Yeo-woon dropped to one knee and bowed low. Please accept me as your student. Seepming's smirk widened. He was pleased. Lifting his head slightly, Cheon-Yeo-woon added, an apprentice should bow twice to his teacher. But before he could lower himself again, Seepming waved a hand, and an invisible force pulled Cheon-Yeo-woon to his feet. The blood of the Lord should never bow lower than the Lord himself, Seepming said with a grin. For the first time, he addressed Cheon-Yeo-woon properly. From now on, you're my apprentice. Clearing his throat, Seepming continued. For today, you'll rest. By the time I return, I want you to have memorized the key points of Chi breathing. Then, without warning, he clapped Jongmyong-baek on the shoulder, making the doctor jolt. And you're now in charge of my apprentice's recovery. Keep him in one piece. Jongmyong-baek rubbed his shoulder, muttering under his breath, as Seepming strolled out of the infirmary, his signature bad breath lingering in the air. Both Cheon-Yeo-woon and Jongmyong-baek watched him go. Once he was out of sight, Jongmyong-baek let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he muttered. Then, turning to Cheon-Yeo-woon, he asked, Are you okay? Cheon-Yeo-woon gave a small nod. Yeah, but that felt like a hurricane just passed through. Jongmyong-baek chuckled. He found himself liking this kid. He almost called Seepming a drunk, but decided to be polite. Instead, he smirked. Well, congrats. You're officially the right bodyguard apprentice. Cheon-Yeo-woon nodded, feeling a mix of gratitude and exhaustion. The doctor checked his pulse again, frowning. You're still in a pretty weak state, he noted. Your pulse is a mess. Honestly, I don't know how you're even managing to stay upright. Jongmyong-baek shook his head. I'll be back with acupuncture tools. Stay awake, all right? Cheon-Yeo-woon gave a weak nod as the doctor walked away. Left alone, Cheon-Yeo-woon picked up the paper again. His mind raced. With nanomachine and Seepming on my side, the possibilities were endless. His thoughts drifted to memories of his mother and his old bodyguard, Garjang. His chest tightened. Among all these enemies, I finally have an ally. Meanwhile, in the Academy Square, the Demon Academy's main square was bustling once more. Some cadets sat meditating, recovering their strength. Others, including representatives of the 6 clans, stood waiting. A man in black knelt before Wei Myong Lee, prepared to report. This man was none other than Jin Chong-ho, the Academy's senior martial arts instructor. The results of the first test are in, Jin Chang-ho announced, including Cadet 7, who was taken to the infirmary, the total number of candidates who passed. 415, Jin Chang-ho reported. Wei Myung Lee's expression darkened. That was 200 fewer than the results from the first test 10 years ago. As expected, he muttered. Elder Soya Hang's energy waves were too strong. His gaze swept across the square, where many of the failed candidates still stood, disbelief written all over their faces. To them, this was unfair. Some protested angrily. We didn't even pass out. A dazed cadet, still confused, sputtered. Why am I being expelled just because I foamed at the mouth a little? They truly thought it was unjust. Jang Seum-cheon crossed his arms and scoffed. Do you really not understand? The rejected candidates fell silent, staring at him. Jang Seum-cheon exhaled, shaking his head. You failed, and now you're struggling to accept it. His tone was cold, detached. But that's just reality. What did you think would happen? That you get a second chance? The group remained quiet, but their clenched fists and hard stares gave away their resentment. Jang Seum-cheon sighed. You don't want to spend the rest of your lives as farmers or servants. Is that it? A chorus of voices erupted in response. No. Jang Seum-cheon's expression hardened. He had given them a chance, but there was no other way. Throw them out, he ordered. At his command, the Academy's soldiers sprang into action. They grabbed the failed candidates and beat them down, showing no mercy. Blood splattered onto the ground as the screams of the defeated filled the square. One by one, they were tossed out of the Academy gates like garbage. Jin Chang-ho watched the brutal scene unfold and sked. It's useless. They'll never learn. Wei Myung Lee remained silent, arms crossed. A moment later, he admitted, honestly, if I were in their place, I'd think it was unfair too, especially with what Cadet 7 pulled. Now that the chaos had settled, Jang Seum-cheon and his men stood over the broken figures of the expelled candidates, all sprawled out in the dirt. Wei Myung Lee's gaze swept over the square. They had neither luck nor skill. This is simply their fate. Jin Chang-ho, however, had turned his attention elsewhere. Among the remaining candidates, those who had passed, there were many who stood out. Wei Myung Lee noticed it too. Many were still meditating, recovering from their injuries. But among them, the candidates from the 6 clans and the 8 high clans stood strong. It was obvious the energy waves hadn't fazed them in the slightest. The representatives of the major clans barely seemed to have exerted themselves. They're already on a different level, Jin Chang-ho remarked. Wei Myung Lee nodded. To resist Elder Soyahang's energy waves without injury, it would take hundreds of years of chi refinement to achieve that level of mastery. That meant one thing. Those 6 were far above the rest. Among them, Wei Myung Lee's eyes landed on 2 in particular. Mian Cheon, the number 1 of the Dark Clan, and Yuchan Cheon, the number 5 of the Blade Clan. Neither had moved an inch throughout the test. A slow smile crept on Wei Myung Lee's face. Rumor has it this battle will be between their 2 clans. He grinned. This is going to be interesting. The cadets all turned in the same direction as a group of Academy officials stepped forward. Congratulations, one of them announced. The candidates were presented with a token bearing a single hieroglyph. You will now receive the bronze medal, the lowest rank in the Academy, the official continued. For the next 4 years, you will serve as cadets of the Demon Academy. A man stepped in front of them, his presence imposing. Here, you are not permitted to answer with a simple yes or no. There is only one acceptable response. His eyes swept over the group. The only word you may say is motto. Understood. The voice echoed in front of a towering Academy building. The gathered cadets stood silently as the official's gaze swept over them. Good. Then we'll begin dividing into groups. A sinister smile spread across Wei Myung Lee's face. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, thin needles gleamed on a silver tray, prepared for treatment. Cheon Yo-woon lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Everything's ready, Jang Myung-baek announced. Let's begin. Cheon Yo-woon turned his head slightly. Jang Myung-baek, the doctor, facing away, paused before glancing over his shoulder. Use my full name, he corrected. Not just doctor. Jang Myung-baek settled into a chair beside the bed as Cheon Yo-woon shifted his gaze to him. Be honest, is my condition really that bad? For a brief moment, Jang Myung-baek hesitated before giving a regretful sigh. I hate to break it to a Demon Academy cadet, but at least 11 to 15 days before you're fit for the next tests. Cheon Yo-woon's expression darkened. That long? If nanomachine activated self-healing mode, his injuries would vanish instantly, before the treatment even started. That would be too suspicious. But if he followed the normal recovery process, he'd fall behind in training. Worse, he had no idea what was happening outside the infirmary. His pupils contracted. Either way, I lose. Jang Myung-baek clenched his fist. Don't look so down, he said. If you were treated by a regular doctor, recovery would take months. But my teacher is exceptional. You'll heal much faster. Cheon Yeo Woon looked away. It's still too long, he muttered. Zhao Myong Beck, noticing his frustration, exhaled. Look, maybe this won't mean much, but I'll pretend I don't know you're secretly training under the right bodyguard. Cheon Yeo Woon blinked, momentarily surprised. He turned back to Zhao Myong Beck and nodded. Thanks. I'll repay you someday. Zhao Myong Beck waved a hand dismissively. I don't expect anything in return. Then, without warning, he grabbed Cheon Yeo Woon's shirt and yanked it off. We're doing acupuncture. That means no clothes, he said matter-of-factly. Cheon Yeo Woon instinctively glanced down at his toned torso. Zhao Myong Beck, however, froze for a moment, blinking in surprise. He doesn't train in martial arts, so how the hell does he have this kind of physique? He eyed the sludge-like medicinal paste in his hand, wondering if Cheon Yeo Woon's body had developed this way naturally, or if it was something else. Pushing the thought aside, he grabbed the first needle. This one goes in the middle of the sternum, Zhao Myong Beck explained, positioning it over Cheon Yeo Woon's chest. But just as the needle was about to pierce his skin, Nanomachine's warning flashed. Detected, attempted bodily harm using a sharp iron needle. Activating self-defense mode. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes widened. Oh no. The needle hovered inches from his skin as his body tensed. Stop. Cheon Yeo Woon ordered Nanomachine in his mind. Zhao Myong Beck blinked in confusion. Something wrong. Sweat gathered on Cheon Yeo Woon's forehead. Nanomachine, this isn't an attack. It's for healing. Nanomachine remained silent for a second. Then, self-defense mode deactivated per user's command. Cheon Yeo Woon exhaled in relief, closing his eyes for a moment. Note, without prior information on bodily procedures, all external intrusions will be classified as a potential threat. Cheon Yeo Woon gritted his teeth. Great. Another problem to deal with. Zhao Myong Beck remained puzzled, watching the strange reaction on Cheon Yeo Woon's face. Everything okay? The doctor asked. Cheon Yeo Woon forced a nod, keeping his expression neutral. Yeah, let's just get this over with. Cheon Yeo Woon calmly told Nanomachine not to react to any actions he took on his own from now on. Without hesitation, the Nanomachine acknowledged the command. Meanwhile, CLA inserted the needle with a faint smile. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes widened slightly as he noticed the pain in his stomach had lessened. Nanomachine immediately provided an analysis, explaining that she had extracted acupuncture techniques from her internal database. She broke down CLA's method, pointing out that the needles were inserted at key points below the sternum, under the heart, and along the arms. She further detailed that 6 of these points were specifically used to enhance stomach regeneration. Cheon Yeo Woon nodded, realizing that he now had a much better understanding of the information Nanomachine had previously shared. His gaze lingered on CLA, who casually told him to get some rest while the acupuncture did its job. He added, somewhat embarrassed, that it felt awkward being watched. Amused, Cheon Yeo Woon agreed and closed his eyes, though sleep didn't come easily. As Nanomachine continued to explain, Cheon Yeo Woon listened intently, learning how additional needles had been placed under his knees, toes, and calves. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. CLA was examining the arrangement of needles when Cheon Yeo Woon asked Nanomachine a crucial question. Could she heal his internal injuries? And if so, could she make it seem as if he were still wounded? Nanomachine processed the request swiftly, responding that once his self-healing was complete, she could manipulate his heart rate to create the illusion of ongoing damage. That was all Cheon Yeo Woon needed to hear. He had initially asked out of curiosity, but now, the possibilities excited him. If he could maintain this deception for just 2 weeks, he could take advantage of the opportunity to learn seatming under the right instructor. Turning away in satisfaction, Cheon Yeo Woon issued his command. Heal him completely while ensuring he still appeared injured. Nanomachine confirmed the order and initiated the self-healing process. Meanwhile, outside, the setting sun cast long shadows through the trees. A commanding voice broke the silence, ordering the cadets to line up. A man stood tall, his cloak billowing in the wind as he prepared to address them. His gaze was sharp as he finally spoke, announcing the details of their next test. Positioned at the top of the stairs, he declared that until the 3rd trial, all cadets would be tested together. To pass the 2nd test and advance to the rank of mid-level warriors, they needed to demonstrate a fundamental understanding of tactics and strategy. He then smirked, dropping a bombshell. They only had 20 days to prepare. Nervous whispers spread among the cadets. The time frame was absurdly short. Could they possibly memorize all the necessary strategies in time? Wei Myong Lee, arms crossed, cut through the tension with a question. Did anyone wonder why there were exactly 20 groups? Without waiting for a response, he answered himself. In just 3 weeks, only 10 groups would remain. Shock rippled through the ranks. Many cadets clenched their fists, realizing the harsh truth. Half of them would be eliminated. Those in weaker groups exchanged uneasy glances. Meanwhile, Murim Cheon, standing firm, maintained his composure. Others around him had already grasped another unsettling fact. The 6 great clans had an undeniable advantage in this competition. With his eyes closed, the man let out a short laugh. He then declared that this was the first and last test requiring teamwork. So if anyone insisted on competing against each other as a group, they might as well fail together. Jin Chang-ho sighed internally. Even now, he had to admit, the guy had a real talent for killing morale. Wei Myung Lee turned slightly and announced that the day's schedule was officially over. The cadets were free to return to their dorms and rest. But before they could move, his gaze darkened. He coldly informed them that starting tomorrow, the instructors standing before them would personally oversee their training. And they would be more than happy to drill tactics and techniques into them, whether they liked it or not. A shiver ran through the group. The cadets recalled how those very instructors had mercilessly beaten the more unruly recruits earlier. Now, they couldn't help but wonder, were these the same men responsible for crushing those troublemakers? Overhead, birds scattered into the evening sky as the cadets were finally dismissed. Dark shadows stretched across the ground, marking the fading daylight. Meanwhile, Im Pyong, the instructor for Group 8, stood at attention. He stared forward as a figure stopped in front of him. Without turning his head, he asked why cadet number 3 was still lingering. Murim Cheon offered a smirk. He had a question. Im Pyong faced him, his expression unreadable. He reminded Murim Cheon that instructors weren't allowed to answer any training-related inquiries. Murim Cheon, unfazed, countered that he could. For the first time, Im Pyong looked at him directly. What is it? Murim Cheon took a slow breath, then stated that he was confident he'd be chosen as the leader of Group 8. Im Pyong remained silent, though his thoughts stirred. The leader elections were scheduled for tomorrow, but as always, the 6 great clans treated the rules like a joke. Murim Cheon opened his palm, explaining that cadet number 7, one of their assigned teammates, was currently in the infirmary. His voice tightened as he admitted that with one person missing from the group test, he didn't want the entire team to fail. Closing his eyes, he added that since cadet number 7 had missed the ceremony, he had no idea what was coming. So Murim Cheon wanted to personally fill him in on everything they had learned today. Im Pyong studied him carefully, saying nothing. Murim Cheon, however, hid a smug grin. To him, this was a golden opportunity. That lowborn trash who had ended up in his group. Unlucky for him, Murim Cheon would personally head to the infirmary and deal with him, permanently. Before he could act, Im Pyong suddenly grabbed him by the shoulders. That's a great idea, he exclaimed. I see you've already taken initiative. Impressive for your first day. Murim Cheon blinked in shock. Im Pyong, still gripping his shoulders, added that, as the group's instructor, he would personally go to the main building and pass on the information to cadet number 7. Murim Cheon's face twitched. His plans were unraveling. Quickly, he tried to intervene. Instructor, you don't have to do that. I'll handle it myself. But Im Pyong's tone turned firm. The main building is off limits to cadets, except under special circumstances. Murim Cheon's body tensed. He hadn't expected this. How had he overlooked such a crucial restriction? His fists clenched. He was a candidate for the prestigious Seori clan. Yet even here, he had no control. Things weren't going according to plan. Im Pyong extended his hand to the side, signaling for Murim Cheon to return to his dorm. Murim Cheon gave a small nod, feigning obedience. Understood, he said smoothly. In that case, I have a favor to ask. Im Pyong turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Murim Cheon hesitated for a moment before looking away. At the very least, can you let me know when cadet number 7 rejoins us? Im Pyong barely glanced back as he waved a hand dismissively. No problem. It's already late today. I'll update you tomorrow. Murim Cheon forced a polite thank you before turning on his heel. The wind ruffled his hair as he walked, but beneath his composed exterior, frustration simmered. If things were going to play out like this, then he had no choice but to wait. His lips curled into a sinister smirk. Lowborn scum, you better heal fast. Because once you're back, I'll make sure you wish you never recovered. Meanwhile, the moon cast a soft glow over the towering main building of the demonic academy. Inside, Im Pyong stood stiffly, eyes narrowing in confusion. 14 days, he repeated. Zhang Myong-baek, the academy's doctor, gave a firm nod. His internal injuries are severe. He'll need to stay here for at least 2 weeks. An instructor beside them folded his arms. That long, he muttered, dissatisfied. If he's stuck in the infirmary for that long, his chances of reaching the highest level will be slim. Isn't there a way to speed up the process? Myung-baek pressed a hand against his chin and thought. I've considered that myself, he admitted. If he had Seatmering, it might have helped, but this cadet has no foundation in it at all. Impyong felt a bead of sweat trail down his temple. That meant there was no shortcut, just an agonizing wait. His mind raced. The second test is in 3 weeks, and we might lose because of this one guy. He exhaled sharply, irritated by the thought. Myung-baek turned his head as Impyong spoke up again. Can I talk to cadet number 7? He asked. I have a lot to discuss with him. Myung-baek glanced toward the patient's bed. He's asleep right now, he replied. Waking him up would be difficult. Should I do it anyway? Impyong shook his head. No need. He's not going anywhere. I'll come back tomorrow. As he turned to leave, the door creaked open, and Myung-baek bid him farewell. Impyong paused for a moment, his gaze flickering toward the silhouette behind the screen. He clicked his tongue in frustration before stepping out of the room. Barely scraped through the first test. And now he's out of commission for 2 weeks? Looks like his luck has finally run out. Inside, Cheon-Yeo-woon remained undisturbed, breathing steadily as the moonlight filtered through the window. But outside, a sudden gust of wind rustled the trees. A dark figure moved swiftly between the academy's buildings, its shadow flickering across the walls. Then, bam! The door slammed open with a vicious kick. Cheon-Yeo-woon jolted awake, instantly alert. A wide grin stretched across Seatming's face as he loomed in the doorway. Rise and shine, he sneered. Your teacher has arrived. Cheon-Yeo-woon pushed the screen aside, staring at the man before him. A realization dawned. The real test was just beginning. The sharp scent of alcohol lingered in the air as Seatming took a swig from a bottle, the neck still resting between his lips. He glanced at Cheon-Yeo-woon and smirked. Not even a greeting. Without hesitation, Cheon-Yeo-woon bowed. Good morning, teacher. Your student greets you. Seatming wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and got straight to the point. So, did you finish the homework I gave you yesterday? Cheon-Yeo-woon blinked in surprise. Homework? Seatming's expression darkened with irritation. Cheon-Yeo-woon quickly searched his memory before hesitantly asking, Are you talking about the Seatming breathing technique? Seatming snorted. Glad to see you're not completely clueless. He reminded Cheon-Yeo-woon that he had told him to memorize everything before his arrival. Cheon-Yeo-woon looked upward, thinking back. I was just taken to the infirmary yesterday. This guy must be incredibly impatient. Seatming picked at his ear nonchalantly. So, you don't remember a thing, huh? Cheon-Yeo-woon clasped his fist over his palm. Of course I remember it. Internally, he was grateful that Nano Machine had healed him beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Seatming eyed him carefully, thinking he really learned it while recovering. I was just trying to provoke him. Then, with an amused chuckle, he patted Cheon-Yeo-woon's shoulder. Not bad. At least you did what your teacher asked. Cheon-Yeo-woon bowed slightly. Thank you for the praise. Outside, the sky had begun to darken, streaked with the fading light of twilight. Cheon-Yeo-woon glanced at Seatming. Teacher, isn't it a little too early for this? Seatming raised an eyebrow. What? You tired already? No, that's not it. Cheon-Yeo-woon quickly corrected. Seatming's grip tightened slightly on his shoulder. Good, he said. Because there's something you need to know. Cheon-Yeo-woon tilted his head, curious, until Seatming dropped an unexpected bombshell. I can only teach you for 2 weeks. Cheon-Yeo-woon's chest tightened. 2 weeks? Seatming continued, explaining that he could visit him while he was still in the infirmary. But once Cheon-Yeo-woon was discharged and back in the dorms, their lessons would have to stop. He waved a hand dismissively. That's just how it is. Cheon-Yeo-woon nodded slowly. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Seatming smirked. Obviously, you got yourself hospitalized as soon as you arrived. Cheon-Yeo-woon frowned, deep in thought. In a demonic academy, training with outsiders was strictly forbidden. If he was caught, it would only make things worse. Folding his hands in front of him, he bowed. Thank you for the warning, teacher. Seatming studied him for a moment, mildly surprised. Huh, I expected him to argue, but he's taking this pretty well. Shaking off his thoughts, Seatming motioned to the side. All right, no time to waste. Let's start. Cheon-Yeo-woon blinked. Right now, Seatming's eyes twitched in irritation. He jabbed a finger at Cheon-Yeo-woon. Did you not hear me? We're short on time. Realizing his mistake, Cheon-Yeo-woon quickly nodded. Understood. Then sit down. Face away from me. Cheon-Yeo-woon lowered himself onto his knees, moving quickly at the teacher's sharp tone. Why is he doing all this? He wondered as he cast a glance backward. Seatming settled behind him, cracking his knuckles. Since you actually memorized the breath of 1,000 martial arts, this is going to be a lot easier. He placed a firm hand on Cheon-Yeo-woon's back, and the lesson truly began. Cheon-Yeo-woon turned to his teacher, suspicion creeping into his voice. What exactly are you going to do? Seatming smirked. We're short on time. so I'm going to shove the flow into you. Cheon Yeo-woon's stomach dropped. Wait, what does that even mean? Still grinning, Seepming shrugged. This difficult path was created by your great-grandfather. You don't need to worry. Your teacher will handle it for you. Before Cheon Yeo-woon could react, a white energy flickered to life around Seepming's hand. Clench your jaw, he warned. If you scream and the guards hear, this is over. Cheon Yeo-woon barely had a second to brace himself before pain shot through his body. He gritted his teeth, his entire frame trembling as streams of energy pulsed from Seepming's palm into his back. Nanomachine's voice chimed in. Intangible energy detected. Now incorporating into user's bloodstream. Analysis in progress. Veins bulged across Cheon Yeo-woon's body as Nanomachine continued. Energy identified as QI, also referred to as chakra. Further analysis on physiological effects underway. Cheon Yeo-woon squeezed his eyes shut. I knew Seepming training would be intense, but this is on a different level. Seepming's gaze remained locked ahead, deep in thought. He visualized the chakra flow inside Cheon Yeo-woon, expecting resistance. No training, no foundation. So why is the circulation so smooth? His hand remained firmly pressed against Cheon Yeo-woon's back as he made another realization. The kid's muscles, they're already developed. But as far as I know, he's never trained in martial arts before. His brows furrowed. Could it be? A memory surfaced. His lord, standing beside a woman with a soft laugh and closed eyes. Seepming's expression darkened slightly. Out of all 7 wives, he only ever cared about Lady Hua. Maybe he's been secretly looking after this kid all along. Then, with a smirk, he dismissed the thought. Doesn't matter. Everything is going smoothly. Cheon Yeo-woon remained locked in place, his body burning as the energy surged through him. Seepming studied him for a moment before concluding, at this rate, with a body like his, he'll have enough Seepming in just 7 days. Meanwhile, inside the demonic academy dorms, a sharp crack echoed as someone took a punch to the face. The attacker extended his leg, sending his opponent staggering backward. Around them, cadets shouted excitedly. Prince! Prince! Sweat beaded on their faces as one of them stepped forward, furious. Who do you think you are? You think you'll be safe after attacking a representative of the Poison Clan? The injured cadet wiped the blood from his mouth and scoffed. Does it even matter? A figure, Baek Gi, stepped forward, pointing at himself. The Demon Academy runs on strength. I won, so that means I'm the leader of the 12th group now. He folded his arms, exhaling slowly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the others. No one dared to challenge him. Back in the infirmary, Cheon Yeo-woon wiped the sweat from his forehead, his breathing heavy. Seepming sat behind him, taking another swig from his bottle. So, Seepming said casually, do you remember the flow? Cheon Yeo-woon exhaled sharply. Yeah, I remember it just fine. Seepming smirked. Probably hurt like hell the first time, huh? But it's the best way to hammer knowledge into someone like you. Someone without Seepming. Cheon Yeo-woon turned slightly, his thoughts swirling. Seepming placed a hand on his own face and leaned back. 7 days, he said. That's how long you've got. You need to build up enough Seepming in that time. Cheon Yeo-woon's gaze dropped as he silently processed everything. The real training was only just beginning. Cheon Yeo-woon glanced at Seepming, noting the exhaustion in his expression. Judging by how drained he looks, he must have used a lot of Seepming himself. Cheon Yeo-woon clenched his fists. If he can endure that much strain for my sake, then I need to at least match that effort. Bowing deeply, he said, with your guidance, I'll do my best, teacher. Seepming smirked. You say that when you feel like it. Placing a firm hand on Cheon Yeo-woon's shoulder, he added, that's all for today. He stepped back, looking satisfied. Just don't forget, you need to master the breathing technique and flow perfectly. Cheon Yeo-woon's gaze flickered to the bottle in Seepming's hand, surprised by how casually the man handled the situation. Seepming stretched. Time for me to go. He waved a hand. Get better, kid. Cheon Yeo-woon bowed once more. Thank you, teacher. The soft glow of dawn crept through the window as Cheon Yeo-woon raised his head, his resolve strengthening. 1 week. I can do this. Meanwhile, outside the demonic academy, dark silhouettes moved across the training grounds, the air heavy with tension. Wei Myung-lee stood rigidly, his jaw clenched as he surveyed the scene. Just as expected, around him, battered cadets lay scattered on the ground, their bruised faces a testament to the chaos from the night before. He exhaled sharply. So many of them were wrecked. His thoughts drifted to the instructors. He finally understood why they had been absent from the dorms on the first night. They gave the students time to fight among themselves to establish dominance. His gaze lowered, catching movement in the distance. Baek Gi stood at the center of a group of cadets, exuding quiet confidence. Wei Myung-lee frowned. The 12th group was supposed to have a Poison Clan candidate as its leader, but their leader is cadet number 18 instead. Behind Baek Ji, another boy shifted uncomfortably, clearly unhappy with the outcome. Wei Myung Lee stroked his chin. Not only does he know exactly what's going on, he's got guts. Attacking the prince, even with a black nameplate? A voice cut through his thoughts. Time to begin training. Jin Chang-ho had appeared beside him, his tone firm. The murmuring cadets turned their attention to the top of the stairs, where figures stood watching. Jin Chang-ho stepped forward, his voice booming. For the next 7 days, every morning, you will attend lessons in the classroom to your right, where you'll study basic tactics and strategy. He let the words settle before continuing. After lunch, you'll train here on the grounds. A strong gust of wind tore through the area as he raised his voice. Understood. A resounding motto. Echoed back. Without hesitation, the cadets moved, making their way toward the auditorium. The first group stepped forward. One cadet froze, sweat forming on his brow as a mocking voice called his name. Murim Cheon smirked. How does it feel falling so far down the ranks? His grin widened. I knew the Poison Clan was nothing without their poison. He laughed coldly. And now you've hit rock bottom. The Poison Clan representative seethed, cursing under his breath. His eyes burned with fury, but he turned away, swallowing his pride. Baek Ji, uninterested, turned his back on the scene. But the Poison Clan cadet stood trembling, fists clenched. I come from a top clan, and this scum dares to insult me? His teeth ground together as the insult burned into his mind. The Poison Clan cadet clenched his fists, rage boiling inside him. Let Baek Ji enjoy playing leader while he can. He'll regret being in the same group as me soon enough. Above the dorms of the Demon Academy, the full moon cast an eerie glow over the rooftops. Murim Cheon turned when someone addressed him. Impyeong stood in front of him, arms crossed. You performed well during the second group training. Murim Cheon smirked. I'm flattered. Nearby, Cadet 3 wiped sweat from his forehead as Impyeong continued. Cadet 7 will be staying in the infirmary for 2 weeks. Murim Cheon's expression faltered. Did you say 2 weeks? Impyeong nodded. That's what the doctor told me. With a slow exhale, Impyeong closed his eyes. Even if he remembers all the theory, the real challenge will be the practical training. Without seatming, catching up will be nearly impossible. He sighed. In any case, I'll check in on him again today. 2 cadets stopped in front of him, listening attentively. Impyeong glanced at them. For now, we have free time. Whether it's training or reviewing knowledge, use it wisely. Murim Cheon crossed his arms, his mind racing. A sudden bang echoed through the hall as a door was kicked open. The cadets turned sharply, their faces tense with fear. Someone muttered, "Things will only get worse if he loses his temper." Murim Cheon gritted his teeth, fists trembling. "This is a curse," he spat, seething with frustration. How could that bastard be in the infirmary for 2 whole weeks? Jahyun, standing nearby, calmly responded, "If the doctor said so, then it must be true." Murim Cheon's eyes darkened. Obviously, that bastard is pretending to be sick. His fist slammed into a nearby column, the impact sending vibrations through the stone. The thought of that filthy-blooded freak just lying there peacefully makes my teeth ache. Jahyun stepped closer and whispered into his ear, "Instead of wasting your energy being angry, why not do something about it?" Murim Cheon raised an eyebrow. For days later, inside the infirmary, Jongmyong Baek sat slouched in the corner of his office, sighing heavily. 5 days, and not a single patient, he muttered, resting his face against his palm. This is unbearable. He groaned. Cheon Yeo Woon, poor guy. You might be my last patient at this rate. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the silence. Jongmyong Baek jolted upright, heart pounding. What the hell was that? He blurted out, eyes darting toward the noise. Near the entrance, Impyeong stepped inside with a cadet slumped against him. Blood trickled from the boy's side. Impyeong's voice was calm but urgent. He was injured while training with real swords. I didn't remove the blade, in case it made things worse. Jongmyong Baek's eyes lit up. Finally, a patient. Put him on that bed, he instructed, moving quickly. As soon as the cadet was lying down, Jongmyong Baek got to work. His hands moved swiftly, expertly stitching the wound. Impyeong watched in amazement. That was fast, befitting someone who trained under the best. Jongmyong Baek shrugged. Well, it helped that you left the sword in. Removing it could have made things worse. Impyeong's expression remained tense as he glanced at the injured cadet. How bad is it? Jongmyong Baek wiped his hands clean. Luckily, no vital organs were damaged. He was fortunate. Impyeong let out a breath of relief and sank into a chair beside the doctor. Closing his eyes, he muttered, "Still, I can't help but worry about these kids." Jongmyong Baek glanced at him. "They're my responsibility until the second test." Impyeong sighed, rubbing his temples. Two of them in the infirmary, already. Jang Beck casually covered his medical kit with one hand. The wound's been stitched up, but it's deep enough that he'll need to be hospitalized for a few days. Impyong's expression tightened. How long? The doctor smiled, clearly enjoying the question. Not as long as cadet number 7. 3 days should be enough. The door creaked open as Impyong turned to leave. I'll check in later after evening training. Take care of Cadet 23. As he walked down the dimly lit hall, he muttered under his breath. First real sword training, and already someone gets injured? This is going to need an explanation. In the flickering glow of candlelight, a shadow moved behind a screen. A cadet stepped forward, passing the flame, his eyes locked onto the medical toolkit. His fingers trembled as he reached for a knife. He lifted it, staring at the blade's sharp edge. Self-harm. Is this really the only way? Sliding the partition aside, he bent down and grabbed another boy's leg. This is for survival, he whispered, bringing the blade to his skin. Don't blame me for this. The moment the cold steel touched his flesh, a violent jolt surged through his body. His mouth snapped open in a silent scream as electricity coursed through him. The knife clattered to the floor. Cheon Woon's eyes flickered open. Beside his bed, a boy lay twitching, his body rigid with shock. Cheon Woon sat up, gazing down at him with an icy glare. Just as expected, moonlight poured into the infirmary, casting long shadows as the boy's eyes shot open. A blood-curdling scream filled the room. He gasped, chest heaving, staring up at the ceiling in confusion. Why'd I pass out? It was only then that he realized. His arms were bound. Thick ropes wrapped tightly around his wrists, keeping him locked in place. Panic flooded his features. Who did this? He jerked his head to the side, searching for an answer, only to meet Cheon Woon's cold, amused stare. A slow, taunting smile curled on Cheon Woon's lips. That would be me, Baldy. The boy stiffened. Sweat dripped down his temple. What did you just call me? Cheon Woon's smirk deepened. You heard me. The cadet's thoughts scrambled. How did this even happen? I passed out, but his eyes darted to Cheon Woon's body. He was supposed to be injured, so why does he look perfectly fine? His breathing hitched as realization set in. Wait, why did he call me Baldy? Then, as if the universe answered his question, he caught a glimpse of his reflection. His entire body froze. His lips parted in horror. And then, a deafening scream tore from his throat. He thrashed violently, shaking his head, but the familiar sensation was gone. No smoothness. No hair. This can't be real, he wailed, eyes wide with terror. What happened to my hair? His frantic cries were cut short by a sharp slap across the face. The room fell silent. Cheon Woon loomed over him, his expression unreadable. Shut up. A puddle of saliva formed near the cadet's mouth as his body slumped. His eyes fluttered shut once again. Moments later, he slowly regained consciousness, his breathing uneven. He found himself face to face with Cheon Woon. Cheon Woon leaned in slightly. Have you finally calmed down? The cadet glared, mumbling through the gag stuffed in his mouth. Cheon Woon narrowed his eyes. What's that? Hard to understand you with that gag in place. The bound cadet turned his head away, but the cold fear in his eyes was unmistakable. How did this happen? He thought in disbelief. At the ceremony, this guy seemed so naive, so harmless. But the aura surrounding Cheon Woon now was anything but. A glint of silver flashed in the dimly lit room. Cheon Woon turned the knife over in his hand, his gaze locked onto his prisoner. Then, with a chilling calmness, he asked, So, shall we begin? Hyabong mind raced. How has Cheon Woon even survived until now? As if reading his thoughts, Cheon Woon twirled the knife between his fingers. People like you, he said coldly, are always trying to poison me, or worse. His grip on the handle tightened as he brought the blade closer to Hyabong's neck. How many times do you think someone's tried this already? The bald cadet's breath hitched. Cheon Woon tilted his head with a deceptively sweet smile. You've played with knives before, haven't you? Then you must know. The steel edge glided against Hyabong's skin. Just how painful it is to have one stabbed into you. Hyabong shuddered. You might even die, Cheon Woon murmured, the blade reflecting the dim light. The cadet struggled against the ropes, but Cheon Woon pressed the knife a little closer. But you can't speak right now, can you? He mused. So let's fix that. With a flick of his wrist, he yanked the gag from Hyabong's mouth. Hyabong coughed violently, gasping for air. Cheon Woon stepped back, arms crossed. Now talk. The bald cadet hesitated, his lips barely parting. What are you even talking about? His eyes darted to the side. I don't understand. Cheon Woon's expression darkened. Hyabong forced a smirk. And don't you think you should be more worried? If you stab me here, you'll take all the blame. Outside, shadows shifted, men standing guard just beyond the infirmary walls. Hyabong continued, his confidence returning. There are rules about training and duels at the Demon Academy. Outside of official sessions, no one is allowed to attack another student. Yeo-woon's fingers traced the blade absent-mindedly. So that's how it is. He pressed the knife to Hyebong's cheek, the cool metal making him flinch. You won't talk that easily, huh? Hyebong turned his face away, scowling. Obviously, his voice hardened. Even if you tortured me, I wouldn't say a word. A slow, dangerous smile spread across Yeo-woon's face. Hyebong, stomach twisted. What is he thinking? What does he plan to do? Yeo-woon cracked his knuckles. Well then, let's test that. Before Hyebong could react, Yeo-woon shoved the gag back in his mouth. Turning on his heel, Yeo-woon walked away from the bed. Stay right there, he said casually. Hyebong stiffened as he heard the sound of metal clinking. Yeo-woon crouched beside a container, scanning its contents. Then, he let out a soft, unsettling laugh. Hyebong, breathing, turned shallow. What the hell is he doing? A second later, Yeo-woon turned back, holding up something thin and metallic between his fingers. Needles. Hyebong's eyes widened in sheer horror. No way. Yeo-woon grabbed Hyebong's bound arms, forcing them still. You're shaking, he observed, amusement lacing his voice. Are you scared? Hyebong clenched his fists, his pride keeping him from responding. But panic clawed at his chest. How is he this strong? He doesn't even have martial arts training. Yeo-woon positioned himself behind Hyebong, his grip unrelenting. What are you trying to do? Hyebong choked out, his voice barely above a whisper. Yeo-woon didn't answer. Instead, he lifted the needle, letting the moonlight catch its sharp tip. This might sting a little. With precise control, he slammed the needle under Hyebong's fingernail. A piercing scream tore through the infirmary. Hyebong's body jolted violently, his legs kicking against the bed. Another needle glinted in Yeo-woon's hand. Hyebong's voice broke. Please. And not too much. His words melted into pained cries as Yeo-woon continued. Tears streamed down his face. His body trembled uncontrollably. His mind screamed for it to stop. Blood trickled down his fingers, staining the bed. Yeo-woon leaned closer, whispering, Didn't you say you wouldn't talk? Even under torture? Hyebong sobbed, his will crumbling. Yeo-woon's smile turned ominous. Think about it. He held up another needle, the light reflecting ominously in his eyes. This is only the beginning. Outside the infirmary, faint wails echoed in the night. The academy remained silent. No one came. Hyebong's bound hands were slick with blood, his body trembling as he lay there, the gag muffling his ragged breathing. Behind him, Yeo-woon tilted his head. Hurts a lot, doesn't it? He mused. You've already passed out twice. Hyebong averted his eyes, fear tightening his throat. Yeo-woon leaned in slightly. Should we move on to the other hand? Hyebong's entire body stiffened. He sat frozen for a long moment before finally shaking his head. Yeo-woon raised an eyebrow. Oh, he turned to face him fully. So you're finally ready to talk? Reaching forward, Yeo-woon yanked the gag from his mouth. You should have done this from the start. Hyebong gasped for air, coughing weakly. Yeo-woon smirked, watching him closely. This guy's completely broken. He must have either gone crazy or realized he's on the brink of death. Either way, he knows there's no point resisting anymore. His voice dropped to a calm, almost amused tone. Tell me, it was Murim Cheon, wasn't it? Hyebong's breath hitched. His eyes widened in shock. How did you? Yeo-woon's smirk deepened. You want to know how I figured it out? Hyebong swallowed hard and gave a stiff nod. A chill ran down his spine as Yeo-woon explained. Thanks to Murim Cheon's oh-so-caring nature, my instructor has been visiting me every single day for lessons. Hyebong's face paled. That made it easy to figure out which group I was in and who was in it. Yeo-woon shrugged. I knew right away. I just needed confirmation. Hyebong's lip quivered. This guy. Tears welled in his eyes as he muttered his name and cadet number. His shoulders shook, frustration boiling inside him. Who the hell said this guy was a loser? A suffocating aura filled the room. Hyebong's thoughts spiraled. He's a monster, pretending to be weak, hiding his power. If he's already like this, then his mind reeled. What'll he become when he gets even stronger? Hyebong clung to a sliver of hope. Why, you got what you wanted, right? His voice was shaky. I'll just go to sleep now. So let's end this here, yeah? Yeo-woon stood, stretching. Hyebong's blood ran cold. No, wait, he burst out. I won't say a word. I swear. Desperate, he babbled on. What happened earlier. Don't get mad, okay? I just... Bam. Yeo-woon slammed Hyebong's head against the mattress. Hyebong's world spun. His body tensed, his mind screaming in confusion. Was that a neutralizing technique? Sweat dripped down his face as his vision blurred. He doesn't even have Murim, does he? His consciousness wavered as realization struck him like a hammer. This bastard. He tricked everyone. Above the academy, the moon hung high, casting pale light over the rooftops. A shadow moved swiftly, leaping across the tiles. Seepming smirked to himself. Didn't expect the kid to learn so fast. His mind drifted back to the previous night. He sat behind Cheon Yeo-woon, watching him closely. His expression hardened. How is this possible? His sharp gaze swept over Cheon Yeo-woon's back, studying him carefully. This kid, he's managed to build up internal energy in just 5 days. Normally, that takes at least 2 to 3 weeks, maybe even a month. Asterisk. Sweat rolled down Cheon Yeo-woon's temple as he pushed himself further, unaware of his teacher's scrutiny. Seepming exhaled, shaking his head. He surpassed my expectations. A slow, mysterious smile crept across his face. Originally, I planned to help him develop internal energy in 2 weeks, then teach him the basic breathing techniques. But now, plans had to change. Under the vast night sky, stars shimmered as a young student greeted his teacher. The teacher stood before him, smiling as the boy politely wished him a good morning. Cheon Yeo-woon perked up with interest when the teacher questioned him. Where did you put it? Without hesitation, the boy responded, under the bed. The teacher nodded. Bring it here. Cheon Yeo-woon retrieved the box, a dark, ominous sphere. Inside was a demonic dragon marble, a rare healing artifact given to students who passed the first test at the Demon Academy. Crafted from medicinal herbs, this stone granted an incredible 20 years worth of internal energy accumulation. However, once absorbed, the body developed resistance, making further doses ineffective. A foul stench filled the air, forcing everyone to hold their breath. Seepming winced. It still reeks. The teacher smirked, deep in thought. If this kid takes it, he should absorb the full 20 years' worth of power. Cheon Yeo-woon stared at the box, hesitant. Meanwhile, Seepming, seemingly lost in his own thoughts, reassured himself. I can handle this. The attention shifted to a screen. The teacher turned to the student beside him. Who's that kid? Behind the screen lay Hyebong, unmoving. Seepming gazed ahead, contemplating. Then he spoke. Did you do something to his blood flow points? The teacher raised an eyebrow. What? Seepming repeated himself, calm but firm. Hyebong tried to attack the moment the doctor left. A memory flashed in his mind. Impyong dragging the unconscious cadet away. They started using real swords in training yesterday. Seepming continued. And that was just 5 days after enrollment. I think he let himself get hit on purpose to get close to me. He crossed his arms. How dare he pull a stunt like that in the infirmary? Did he really think he'd get away with it? Hyebong lay motionless, eyes shut, bound tightly. The teacher observed him carefully. He must have known the risk, the teacher mused. Or maybe someone ordered him to do it. A sharp glint crossed the protagonist's eyes. Light filtered through the curtains as the teacher studied his reaction. You know exactly who sent him, the teacher accused. Who was it? Seepming turned to Cheon Yeo-woon. A scoundrel from the Loyalty Clan. Cheon Yeo-woon replied coldly. He's in my group. The teacher scoffed. Figures. I've never met a normal person from that clan. Seepming rubbed his temple, frustration creeping in. That family is nothing but trouble, rebellious, reckless, but defying them isn't an option. Cheon Yeo-woon let out a sad smile. I'm used to it. The teacher sighed. Sounds like you've had a rough life. Seepming looked away. What's even sadder is how numb he is to all of this. Suddenly, the teacher delivered a swift strike to Hyebong's sleeping form. The bald cadet remained unresponsive, eyes void of life. If his bloodstream points were tampered with using less than a year's worth of Seepming said, it'll wear off in a couple of hours. The teacher blew on his fingers and added, to do it properly, it would take at least 10 years' worth. His gaze sharpened. Do you understand? Cheon Yeo-woon exclaimed that he would keep it in mind, then reached into the box and took out the dark sphere. The foul stench made him hesitate, and he turned to the teacher. So, I just swallow it. The teacher smirked. You can use the demonic dragon marble now. Seepming, watching with amusement, chuckled. Not so fast. You need to chew it first, then swallow. That way, the healing effect is stronger. Cheon Yeo-woon grimaced, but brought the stone closer to his open mouth. This is going to be awful. The smell alone was unbearable, and he could already imagine the bitterness. The moment it touched his tongue, an overwhelming wave of bitterness and rot spread through his mouth. Tears welled up in his eyes as he forced himself to chew, but the taste was so putrid that he felt like he might vomit. His entire tongue went numb. Covering his mouth with both hands, he fought the urge to spit out. Swallow it, then start using your breathing technique, Seepming instructed. Cheon Yeo-woon barely managed to gulp it down and nodded weakly. The teacher moved behind him. I'll help you absorb it more efficiently. He placed his hands on Cheon Yeo-woon's back. Let's begin. A surge of energy flickered to life around the boy. The teacher held his palm out, focusing, as nanomachine suddenly spoke. A foreign substance has entered the body. It is interacting with a host's vital energy, accelerating its flow. Beads of sweat formed on Cheon Yeo Woon's forehead as nanomachine continued. Would you like to enhance absorption by stimulating your metabolism? Confused, Cheon Yeo Woon hesitated. I have no idea what that means, but I'm guessing it'll help. He took a deep breath. All right, do it. Seepming's eyes narrowed in confusion. What's going on? Nanomachine responded instantly. Metabolism stimulation initiated. Cheon Yeo Woon's back was now completely exposed as a powerful wave of energy surged through him. The teacher observed with interest. This kid, he was born with the body of a war god. A vortex of energy wrapped around them, and Seepming's expression shifted. He's absorbing every last drop, even boosting the medicine's effects. He was only supposed to absorb 80% of it. The teacher smirked. I was worried for nothing. Sunlight bathed the academy buildings as Cheon Yeo Woon stared at his hands, stunned. Behind him, Seepming took a long drink, then wiped his face with his sleeve. How's the Seepming feel? Seepming asked, glancing at him. You did well. Even I broke a sweat this time. Cheon Yeo Woon turned to him, eyes wide with shock. Wait, 30 years. The teacher nodded. You absorbed and enhanced the effects by 1.5 times. Seepming opened one eye, adding casually, that's just an estimate. The other students will be taking the medicine on their own. There's no guarantee they'll even absorb half of what you did. Cheon Yeo Woon looked away, slightly embarrassed. He took a deep breath, then bowed deeply to the teacher. It's all thanks to you. This wouldn't have been possible without your help. Seepming waved him off. You just got lucky. Cheon Yeo Woon turned his gaze elsewhere. No, my luck is nanomachine. Thanks, nanomachine, he thought. The AI responded instantly. I am programmed to assist my master. Birds soared over the forest as someone checked the time. It's getting late. He took a step forward. I should head back. Seepming turned to. Cheon Yeo Woon approached the teacher, concern evident in his voice as he asked what was wrong. The teacher turned back with a serious look, but before he could speak, Cheon Yeo Woon boldly asked if he could start learning blade combat from tomorrow. The man's lips curled into a smile. Without warning, he struck Cheon Yeo Woon in the chest and replied, Of course, but your time will be limited, be ready. Cheon Yeo Woon nodded without hesitation. Dark silhouettes loomed in front of the building. Behind Murim Cheon, Jahayan stood quietly, observing. The prince seems to be in a good mood, he noted as Murim Cheon stretched and declared, It's a beautiful morning. Murim Cheon turned his head slightly and smirked, All thanks to you. The cadet gave a quick nod of gratitude. Murim Cheon casually lifted his hand, covering his grin with his fingers. By now, that scum must be writhing on the ground with broken limbs, he mused. The prince's grin turned sharp, his laughter laced with cruelty. I want to see him crawling on the floor like an insect. A cold sweat ran down Cheon Yeo Woon's back as Murim Cheon continued. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Nearby, Jomyong Beck pointed straight ahead, laughing loudly. Ward, what happened to your hair? He taunted. A bald cadet sat before him, trembling with barely contained rage. Hyabong clenched his fists, seething inside. He wanted to yell back, but with his neighbor beside him, he couldn't risk it. The doctor, still chuckling, turned off his screen and apologized. Sorry, that was just too funny, he said. Don't worry, I'll cover for you. But Hyabong knew it was too late for that. Later, Jomyong Beck stopped in front of Cheon Yeo Woon, who lay back with his hands behind his head. The doctor raised an eyebrow, sensing that something must have happened overnight. But after a moment, he turned away, deciding to ignore it. His teacher had drilled into him that a healer should focus on healing, not ask unnecessary questions. 2 days later, the 8th group dormitory glowed with light as Murim Cheon stood, arms crossed, his expression dark. Interesting, he muttered, eyes locked forward. Shouldn't I have been expelled from this group? The man in front of him remained composed. You were planning to cut the tendons of cadet number 7. But considering the extent of his injuries, the doctor spent the entire night treating him without leaving for a second. Murim Cheon scoffed, unimpressed. And you expect me to believe that a doctor's lack of sleep is an excuse? Hyabong averted his gaze. I went at night, just as ordered. But the doctor woke up. Murim Cheon's expression darkened. A vein pulsed on his forehead as he lashed out, striking Hyabong hard. So the doctor has unbelievably sharp hearing. Does he? Hyabong hit the ground with a loud thud, groaning in pain. Before he could recover, the prince delivered another vicious kick. And you still couldn't handle something so simple? Useless. Murim Cheon turned sharply to Jahayan. Well, Jahayan held up a hand. Hold on a second. He knelt beside Murim Cheon, voice low but curious. Do you know the doctor's name? Museum Cheon hesitated, eyes wary, then finally muttered, I think it's Jongmyong Beck. Museum Cheon's gaze flicked to Jahyun, who nodded. I've heard that name before. The bald cadet turned to the prince. If it's Jongmyong Beck, then he's probably a student of John Yu Beck. Museum Cheon's expression hardened. John Yu Beck. The cadet nodded. Yeah, I remember that old man. Always had a needle in hand. He was from the Poison Clan. But instead of killing, he chose to heal. Instead of using poison, John Yu Beck had chosen a different path, becoming the Lord's personal doctor. Despite being a healer, he had still ranked among the top 30 at the Demon Academy. Museum Cheon clenched his teeth as he absorbed this information. It's not confirmed, the cadet admitted, but if our doctor is really his student, then his martial arts skills could be terrifying. The prince's face darkened. His fist slammed into the cadet on the ground. Sending that fool was a complete waste of effort, he spat. Blood trickled from the cadet's nose as Museum Cheon towered over him. And don't even dream of helping your pathetic clan. Hyebong's mind reeled at those words. He recalled Museum Cheon's smile from before, the same one he had worn when he made a promise. Would you do something for me? The prince had asked, extending his palm. Don't worry about failing. You're from the Kree clan. If you get expelled, I'll make sure your people are taken care of. A promise. A lie. Museum Cheon's fist connected again, sending Hyebong sprawling. If the prince had truly meant his words, Hyebong would have told him everything. But now, tears welled in Hyebong's eyes as he glared up from beneath his brow. Go ahead, keep beating me, he thought bitterly. Let's see how long you last. Museum Cheon reached down, grabbing at Hyebong's bandana. And what's this for? With a swift tug, he ripped it away, exposing the cadet's bald scalp. For a moment, Museum Cheon just stared. Then, catching his own reflection in the smooth skin, he let out a cruel laugh. He resumed, kicking Hyebong, his voice mocking. Did you really think shaving your head and crawling back would earn my forgiveness? Around them, the watching cadets stiffened. They had hoped things would stay under control, but the situation in the wing was spiraling again. Museum Cheon finally turned away, shaking his head in disgust. I feel sick, he muttered to Jahyun. Let's get out of here. As the prince and his escort left, Hyebong trembled on the ground, fists clenched. His curses rang silent in his head. One day, Museum Cheon, I'll make you pay. Meanwhile, Jongmyong Beck looked ahead in surprise. I only studied medicine, he admitted. Cheon Yeo Woon frowned. So, you never learned martial arts? The hallway lights flickered, casting long shadows. 7 days later, inside the Demon Academy infirmary, Cheon Yeo Woon took a step forward. Dust swirled around his feet as he moved, his hands shifting into position with precision. Seeming watched closely, arms folded. Just as I thought, this guy's a genius. Cheon Yeo Woon paused by the window, lost in thought. His teacher had only demonstrated the butterfly technique a couple of times, making minor corrections to his stance. And yet, his movements were already fluid, instinctive. Seeming's brow furrowed. If he keeps training like this, mastering the elements will be effortless. Then, realization hit him. His mouth fell open. Next, we'll move on to the elements. Cheon Yeo Woon clenched his fists. His eyes flickered toward Seepming's hands, calculating. With nano-machine scanning, he could mimic the teacher's posture perfectly. But that would be suspicious. I need to slow down. Adjusting his stance, Cheon Yeo Woon deliberately hesitated. He bent down, touching the floor. Seepming's gaze sharpened. The transitions. The Seepming technique was complex, made up of 24 elements. The first 3 alone formed the foundation for 8 more. Cheon Yeo Woon's jaw tightened as Seepming observed him carefully. I need to pace myself, but how long can I afford to wait? Seepming exhaled sharply, his eyes locked on Cheon Yeo Woon. He could teach him the basics, but not the advanced combinations. Not in this short time. If only I had a month or 2, Seepming thought. Then he could master everything, but we don't have that kind of time. Cheon Yeo Woon stood still, waiting. The teacher studied him for a moment, then nodded. That's all for now. Make sure you remember everything. Cheon Yeo Woon pressed his palms together in front of him and gave a slight bow. You flatter me, teacher. Between his fingers, a small, folded piece of paper rested. As Cheon Yeo Woon handed it over, Seepming explained. These contain the first elements of the butterfly technique and the fundamentals of controlling Seepming. Normally, your teacher would have taught you this himself, but since today is your last day, you'll have to master the basics on your own. Cheon Yeo Woon blinked, momentarily taken aback. Seepming smirked. With your intelligence and quick thinking, I have no doubt you'll manage. The student met his gaze, determined. I'll do my best. Seepming turned his back to him. Don't let me down. Cheon Yeo Woon clenched his fist and nodded. I won't. Seepming's eyes flickered toward his sword in its sheath. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed it to Cheon Yeo Woon. The young man caught it effortlessly, his reflection gleaming in the polished steel. "This is your made blade sword," Seatming said. "Try it out." Woon examined the weapon in his hands. "It's not as heavy as I expected." Seatming snatched the sword back with a knowing smirk. "Light, huh? Ordinary swords weigh between 1 and 2 kilograms. But our clan's priceless blades, the finest battle swords, are barely a kilogram." Woon's eyes widened. "Is it because of the butterfly technique?" Seatming chuckled. "You really are a quick learner." With a swift motion, he slashed through the air. A severed piece of fabric fluttered to the ground. Woon picked it up, inspecting the clean cut. "This blade is sharp," he murmured. "If the doctor saw this, he'd definitely be furious." Seatming rested the sword on his shoulder. "It may be narrow and light, but it's crafted from the finest metal. Its sharpness and durability are what earned it its name." Woon's grip tightened around the hilt. He watched the blade warily as Seatming stepped back. "You wanted to see it in action, right?" Seatming smirked. "Watch closely." He shifted into a combat stance, his movements fluid and precise. Woon's eyes narrowed. "Nanomachine," he muttered. A soft chime echoed in his mind. Initiating scan on user's command. The sun peeked over the hills, casting long shadows across the academy rooftops. On one of those rooftops, 2 figures stood, watching. "The right guard is finally leaving," one of them muttered. His companion smirked. "Took him long enough. He's been playing ignorant for too long." Lee turned to the man beside him. "You think I'd disobey an order?" He scoffed. "I've been watching him come and go, hiding in his little hole like a rat." Ma remained silent, eyes fixed ahead. The man beside him crossed his arms. "We need to switch the guards on the 2nd floor. That'll give us enough time to rest." Ma didn't respond. Instead, he turned on his heel. "I have to go," he said flatly. Lee's gaze followed him. Lee studied Ma, his fingers idly brushing against his beard. "Why are you so interested in the 7th prince?" he asked. The masked man turned slightly, his voice calm. "Because it's only fair." Lee's brows furrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ma remained silent for a moment, then said, "If you bite all 10 fingers, there will always be one that doesn't hurt." A sudden gust of wind swirled around him. Lee watched as the air shifted, and just like that, Ma was gone. He sighed. "That's just like the Wind King. Always moving, always unpredictable. No use trying to catch him once he decides to vanish." The sun hung low in the sky as another figure stepped forward. In any case, 10 days should be enough to set everything in place. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Beck observed Woon carefully. The young man lay motionless, his breathing steady. "That's odd," Beck murmured. "He usually wakes up when I come in." He stepped closer, studying Woon's closed eyes. "Sleeping soundly, huh? Enjoy it while you can. Once you're discharged, there'll be no more rest." The room was empty, save for the doctor and his patient. Beck shook his head. Might as well let him sleep a little longer. But beneath Woon's still exterior, something was changing. Nanomachine report. User's muscle adaptation to the butterfly technique. 80% complete. Element simulation in progress. A faint pulse ran through Woon's veins. Venus system changes. 75% complete. Estimated time until full synchronization. 1 hour. An hour later, the infirmary was silent, save for the occasional drip of water from a nearby basin. Beck, sitting at the desk, had dozed off, a thin line of drool hanging from his mouth. A sudden loud sound jolted him awake. He blinked rapidly, pulling back the privacy screen. "What the?" His heart dropped at the sight before him. Woon was hunched over, vomiting onto the floor. Rushing forward, Beck placed a hand on the boy's forehead. "Hey, what's wrong? Do you feel sick all of a sudden?" His own thoughts raced. Why is he trembling like this? He was fine just a moment ago. Woon's body convulsed, and he vomited again. Beck eased him onto the bed. "Lie down. Don't force yourself." His fingers pressed against Woon's wrist, checking his pulse. And then his breath hitched. His heart rate. How can someone who's been unconscious this whole time have a pulse like they've been overtraining for days? Woon's chest rose and fell rapidly. His mouth opened as he sucked in deep breaths. Then, nanomachine report. Body stabilization complete. System synchronization achieved. Woon exhaled slowly, the tension leaving his muscles. Beck wiped the sweat from his brow. "What just happened?" he muttered. His mind reeled. "My teacher never mentioned anything like this." Shaking his head, he turned away. "Whatever it is, I'll figure it out later. It's almost lunchtime anyway." As he stepped out, Woon's eyes snapped open. In an instant, he sat up. His fingers twitched before he suddenly clenched his fist. A newfound strength coursed through him. He stared at his own hand, his mind racing. This power. 6 hours ago, his body had been completely different. Now, he could feel it. How many teachers would I have needed to go through to train like this? A slow, knowing smirk crossed his lips. If Zhang Myong-baek knew what had just happened, would he be terrified? Sitming's eyes flashed with sharp intensity. In the blink of an eye, he was already several steps ahead, leaving Cheon Yeo-woon standing in stunned silence. Amazing, Cheon Yeo-woon murmured, his gaze locked on his teacher. Even without using Sitming had generated an overwhelming pressure, just from the basic elements alone. His pupils narrowed. Nanomachine, did you scan that? Scan complete. Sitming calmly sheathed his sword and turned to face Cheon Yeo-woon. Did you watch closely? Yes. Cheon Yeo-woon responded without hesitation. The teacher offered a rare, kind smile. I should have taught you the fundamentals more thoroughly, but today is our last day. His tone carried a hint of regret before he added, still, if you observe carefully, you'll be able to perfect the butterfly technique on your own. Cheon Yeo-woon bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. I'll remember everything. Sitming nodded. His back now turned to his student. He spoke one final warning. When you return to the academy, things won't be easy. Don't fail. Cheon Yeo-woon stood frozen, staring at the empty window cell. A strange feeling welled up inside him. At least someone cares. Reaching out, he pressed his fingers against the window. That means I have to live up to his expectations, he muttered under his breath. Nanomachine, is the analysis complete? Analysis complete. The system's voice echoed in his mind. To fully reproduce these movements, the user's muscles and venous system must undergo significant changes. Estimated completion time, 6 hours. Cheon Yeo-woon stood before the window, frowning. 6 hours? Why so long? He exhaled slowly, slicing his palm through the air. Energy swirled around him, crackling faintly. His eyes sharpened as he felt the power building inside him. A smirk tugged at his lips. Just one initial element, and it's already at the same level as the teacher's. Without hesitation, he transitioned into the second element. Then, he paused. His head turned slightly to the side. Through the wall, he sensed it. Someone was moving down the hallway. Cheon Yeo-woon blinked, glancing at his own hands. Since when have I been this perceptive? A realization hit him. It's not just my strength. My entire perception has sharpened. A slow grin spread across his face. This is incredible. All preparations are complete. Just then, Zhang Myong-baek appeared before him. Cheon Yeo-woon casually touched his forehead. I'm ready to be discharged. The doctor raised an eyebrow. When exactly did you wake up? And what exactly was completed? Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes flickered with understanding. So that presence in the hallway was him. He adjusted his uniform, standing upright. Zhang Myong-baek sighed, glancing around. Well, I don't have any other patients right now. What should I do now that you're leaving? Cheon Yeo-woon chuckled. Don't worry. You'll have new patients soon enough. Zhang Myong-baek smirked. Oh, you really think so? He waved dismissively. Let's just hope there won't be any. As Cheon Yeo-woon stepped past him, he turned back one last time. Thanks, doctor. Zhang Myong-baek shrugged. You were forced on me, but it's fine. His tone softened. You've got a lot ahead of you. I'll pray for you. The door creaked open. Zhang Myong-baek sat back, arms crossed. Now that I'm free, maybe I'll finally get some sleep. Cheon Yeo-woon stood by the door, his fingers brushing against the wooden frame. If Zhang Myong-baek hadn't turned a blind, I'd have Sitming teaching me martial arts. My time in the infirmary would have been unbearable. A small smile formed on his lips as he traced the grain of the wood. I won't forget his kindness. His expression turned playful. Since he wants more patience so badly, I'll make sure to send him his way. Meanwhile, Murim Cheon and Jahyun stood in front of the motto house, a strange chill creeping down their spines. On the main training ground, dark silhouettes moved under the afternoon sun as cadets trained in formation. A group of them stood together, murmuring anxiously. It's been 2 weeks already, one whispered. Yeah, and our group feels like an outsider clan now, another muttered. Murim Cheon's lips curled into a wicked smile. So, the lowborn finally decided to crawl back. He took a step forward just as Impyong spotted someone approaching. He's here, Impyong said, his voice unreadable. How's your body holding up? Cheon Yeo-woon looked down briefly before responding. I've fully recovered. Closing his eyes for a moment, Cheon Yeo-woon recalled standing before his instructor just days ago. Do you remember your stances? The man had asked. Yes, Cheon Yeo-woon had replied, steady and focused. The clatter of swords and shields echoed in his mind. Good, then go join the others. Back in the present, Cheon Yeo-woon strode past Murim Cheon, his presence unwavering. Murim Cheon's smirk deepened. What's the matter? Were you so scared you only dared to show up now? Cheon Yeo-woon didn't even glance his way. Murim Cheon's expression darkened. Did he just ignore me? Cheon Woon finally looked back, his gaze sharp. Don't celebrate too soon, Prince. You'll see me in action soon enough. Impyong arched a brow, taken aback. All right, we're using real swords for today's practice, he announced. Stay sharp and keep your distance. Mujeom Cheon and Jahayan turned serious, watching as the instructor's gaze swept over the group. If something like last time happens again, I give you my word, you will be expelled from this academy. The cadets stiffened. Their dark silhouettes stretched across the ground as the instructor's voice rang out. Understood. Yes, sir, they responded in unison. A red flag shot into the air. The cadets launched into motion, their footsteps kicking up dust. Mujeom Cheon raised his sword. Impyong watched closely. He may be arrogant, but he leads his team the way an heir should. Two cadets stood before him, swords raised in position. The instructor, however, had his eyes on one person. The real concern is Cheon Woon. Impyong sighed internally. I deliberately placed him in a position with minimal movement. At the very least, he hasn't made any mistakes. Cheon Woon remained focused, his back straight, his gaze locked ahead. The instructor's eyes narrowed slightly. He's keeping up better than expected. The cadets' foreheads gleamed with sweat as they adjusted their stances. Align your shields properly, the instructor barked. Maintain stability, keep the row even. Above them, clouds drifted lazily past the academy buildings. Good. Hold this formation until I give the signal. The air was thick with tension. 15 minutes passed. A slight tremor ran through one of the cadets. The instructor's eyes snapped toward the disturbance. I told you not to move. His voice was ice. Who made that sound? Silence. Can't handle it. His gaze swept over the group. The boys' legs began to shake, their muscles burning from the strain. Do you think you can win the next test like this? Impyong's eyes narrowed. We'll see who lasts the longest. Impyong's eyes widened in surprise. The guys who had been training nonstop were struggling. But Cheon Woon? The protagonist stood firm, completely unfazed. The instructor frowned. Is this really the same guy who spent all that time in the infirmary? Raising a yellow flag, Impyong called for a shift in formation. I need to reassess him. Across the field, Mujeom Cheon's jaw tightened before twisting into a wicked grin. He snapped his fingers. Surround the target in a semicircle. The cadets raised their shields in unison, stepping forward as ordered. A voice rang out. Good. Keep it tight. Cheon Woon remained steady, his gaze unwavering. Mujeom Cheon's expression darkened. His teeth ground together as frustration bubbled beneath the surface. That scumbag. His pupils shrank in fury. How is he never wrong? His fingers clenched. Filthy bastard. Does he think he could just stand there and watch me win? Nearby, Jahayan lifted his sword, but then a voice echoed in his mind. Can you hear me? Just nod. He blinked, then glanced toward Mujeom Cheon. Their eyes met. Mujeom Cheon's command was silent but firm. Follow my orders. Third row. Jahayan smirked. Understood. Above them, thick clouds drifted lazily over the academy buildings. Row change ready. The cadets moved in perfect sync. A wall of shields rose, forming 3 defensive layers. Cheon Woon watched carefully. Simple enough. It was almost effortless. Nanomachine had already simulated the entire maneuver. Blades gleamed between the shield gaps. Spears through the openings. Keep your defense tight, the instructor barked. Cheon Woon adjusted his stance, maintaining focus. Behind him, Jahayan approached, eyes gleaming with malice. Low-born brat, you should be crawling at my feet. His smirk widened as he lifted his foot, aiming for Cheon Woon's back. But Cheon Woon turned. His glare burned into Jahayan. The boy's breath hitched. Damn, he noticed. Gritting his teeth, Jahayan kicked forward, planning to use Seepming. Since he lacked martial arts skill, he'd make up for it with sheer force. But the second his foot touched Cheon Woon's clothes, a violent shock ripped through his leg. Electric currents surged up his body. Jahayan's eyes widened in horror. The next thing he knew, he was airborne. His body crashed onto the ground, skidding across the dirt, far from his formation. Mujeom Cheon's head snapped toward the commotion. Did he just bounce back? Jahayan groaned, arms sprawled out as he blinked up at the sky. His body trembled. That bastard Seepming, its way stronger than mine. A shadow loomed over him. Impyong stood above him, arms crossed. You again? Jahayan quickly sat up, his leg throbbing in pain. He gritted his teeth, but a sharp sting radiated from his ankle. His pupils shrank. I can still feel it. He looked up, and there Cheon Woon stood, smirking. Jahayan's vision blurred with rage. That peasant dares to laugh at me. Impyong's gaze flicked between them. What's wrong? He asked coldly. Can't handle it. Jahayan clenched his fists. No, it's my buttock, he muttered stiffly. Impyong raised a brow. What? Jahayan scowled. I said it's my... Impyong's fist drove into his stomach. Jahayan doubled over, coughing violently. Impyong scoffed. That clears that up. Resting his staff on his shoulder, he glanced down. So, you're the one who threw the first punch, huh? Jahayan stood hunched over, barely able to lift his head as Impyong towered above him. No rest for you. Number 23, Impyong said coldly. For the next 4 days, you'll be going through hellish training with your leader until lights out. A red aura of frustration pulsed around Jahayan as he struggled to swallow his pride. Behind him, whispers spread through the cadets. He had this coming. Serves him right. Got way too cocky. Murim Cheon remained still, fists clenched at his sides. His jaw tightened as his gaze flickered toward Cheon Yeowon. Jahayan crouched before him, catching his breath, but the leader's expression was merciless. You'll be training with me. Hell, until lights out, 4 days straight. From the shadows of the academy building, a pair of eyes watched. Impyong let out a scoff. He's still trying to make excuses? Wei Myong Lee leaned against the railing, arms crossed. His sharp gaze remained locked on Cheon Yeowon. That kid's seatming is stronger than I expected. It didn't make sense. Even if he'd been trained by the right guard, it was still unusual. Resting his head on his fist, Wei Myong Lee thought back to the bald man who had ingested the healing stone. His seatming had been equivalent to 3 decades of training. And yet, Cheon Yeowon is stronger than him. Leaning further into his chair, Wei Myong Lee smirked. There's no way that drunkard seatming trained him properly. Cheon Yeowon, meanwhile, stood firm, his expression unreadable. Could it be that he naturally absorbed the full benefits of the healing stone? Wei Myong Lee let out a chuckle. No other explanation, he murmured. Even if he's a half-breed, he's still a tiger cub. His gaze flickered toward Murim Cheon. 2 heirs, in the same group. Wei Myong Lee's smirk widened. This would be interesting. The sky remained overcast as the cadets gathered in the great hall of the main training ground. At long tables, trays of food were set out. Impyong sat at the head of the group, his voice firm. Eat. The clatter of chopsticks filled the hall as the cadets dug into their meals. Cheon Yeowon brought his chopsticks to his mouth, his expression melting into relief. Soy-marinated chicken. He chewed slowly, savoring the flavor. Tears nearly pricked his eyes. 2 weeks of nothing but porridge. This tastes like heaven. A sudden presence made him pause. Lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Murim Cheon, who sat across from him, staring daggers. Is this idiot seriously planning to glare at me through the entire meal? Cheon Yeowon rolled his eyes and returned to his food. Forget him. I'd rather enjoy this meal. Still, he couldn't shake a thought. I don't even know why he hates me so much, but I'll never forgive the 6 clans for what they've done. Cheon Yeowon lifted his plate closer, eyes darkening. Murim Cheon will never understand what it's like to watch his mother die and be powerless to stop it. His grip tightened. That's why I'll surpass them all. Above the academy, the sky had turned a brilliant shade of blue as the meal came to an end. A voice echoed through the hall. Dinner is over. The Friday schedule is complete. Everyone except number 80 is dismissed. A bead of sweat formed on the bald cadet's forehead. The rest of the students began rising from their seats, murmuring amongst themselves. Jahayan trailed behind Impyong as the leader called him over. Cheon Yeowon, however, only smiled to himself. Moments later, he stood in front of a 2-story building, stepping past the other cadets. Room 8. His next destination was clear. Group 8. Cheon Yeowon smirked. Easy enough to remember. What a coincidence. Just as he turned to leave, a sharp voice called out. And where do you think you're going without my permission? Murim Cheon stood with his arms crossed, blocking his path. Cheon Yeowon glanced away, sighing internally. This scoundrel never disappoints. Behind the prince, a group of cadets had gathered. Cheon Yeowon studied them for a moment. He's always surrounded by his mongrels, probably so he can keep up his lordly image wherever he goes. Meanwhile, the murmurs around them grew. So that's the 7th heir? According to the rumors, this could get interesting. Wonryo Cheon, standing nearby, shifted her gaze and called out both their names. Murim Cheon's eyes swept over the assembled cadets. Perfect. Everyone's watching. Taking a step forward, he closed the distance between them until he was right in Cheon Yeowon's face. You low-born brat, Murim Cheon sneered. Cheon Yeowon didn't flinch, meeting his glare head-on. Murim Cheon's smirk widened. You didn't even try, did you? Just laid around in the infirmary like a weakling. His eyes glinted with malice as he leaned in. Tell me, does that dirty blood of yours make you sick? Cheon Yeowon remained calm. Are you insulting the Lord? Murim Cheon blinked. What? Cheon Yeowon tilted his head slightly. Calling me a low-born brat. Doesn't that insult the Lord himself? Murim Cheon's confusion deepened. Cheon Yeowon smiled. I mean, if my status is so low, then you're saying the Lord, the one who rules over us like a god, favors someone beneath him? Murim Chion's eyes darted to the cadets watching, his irritation growing. When did I ever say that? A bead of sweat formed on his temple. Damn it. I was supposed to humiliate him, not the other way around. Wonryo Chion chuckled. The Brookland brat really is stupid. Jiang Chion crossed his arms, looking unimpressed. Getting so worked up over something so trivial, pathetic. Murim Chion's fist clenched his clothes tightly. His jaw locked as a curse slipped through his teeth. Enough of your arrogant chatter. He swung his fist at Chion Yeo Woon, eyes burning with fury. I'll destroy you. A sharp impact. Murim Chion's head snapped back as a punch landed squarely on his face. He hit the ground. Hard. Silence fell over the crowd. Chion Yeo Woon smiled down at him. You were saying? Who were you planning to destroy? Murim Chion pushed himself up, fingers pressing against his palm. His breath hitched. Blood. Rage filled his veins as he shouted. A lowborn dares. Without hesitation, he lunged. His fist cut through empty space. Chion Yeo Woon had already moved. Murim Chion barely registered it before Chion Yeo Woon landed a short distance away, light as a feather. Jiang Chion's eyes widened in shock. How is that filthy brat weightless? Murim Chion whipped around, glaring at the cadets. What the hell are you standing around for? Catch him. The group hesitated for a split second before springing into action. Chion Yeo Woon smirked and took off. Murim Chion remained behind, his breath ragged. He covered his nose with one hand, seething. He hit me first, and ran away. His fingers curled tighter. If I let this go, I'll be nothing more than a joke. Meanwhile, Chion Yeo Woon weaved through the trees, effortlessly. The cadets chased after him, frustration growing. Damn it, why is he so fast? Chion Yeo Woon's lips pressed into a thin line. Strange. It feels like I'm running just fast enough to keep them close, but never let them catch me. A sharp presence appeared beside him. Murim Chion. The prince grinned darkly. Slow fools. Fine, I'll catch you myself. His eyes gleamed with something twisted. Run all you want, Chion Yeo Woon, but you can't escape me. Murim Chion's mind burned with rage. I'll destroy his face. Break every bone in his body. He leaped over a thick tree branch, his speed relentless. Chion Yeo Woon landed smoothly, but before he could adjust, Murim Chion was already behind him. You tired of running, lowborn? The prince sneered. Chion Yeo Woon turned his head slightly, his voice calm. Running. His foot twisted sharply in the dirt. Murim Chion scowled, not understanding what he was up to. Chion Yeo Woon's smirk deepened, something dark flickering in his gaze. That's funny. Murim Chion's frown deepened. What the hell is he talking about? Chion Yeo Woon raised his hand. No point showing off in front of others. Then, without warning, he struck. Murim Chion barely had time to throw his arms up, shielding his forehead. But the impact was brutal. His body rocketed backward, crashing hard against the dirt. What? Murim Chion's fist tightened as he realized. He had used the 7-star defense skill, and yet he had still been sent flying. His fingers curled in frustration. That bastard's punch, it's too strong. Chion Yeo Woon stood calmly, lowering his hand. Murim Chion pushed himself up, eyes burning with fury. How the hell do you know martial arts? The prince gritted his teeth, mind racing. His movements, that weightless footwork. Suddenly, it hit him. During the first test, he had no internal energy at all. So how did he? Chion Yeo Woon's expression remained unreadable, but inside, he was satisfied. Murim Chion's shoulders tensed. He's toying with me, dragging this out on purpose. A rustling sound filled the air as Murim Chion's subordinates landed around them. The tension thickened. Chion Yeo Woon lifted his arm fluidly, shifting into the second position of the butterfly dance, circle boundary. Murim Chion's instincts flared. He dodged just in time, twisting to the side as Chion Yeo Woon's strike sliced through the air. The prince retaliated, his fist slamming into Chion Yeo Woon's stomach. Chion Yeo Woon gritted his teeth, absorbing the pain. Murim Chion smirked. Too slow. Without hesitation, he followed up with a second strike. This time, from the Stream Clan's first technique. Chion Yeo Woon barely managed to shift away, but Murim Chion was already behind him. A sharp elbow strike drove into Chion Yeo Woon's ribs, sending him skidding backward. Chion Yeo Woon rolled, flexing his arm. Damn it, I still can't match his internal energy. His seatming is way above the others, even before he got the healing stone. Murim Chion took a step forward, assessing his opponent. With the healing stone, my seatming has only grown stronger. He clenched his fist. He can't win. But before Murim Chion could fully regain his stance, Chion Yeo Woon moved. Fast. Murim Chion barely had time to react before Chion Yeo Woon vanished from view, reappearing behind him. Gasps echoed from the watching cadets. What is that light? How can trash like him use this level of martial arts? Murim Cheon turned sharply, eyes locking onto Cheon Yeo Woon's glowing palm. He dodged. Cheon Yeo Woon's strike cut through the empty air. Murim Cheon's frustration boiled over. Enough. His leg snapped forward, landing a solid kick. Cheon Yeo Woon tumbled across the ground. Murim Cheon wasted no time. He lunged, raising his foot high above Cheon Yeo Woon's fallen form. A sinister grin spread across his face. He's good at short-range attacks, but he doesn't know how to counter his opponent's moves. Cheon Yeo Woon shielded his head with one arm, his breath shallow. I've been too focused on attacking. I didn't see this coming. Murim Cheon's voice dripped with arrogance. I'll admit, I'm surprised. You're using techniques that don't suit you at all. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes cracked open slightly. Murim Cheon's smirk widened. But now I see it. He leaned forward, voice mocking. You're just improvising, aren't you? Murim Cheon let out a low chuckle. Exactly as I expected. You're just a brat, desperately trying to copy others without knowing your own limits. Cheon Yeo Woon's fingers dug into the dirt. He refused to stay down. The prince suddenly realized he had only mastered 2 stances. No real combat experience. His gaze hardened with determination. Murim Cheon, seeing this, seemed to understand as well. Cheon Yeo Woon stood firm, his mind racing. Experience was a major advantage in battle. Who knew that better than him? Murim Cheon clenched his fists, eyes locked onto Cheon Yeo Woon. I don't know how you learn martial arts, kid, he said, voice sharp, but I'll ask later. With that, he lunged forward, striking with the 5th stance of the Creek Clam technique. Cheon Yeo Woon tensed, analyzing his options. Which stance should he use? Before he could decide, Nanomachine's alert cut through his thoughts. External threat detected. Instantly, his vision sharpened. His eyes flickered as the system activated its defensive protocol. Murim Cheon's attack was swift, but Cheon Yeo Woon moved faster. His body twisted just in time, dodging the strike. Landing lightly, he pivoted and struck, his fist connecting with Murim Cheon's chin from below. The impact sent Murim Cheon stumbling back, his hands shooting to his mouth in shock. Cheon Yeo Woon blinked, staring at his own fist. What was that? That wasn't a technique he had learned. Murim Cheon, still reeling, realized it too. That wasn't martial arts, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Nanomachine's voice echoed in Cheon Yeo Woon's mind. Built-in self-defense mode activated. Boxing technique applied. Cheon Yeo Woon's jaw dropped. Boxing. Affirmative. This is an independent learning result, generated by analyzing the opponent's movements in real time. Cheon Yeo Woon flexed his hands, taking in the information. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but if Nanomachine said it was boxing, then he'd use it. Then another thought crossed his mind. What about the butterfly dance? Analysis complete. Switching to butterfly dance technique is possible. Do you accept? A grin spread across Cheon Yeo Woon's face. I accept. Murim Cheon's expression darkened. This brat. How many tricks do you have up your sleeve? His frustration boiled over, and he lunged again, unleashing a flurry of punches. Nanomachine adjusted. Defense mode switched. Butterfly dance. Cheon Yeo Woon weaved effortlessly through the barrage, light on his feet, every movement fluid and precise. Murim Cheon's frustration grew with every missed punch. What the hell? He stared, disbelief creeping into his expression. Then, Cheon Yeo Woon countered. His hand flashed, launching a rapid strike straight at Murim Cheon. Murim Cheon's breath hitched. In that moment, a memory surfaced, a tear-streaked face. His mother, clutching his hair, voice trembling. If you were good enough, your father would leave that filthy girl and come back to us. His vision blurred as her words echoed. You have to win, Murim Cheon. You need to win. Blood dripped from his mouth. His mother's face twisted in anguish. It's because you're weak, because you always lose. Tears burned at the edges of his vision as the battle raged on. It's not my fault, she screamed. It's because you failed. Her hands tightened around her son's throat as rage twisted her face. You're a mistake. Murim Cheon gasped for air. Blood trickled down his legs as the memory invaded his mind. Why now? Why was this worthless moment resurfacing in the middle of fight? Cheon Yeo Woon remained focused, his opponent's curses barely registering. Murim Cheon's lips curled in frustration as reality sank in. He had lost. His body refused to move, frozen in place. His pride burned, and he clenched his fists, voice shaking with fury. I will never lose to a lowborn like you. Before he could react, Cheon Yeo Woon seized him by the head, slamming him to the ground. Blood sprayed from Murim Cheon's mouth as the wind kicked up fallen leaves around them. Lying on the ground, Murim Cheon glared at Cheon Yeo Woon, hatred in his eyes. This, this is all because of a filthy brat like you. A hushed voice broke through the silence. No way. He actually defeated Murim Chion? The same Murim Chion that we couldn't even take down together. A guy turned to his comrade, disbelief in his expression. Didn't you say this kid had no Neong just 10 days ago? What do we do now? Chion Yeo Woon crossed his arms, looking at them calmly. You could always join me. Their eyes widened. A pause. Then one of them scoffed. Let's get out of here. Murim Chion barely heard them. Someone called his name, but he barely turned his head. If I had more than just strength, if I had true power, would they all bow to me just like that? A surge of rage overtook him. He gritted his teeth and roared. Get out. I don't need any of you. His allies hesitated before retreating. The prince slumped onto the ground, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. I'm a damn idiot. Why didn't I just kill you? Chion Yeo Woon didn't flinch. If the second test wasn't a group test, I would have crushed your skull. Murim Chion scowled. Spare me your excuses, mudblood. Chion Yeo Woon's fist clenched at the insult. His voice was quiet, but his intent was sharp. Say that again, and I'll actually do it. Murim Chion bared his teeth, seething. Then do it. Chion Yeo Woon exhaled, shaking his head. You can't even stand, and yet you still run your mouth? Murim Chion's rage boiled over. Screw you. Chion Yeo Woon smirked, standing up. I'm done here. Stay on the ground and keep whining if you want. Stop right there. Murim Chion shouted, but Chion Yeo Woon was already walking away. His voice echoed with frustration. You really are. Above, the moon shone in the dark sky. Chion Yeo Woon's thoughts drifted as he moved forward. If it weren't for Nano Machine, I would have lost. He frowned. I may be learning martial arts faster than anyone, but without real combat experience, it means nothing. He couldn't just rely on mastering forms. He couldn't become like his teacher just because he perfected the butterfly dance. Standing at the edge of an abyss, he made a decision. If I want to rise, I need real battles. I need to grow stronger. But the 6 clans, they won't let me develop in peace. His mind sharpened. First, I need to understand what I'm truly capable of right now. Nano Machine. A familiar voice responded. Awaiting your command, Master. How many of your functions have I used so far? Checking user records. A short pause. Then Nano Machine's voice came again. You are currently utilizing 3% of all available functions. Chion Yeo Woon's eyes narrowed. Only 3%? 3 out of 100? Chion Yeo Woon repeated in shock. Affirmative. Nano Machine's voice remained calm. User has not yet exceeded 3% of the 7th generation Nano Machine machines' total functions. This is based on records stored in internal memory. Chion Yeo Woon's mind raced. That means there's still a massive amount of potential I haven't tapped into. His grip tightened. Nano Machine, tell me everything. What functions am I capable of? Understood. The complete 7th generation Nano Machine function manual will be downloaded into your brain. Do you accept? Chion Yeo Woon didn't hesitate. Yes. For better comprehension, an English language training program will also be transmitted. Do you accept? Chion Yeo Woon frowned. Wait, English? Why do you sometimes speak in that weird language? Confirmed. The integrated system contains English-based command structures. Chion Yeo Woon sighed, glancing upward. Fine, do it. Initiating download. The moment Nano Machine finished speaking, data surged into his brain. Bright flashes burst before his eyes as waves of information flooded his mind. His body tensed, instinctively tilting as his system processed the influx of knowledge. Then it was over. Chion Yeo Woon blinked. The intense wave of information should have left him reeling, maybe even nauseous, but he felt fine. That was a lot more than usual, he muttered, lowering his head. But I don't even feel dizzy this time. No nausea, no headaches. Acknowledged. Search function initiated. Floating screens spun around him, data flashing across their surfaces. Chion Yeo Woon scanned them, his brows furrowing. These are all the functions I can use. His eyes trailed over the options. Repeated battle simulations, augmented reality training. A thought clicked into place. If I can simulate battles, I can gain the experience I'm lacking. Nano Machine confirmed. To generate a combat simulation, motion analysis must be performed. Chion Yeo Woon's gaze sharpened. Can I make one based on my fight with Murim Chion? Insufficient data for full combat recreation. However, a simulation avatar can be generated based on previous battle records. Chion Yeo Woon exhaled. Not enough data, huh? Well, let's try it anyway. His hand touched the ground. The surrounding air hummed faintly. A voice echoed, hesitant. All conditions seem stable. No one else is here. Simulation avatar activation in user's vision. Before Chion Yeo Woon's eyes, a figure materialized. He tensed. An avatar in augmented reality? And only I can see it. The projection solidified into a fully formed opponent, standing before him. Simulation settings have been modified. Please select the percentage of impact the avatar's attacks will have on the user. Cheon wounds, eyes narrowed. Percentage. The chosen percentage determines how much real damage you'll sustain from the avatar strikes. For standard training, set it to 100%. Lowering the percentage will reduce impact. Cheon wound rolled his shoulders, a grin playing on his lips. 100%. Confirmed. Simulation will run at full intensity. The avatar's foot slammed onto the ground, dust rising in its wake. It extended its fist, eyes locking onto Cheon wound. Come at me, mudblood. Cheon wound twitched. Why the hell is this part of the simulation too? The avatar took a fighting stance, ready for battle. Cheon wound's smirk widened. Perfect. I couldn't crush your skull before the second test, but now, let's see what happens. But that didn't matter. This was just an avatar. The projection smirked, raising a hand. If you're not coming, then I will. In an instant, the avatar launched forward, energy crackling around it. Cheon wound's eyes widened. Just like before, he moved on instinct, dodging the strike. The air split as their figures blurred, exchanging rapid blows. The avatar twisted midair, grinning. Did you really think such a weak attack would work? Without warning, waves of energy surged toward Cheon wound. His body tensed as pain lanced through him. His expression darkened. Why does it hurt? Nanomachine's voice chimed in. The nanomachine replicates previous pain responses using stored battle data. Cheon wound gritted his teeth. So it feels real, huh? Would you like to adjust the pain reception percentage? He exhaled sharply. No need. Let's keep going. The avatar gestured mockingly. Come on, mudblood. Show me what you've got. Cheon wound scowled. Damn you. With a roar, he lunged at the projection. The night stretched above him, the moon shining coldly in a sky full of stars. The wind carried fallen leaves through the air as the battle raged on. Cheon wound collapsed onto the ground, chest rising and falling heavily. His muscles ached, his body drenched in sweat. Nanomachine, what time is it? Current time, between 9 and 11 p.m. Cheon wound pushed himself up with one hand. Damn, that's bad. 15 rounds. He had fought the avatar 15 times, and had only won the final match. He frowned. The first fight ended in just 5 moves. I couldn't even defend properly. I barely did anything besides take hits. A smirk tugged at his lips. An avatar at this level. If that had been a real fight against Murim Cheon, I wouldn't have even touched him. I would have lost instantly. Nanomachine's voice echoed in his mind. Skill development progresses with repeated battles. As you continue training, both your experience and your proficiency with the butterfly dance will increase. Cheon wound clenched his fist. So what? He had lost to this guy using the same handful of basic moves. Again and again. His smirk deepened. That just means I need more time. 7 days. Give me 7 days, and the Murim Cheon avatar will be nothing to me. At the cadet dorms, Cheon wound stepped inside, scanning the room. Which one is my bed? His eyes flickered to the crowd, gathered ahead. Seriously? I just took down a clan prince, and these guys are already throwing a party? As he approached, someone suddenly stepped in front of him. Prince, the guy called out. Cheon wound narrowed his eyes. What? The guy exhaled. Your bed's here. Cheon wound raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Murmurs spread through the dorm. Why is he acting like this? Cheon wound turned to the guy, studying him. You were different before. What changed? The cadet pursed his lips, hesitating. I already walked away from Murim Cheon. There's nothing left to lose. I'm probably going to die anyway. Then, as if making a sudden decision, he dropped to his knees. Cheon wound froze. The cadet lifted his head, voice ringing out. I am cadet number 23, Hyebong. His eyes burned with determination. And then, loud enough for everyone to hear, I swear loyalty to Prince Cheon wound. From this moment on, I recognize him as my master. Silence fell over the room. Stunned whispers filled the air. Did he just... an oath of loyalty? To the 7th prince? The one with no power? Cheon wound blinked, caught off guard. Wait, you're saying you'll serve me? Hyebong clenched his fists and shouted, his voice raw with emotion. I deeply regret my actions from before. I've reflected on my mistakes. He lowered his head, nearly bowing. Please, accept me as your servant. Let me serve you with everything I have. Cheon wound stared at him, expression unreadable. A servant? For me? He wasn't someone who easily trusted others. Someone kneeling before him, pledging loyalty, not out of obligation, not because of some noble's command, but by choice. It was a foreign concept. Hyebong held his breath. Please, please. Then, Cheon wound gave a slight nod. Hyebong's eyes widened. His lips parted in shock before curling into a broad grin. Thank you. His voice trembled with excitement. I swear, I'll do everything in my power for you. But before the moment could settle, a sharp voice cut through the air. I leave for one damn second, and already there's trouble. The crowd parted as Jahayan stepped forward, irritation clear in his expression. His gaze snapped to Murim Cheon. And you, groveling like an insect. Who the hell are you swearing loyalty to? Hyabong flinched. Murim Cheon and Jahayan, they're terrifying. But he forced himself to stay still. I can't show fear. Cheon Yeo Woon's voice rang out, smooth and sharp. Who are you to insult my servant? Jahayan blinked. What? Cheon Yeo Woon tilted his head. You called him an insect. But all I see here is you, a pathetic leech clinging to someone stronger. The murmurs around them died instantly. Jahayan's face twisted in anger. What did you just say? Cheon Yeo Woon smirked. Why are you stuttering? Nervous? A voice from the crowd chuckled. Why is he so scared? Jahayan bared his teeth. His fist clenched, shaking with fury. You mudblood bastard. He lunged forward with a punch. Cheon Yeo Woon sidestepped effortlessly. His counterattack was swift. A solid hit landed on Jahayan's back, sending him rolling across the floor. The room fell silent. Cheon Yeo Woon looked down at him with mild interest. Pathetic. You're nothing compared to that avatar. Hyabong watched in awe. His lips curled into a small smile. As I thought, I made the right choice. Cheon Yeo Woon turned to Murim Cheon. Want to go again? Murim Cheon coughed, wiping his mouth. Enjoy yourself while you can. Without another word, he walked past Cheon Yeo Woon, not even sparing him a glance. Having a servant won't change a damn thing. As he left, voices whispered. He actually walked away. Murim Cheon, just let it go. He might be retreating now, but don't think for a second that the Kree clan's power has weakened. Yet, as they watched Cheon Yeo Woon, a different thought took root. This guy, he's going to change things at the Demon Academy. 1 week later, the second group test. The Grand Motto House stood tall over the gathered cadets. Impion's voice boomed across the field. I've trained you in everything you need to know. From here on out, it's all up to you. His eyes scanned the crowd. Do you understand? A thunderous roar of voices erupted in response. Yes, sir. He nodded. Before we begin, we'll draw lots, as explained earlier. Groups 1 to 4, 5 to 8, and 9 to 12. Each set will randomly pick their opponents. The tension in the air thickened. One of the cadets whispered, Wait, the leaders for groups 2 and 3, they changed. Another nodded. Yeah, and Group 1 still has Claude from the Clan of Darkness. Group 4's leader used to be Cadet 72, right? Up front, the test official smirked. All right, leaders of Groups 1 to 4, step forward. Footsteps echoed as the cadets moved forward. A hand reached into the lockbox. A sign was drawn. The official read it aloud. First match, Group 1 versus Group 3. Another draw. Second match, Group 2 versus Group 4. The arena fell silent. The test was about to begin. A loud cheer erupted. Hooray for our group leader. The enthusiasm filled the air, though not everyone shared the excitement. A few cadets pursed their lips in displeasure. The official wasted no time. Next, leaders of groups 5 through 8 stepped forward. Murmurs spread through the crowd. Wait, what? Someone whispered in surprise. The official's eyes widened as he checked the names. These group leaders changed too. A voice muttered, Hold on a second, that group. A smirk stretched across Wei Myong Lee's face. Meanwhile, Cheon Yeo Woon stepped forward, his presence immediately drawing attention. Wonryo Cheon's gaze snapped toward him, her expression darkening. Murim Cheon, that idiot. She had warned him countless times. Yesterday afternoon, from a distance, someone silently watched the training field. Murim Cheon clenched his fists, irritation flickering across his face. Idiots. They were still running group drills. He scowled. Do they not realize their strategies are completely exposed? With a scoff, he turned away. Nothing else to see here. Might as well go practice. Just as he was leaving, a voice called out. Murim Cheon. His head snapped to the side. Wonryo Cheon stood a few steps away, smiling slightly. His eyes narrowed. Her? Without another word, he turned away and started walking. In an instant, Wonryo Cheon appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Murim Cheon frowned. What are you doing? She crossed her arms. Are you seriously going to ignore me after I just called you? Murim Cheon exhaled sharply. What do you want? Wonryo Cheon raised an eyebrow. I actually thought about whether or not to tell you. But if you're going to act like this... Murim Cheon brushed past her. Didn't you say Kree clan members are idiots? Why are you talking to me now? Wonryo Cheon sighed, rubbing her temples. You're so annoying. Fine, I'll keep it short. Listen carefully. She rolled up the sleeve of her sweater. Murim Cheon's eyes narrowed. You're injured? Wonryo Cheon adjusted her sleeve. It happened last night. Murim Cheon's brows furrowed. What? She sighed. I was training alone when someone ambushed me. Murim Chion scoffed, spreading his arms. An ambush? Who in their right mind would be that reckless? Wonryo Chion's expression darkened. They hid their face. I don't know who it was. Murim Chion let out a breath. So what? That just means your attacker was some pathetic coward. Wonryo Chion's jaw clenched. Don't be stupid. I don't let my guard down. This wasn't just some random fight. Murim Chion smirked. So, you got hurt, and now you're telling me to be careful? Wonryo Chion crossed her arms. Think, Murim Chion. If someone was after me, they could come after you too. His expression darkened slightly. She continued. We're in the same rival group. Murim Chion's patience was wearing thin. And what does that have to do with anything? Wonryo Chion sighed and held up 4 fingers. You do realize that 4 groups will be competing against each other, right? Murim Chion narrowed his eyes. Yeah, and? Wonryo Chion shook her head. Do you really think our opponents are limited to just these 4 groups? Murim Chion clenched his jaw. What the hell are you getting at? Wonryo Chion exhaled, exasperated. Use your brain just once. If the pool of competitors is already narrowed down, it's obvious who's going to fight who. Murim Chion's eyes flickered with realization. You're saying someone's leaking information? The Academy forces each group to target the other group leaders, Wonryo Chion said flatly. She tilted her head, eyeing Murim Chion. You're not that stupid, are you? If a leader goes down, their team falls apart. That's the whole point. Turning away, she continued. Anyway, I've warned you. The test is tomorrow. Don't be reckless and train alone. Her voice sharpened. The last thing I want to see is a prince getting expelled after the second test. That would be disgraceful. With that, she spun on her heel. I hope you at least heard me. Then, without warning, she leaped into the air and disappeared into the distance. Murim Chion watched her go, irritation flickering in his eyes. The weakest of us giving me advice? She was overstepping her bounds. And yet, a smirk crossed his lips. Still, she's not wrong. Should I at least take Jahain with me? A shadow flickered across the surface of his sword. High cliffs loomed over the land. The night air was crisp. Master, it's getting late 10 p.m. Cheon Woon snapped out of his thoughts. He exhaled and stretched his shoulders. Nano machine. How many rounds have I won against Murim Chion's avatar? Give me the percentage. Approximately 60%. Cheon Woon frowned. I said I'd crush him in 7 days, but I'm only at 60%. However, based on battle data, your blade efficiency has significantly improved. According to my calculations, you'll reach your goal in the next few days. Cheon Woon let out a dry chuckle. Are you trying to console me now? No, this is a calculated estimate. A grin tugged at his lips. Still got a long way to go. A distant voice echoed in his mind. I should head back. Birds scattered from the treetops. A rustling sound tore through the night air. Cheon Woon turned sharply. Something's coming. Fast. A foot slammed against the ground. His senses flared. What was that sound? Then, he heard again. There. Cheon Woon darted through the foliage, heart pounding. The darkness was thick. Visibility was nearly non-existent. Then he saw it. A figure lying motionless on the ground. His breath caught. Someone's down. Nano machine, activate night vision. Night vision mode activated at user's command. The world shifted to a sharp, illuminated view. His eyes narrowed. Murim Chion, and then he saw him, the masked attacker. Murim Chion stood, caught in the gleam of his opponent's blade. His chest heaved, his stance unsteady. The next strike came fast. A deadly arc. Murim Chion barely twisted in time, the blade slicing past his cheek. They clashed violently. The sound of metal rang through the forest. Cheon Woon narrowed his eyes. To push Murim Chion this far, this guy in a mask is no joke. A sharp cry rang out. Murim Chion winced, pain flashing across his face. Then, footsteps. Murim Chion screamed. The masked man lunged, blade flashing under the moonlight. Murim Chion moved on instinct, dodging by mere inches. But he was slowing down. He was running out of time. Cheon Woon clenched his jaw. Damn it. I don't want to help him, but I can't let our group leader get taken down the night before the test. His decision was made. Stop. The masked figure froze mid-strike and turned. Cheon Woon stepped forward, weapon drawn. The attacker's eyes glinted behind the mask. Without hesitation, he slashed at Cheon Woon. Cheon Woon dodged, fist tightening. With a sharp exhale, he lunged. His fist connected, but the masked man leaped backward, landing lightly on his feet. Cheon Woon's eyes followed him. He's fast. This wasn't over yet. Cheon Woon's fist was about to land when the masked man twisted at the last second, narrowly avoiding the hit. Cheon Woon's eyes narrowed. He's good. His skill level was impossible to gauge. The attacker's gaze lingered on Cheon-Yeo-woon for a moment before he suddenly leaped into the air. Cheon-Yeo-woon didn't chase. He simply watched as the figure disappeared into the night. No point running after him. Behind him, Murim Cheon cursed under his breath. Cheon-Yeo-woon turned, raising an eyebrow. You okay? Murim Cheon clenched his jaw, his voice laced with frustration. Like hell I'd accept help from a mudblood like you. Cheon-Yeo-woon smirked. Want me to leave you here then? Murim Cheon glared, but didn't answer. Back at the dorm, the lights were already on. Conversations hushed the moment they entered. All eyes turned to Cheon-Yeo-woon, who was carrying Murim Cheon in his arms. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Prince Murim Cheon? What happened? Is he hurt? Cheon-Yeo-woon kept his voice calm. Help him first. I'll explain everything later. Hyebong rushed over, eyes wide with concern. Cheon-Yeo-woon, are you okay? Were you hurt? Cheon-Yeo-woon shook his head. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Cheon-Yeo-woon moved silently, pressing against the next door. Nanomachine scanned the room. Scanning. All 16 members of the 6th group are in deep sleep. Cheon-Yeo-woon narrowed his eyes. 16? There should be 20 cadets per group. Subtracting the 3 girls, that meant 1 person was missing. His mind clicked into place. So the one who isn't here must be the attacker. His fist clenched. If he was on the 1st floor, I would have noticed him. What now? He exhaled sharply. What am I even thinking? There are no rules saying only group leaders can be attacked. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Murim Cheon's eyes snapped open. His teeth clenched in frustration. The dorm filled with panicked voices. The test is tomorrow. Our leader can't fight. We don't stand a chance now. Sparks flickered near Murim Cheon's bedside as frustration filled the room. The instructor exhaled. Enough. Get some rest. I'll take him to the infirmary. Wait. Cheon-Yeo-woon stepped forward. There's another injured cadet. Hyebong spoke up. Sir, I'll carry him. Cheon-Yeo-woon shook his head. No, I'll do it myself. The instructor turned toward him. Follow me. Cheon-Yeo-woon frowned. Why? The instructor scoffed. Do I need to explain? He glanced at Murim Cheon. With him injured, your group has 0 chance of winning the test tomorrow. The room fell silent. Cheon-Yeo-woon's jaw tightened. So that's what this is about. The instructor continued, his tone dry. That's all I want to say. Go ahead and pass the message along. Then, his gaze returned to Cheon-Yeo-woon. And you, head back to the dorm. You know the rules. Cadets are forbidden from leaving at night. Cheon-Yeo-woon gave a small smirk. Of course I know. But deep inside, he was already planning his next move. If you have no teeth, learn to use your gums. Cheon-Yeo-woon blinked. Wait, what? He slowly lifted his head, his thoughts churning. His gaze drifted to the moon. Was he implying this was happening to the other groups too? At first, Cheon-Yeo-woon thought the attacks were just an exploit in the testing system. But no, this was something deeper. His jaw clenched. There's a hidden agenda behind the second test. Looking down, he noticed ants scurrying over his foot. His eyes narrowed. Eliminate the team leader, weaken the entire team. His breath hitched. Wait, so that's why only 4 groups were forced to fight each other? It was a setup. From the start, this was designed to justify secret attacks. A smirk tugged at Cheon-Yeo-woon's lips. They're really treating this like a demonic cult. Huh? If that was the game they wanted to play, then he didn't need to follow the rules either. Back in the dorm, tension filled the air. This is bad. It's over for us. Their group was finished. One cadet held his head in despair. We're doomed. Another slammed his fist onto the floor. How long are we going to sit here acting pathetic just because our leader's injured? A guy shot up. What the hell are you talking about? Cheon-Yeo-woon stood, his voice calm but firm. We need to pick a new leader, and fast. Instead of sitting around waiting for defeat, we should be planning our strategy for tomorrow's test. A murmur spread through the room. Then who leads us now? Prince Murim Cheon is the only one with real experience. The dorm fell into an uneasy silence. Then, Hyebong suddenly grinned and pointed. What are you all worrying about? We already have a prince. Everyone turned toward Cheon-Yeo-woon. A heavy silence settled. Someone finally muttered. Which prince? The cadets exchanged looks. Then a hand shot up. Ami-chan, Cadet 38. I support the idea. Another voice followed. Yeah, me too. Didn't he beat Murim Cheon last time? One by one, voices of agreement spread through the dorm. Someone grimaced. Murim Cheon's out. Our only priority now is passing the test. Cheon-Yeo-woon looked around, reading their expressions. He exhaled. So, that means you all agree to make me your new leader? A chorus of nods followed. A slow smile spread across his face. Good. Then listen up. There's something I realized when we were practicing our formations. Midnight. The dormitory of Group B lay in silence. Dim light seeped through the cracks in the door. Someone carefully shut it behind them. Xiao Woon took a slow breath. Nano machine. Night vision mode. Night vision mode activated. His pupils glowed faintly as his enhanced vision adjusted. He crouched, inhaling sharply. It's time. A shadow flickered across the floor. Across the room, a masked figure sat on a platform, motionless. Xiao Woon's mind raced. He entered through the open door to the 7th bedroom. Nano machine, scan the room. Is anyone awake? Scanning interior. All 20 cadets are asleep. Xiao Woon's smirk deepened as he crouched lower. Finally, it was time to strike. The masked figure leaped from the high window, disappearing into the night. Xiao Woon's gaze followed him for a brief moment before turning back to the room. Nanomachine, was he in here? Scanning. No matches found among the 20 cadets. None of them matched the masked attacker's height or build. Xiao Woon flexed his fingers. So he's not here. But it didn't matter. Lightning flickered outside, casting eerie shadows across the sleeping cadets. Magic energy crackled faintly near them. Xiao Woon's eyes locked onto one particular figure. The group leader. Suddenly, the man bolted upright, eyes snapping open. Xiao Woon's gaze sharpened. As expected, his senses are sharp. The leader gasped, but before he could react, a sharp pain surged through his body. His limbs convulsed, foam bubbling from his mouth. Xiao Woon held a thin needle between his fingers. Perfect. He watched as the leader's body went stiff, paralyzed. These needles should be enough to keep him off his feet for a few days. Xiao Woon turned away, his mind already moving to the next target. Even if he suspects something, he can't prove it was me. His eyes flicked toward the door. Next stop, the leader of the 5th group, Wonryo Cheon. But then, he hesitated. The masked attacker wasn't a woman, and Wonryo Cheon was nowhere near Murim Cheon's level in martial arts, which meant Murim Cheon's attacker must be in the 6th group. Xiao Woon moved silently, pressing against the next door. Nano machine, scan the room. Scanning. All 16 members of the 6th group are in deep sleep. Xiao Woon narrowed his eyes. 16? There should be 20 cadets per group. Subtracting the 3 girls, that meant one person was missing. His mind clicked into place. So the one who isn't here must be the attacker. His fist clenched. If he was on the 1st floor, I would have noticed him. What now? He exhaled sharply. What am I even thinking? There are no rules saying only group leaders can be attacked. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If he was now the leader of the 8th group, then someone from the Kree clan had been targeted on purpose. A slow smirk spread across his face. Looks like someone else figured out the real meaning of this test. As he suspected, the participants weren't going to hold back this time. The next morning, a man stood before the gathered cadets, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Is everyone ready? A loud, unified response rang out. Yes, sir. The man's lips curled into a smirk. Since you've all been training honestly for this test, I expect great results. A ripple of unease ran through the crowd. Honestly? They exchanged glances. The cadets descended the stairs in formation. Xiao Woon turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on a particular cadet. Something about him felt familiar. His instincts flared. Those eyes. I've seen them before. Nanomachine, he muttered. Scan him. The silent scan began. A second later, the result flashed in his mind. 100% match. Height. Build a perfect match to the masked attacker. Xiao Woon's lips curled into a smile. Got you. The second test, round 1, Group 1 versus Group 3, was about to begin. Wei Myong Lee's voice rang out, declaring that victory would go to the team that could overpower the other. With that, the battle was on. The fighters clashed instantly, weapons swinging and shields raised. Muyin Chion's voice cut through the chaos as he barked out an order. Formation number 3, attack. One of the opponents narrowed his eyes. A diagonal formation? He wasn't sure what Muyin Chion was planning, but there was no time to hesitate. The battlefield erupted into a frenzy. Metal clashed against metal as warriors charged, striking and defending with everything they had. Hold the line. Don't let them push through, someone shouted. But within moments, one fighter was run through by a sword. Another took a shield to the face, sent staggering back. One of the warriors turned in horror, calling out desperately, "Get up. Come on, we have to fight." His plea was cut short as pain shot through his shoulder. A blade had pierced him. With a sharp grunt, he collapsed to his knees. A figure loomed over him, sword pointed at his chest. You've lost. Surrender, the victor commanded. The wounded fighter trembled, struggling with the bitter taste of defeat. Wei Myong Lee, watching the battle unfold, sighed. Well, that was dull. His gaze flickered over the losing team before announcing, Group 1 is the winner. That means their leader has passed the test. Cheers erupted as the victors raised their swords high in celebration. Without missing a beat, the next match was called. Group 5 versus Group 8. Step forward. Cheon Yeo-woon's lips curled into a smile. Finally, it was their turn. As he turned to his teammates, his excitement dimmed slightly. Some of them looked shaken, fear evident in their eyes. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" he asked, his tone calm but firm. One of the cadets clenched his fists. After what happened earlier, everything's changing too fast. He tightened his grip on his sword, determination flaring in his eyes. "We either pass this test or get kicked out of the Demon Academy." Cheon Yeo-woon's expression hardened. "I don't care what it takes. I'm going to become one of the strongest warriors here. Isn't it your goal too?" His voice carried through the group, making them pause. "We can't afford to lose today." Then, with a raised sword, he roared, "Shout with me. Victory will be ours." The team echoed his cry, voices filled with newfound resolve. But deep down, Cheon Yeo-woon knew. Raising their morale was just the first step. Winning was another story. A smirk played on his lips. Would he be the hunter or the hunted? The signal was given, and the battle commenced. Wonryo Cheon's eyes flicked to the enemy team, disappointment flashing across her face. "I wanted to fight him, but I'll have to settle for these mixed-blood weaklings." Her grip tightened. "No matter, Nigan or not, I won't be holding back." "Attack!" she roared. Across the battlefield, a warrior raised a shield and gave a command. "Nano machine, activate training battle." A voice responded immediately. Training battle activated, as ordered. "Hold your ground," another fighter yelled. "Formation number 2, now." A girl's voice rang out, cutting through the noise. Nano Machine's voice returned, sharp and analytical. "Master, the enemy has switched formations. They're preparing for a spear assault." Cheon Yeo-woon's mind raced. "If we charge head-on, we'll be wiped out instantly." Then, without hesitation, he shouted, "Formation number 6." His team immediately fell into position. Onlookers watched in confusion. A linear formation? One of the opponents sneered. Why would he choose that? It only makes sense if the leader is unarmed. And yet, something about Cheon Yeo-woon's stance suggested that he wasn't someone to be underestimated. Arms crossed, he scoffed at himself. Was my judgment really that clouded? That kid, training under some old drunk? The thought seemed ridiculous now. Meanwhile, Wonryo Cheon seethed with fury. "How dare you greet me like that? Calling me a worm," she snapped. With a surge of rage, she swung her shield at him, the sheer force creating a sharp gust of wind. But he blocked it. Her eyes widened in shock. "He stopped my strike?" She clenched her teeth, trying to make sense of it. Is he channeling Seatmering into his shield? No matter the reason, she couldn't believe he was holding her off for this long. From the sidelines, a man watched in astonishment. The hero, though trembling from exertion, realized the truth. Ever since absorbing the dragon stone, his Seatmering had surpassed Wonryo Cheon. Everything was going according to plan. Wonryo Cheon cursed under her breath. "If this keeps up, our formation is going to fall apart." A deep frown creased her face. How'd he get this strong? Panic flashed in her eyes, but she quickly masked it. "We have to retreat." Without hesitation, she turned on her heel. "Fall back. Switch to Formation 1, she commanded. Nanomachine's voice rang out. Enemy formation changed, Formation 1. The hero wasted no time. "Move. Switch to Formation 3. Wonryo Cheon noticed the shift and smirked. "Formation 3? Are they serious?" She sneered at their so-called strategy. Do they really think they can pull off what Team 1 did against Team 3? Fools. Her confidence remained unshaken. Even with his Seatmering, he can't outmaneuver my tactics. She raised her voice again. "Formation 6 now." She grinned, knowing this move would restrict his mobility. With his teammates surrounding him, his movements will be limited. He won't be able to act freely. Then, to her surprise, the hero charged straight at her. Wonryo Cheon smirk deepened. What a reckless move. Running right at me? But then he grinned, and suddenly, his entire team surged forward with him. Wonryo Cheon's eyes widened. What? Her fighters hesitated, confusion spreading like wildfire. What are they trying to do? Someone shouted. Then it hit her. They're shifting formations. She quickly waved her shield. Stay calm. Don't panic, she yelled. The hero's voice rang out like thunder. Formation 2 now. Panic erupted in Wonryo Cheon team. One of her fighters shouted, Formation 2? Watch out. Then chaos. A terrified voice screamed. They're attacking from behind. From all sides. Wonryo Cheon mind raced. What are they planning? Then she saw it. Her fighters, trapped. The hero's team stood in a tight formation, shields raised, completely surrounding them. There was no escape. Wonryo Cheon clenched her fists, feeling the bitter sting of realization. He's mocking me. Later that night, a building loomed in the darkness as Cheon Yeo-woon addressed his team. Listen closely, he said, his tone sharp. Tomorrow, we'll use every formation we've learned to gain the upper hand. He smirked. When I call Formation 2, they'll be surrounded before they even realize what's happening. They won't have time to react. That's when we strike. Wonryo Chion's fist tightened as she listened. He tricked me. That mixed blood bastard. The hero drew his sword. Move forward, he ordered. Wonryo Chion fighters barely had time to react, their panic growing stronger. Suddenly, one after another, they threw their shields to the ground. What do you think you're doing? Wonryo Chion shouted, fury burning in her voice. Pick up your shields. Now, but it was too late. Their fear was overwhelming. Wonryo Chion gritted her teeth, clutching her sword tightly. She refused to listen to the voices around her, refused to accept this humiliating defeat. She had been laughed at, mocked, just because she was a woman. But she wasn't about to back down. Wonryo Chion's glare burned with fury as she locked eyes with the hero. You bastard, she spat. I'll never give up. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, blade flashing. Die, she roared, swinging with everything she had. Chion Yeo-woon tossed a shield aside, meeting her strike head-on with his sword. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Blow after blow, they struck at each other, neither willing to give an inch. Each strike carried raw power, pain seeping into their bodies as wounds began to form. Then, Chion Yeo-woon made his move. With a powerful, decisive swing, his sword cut through the air. The battlefield fell silent. All eyes turned in shock. Wonryo Chion froze, staring in disbelief as her sword and her hand were flung aside. Her gaze dropped, her breath catching in her throat. Panic flooded her face. And my hand. Then came the scream. A piercing, agonized scream ripped through the battlefield as the pain set in. She clutched her severed wrist, horror taking over. My hand. It hurts. Chion Yeo-woon immediately rushed toward her, voice firm yet urgent. Stay still, I'll stop the bleeding. As he knelt beside her, his reflection shimmered in the blood-stained blade. He swallowed hard. Did I go too far? His goal had been simple. Disarm her, force her to surrender. He never intended for this. The fight was over. The only sound remaining was the heavy breathing of the fighters. Chion Yeo-woon exhaled, gripping his sword tighter. Looks like I still need more training. Wei-myung Lee stepped forward, raising his hand. His voice rang out across the field. This fight is over. The cadets of the 7th and 8th groups, including their leaders, have passed the second stage of the test. A triumphant cheer erupted as Chion Yeo-woon's team rushed toward him. We did it, they cried, faces alight with joy. Meanwhile, a man watched the scene unfold with a smirk. Not bad. He had underestimated Chion Yeo-woon. The boy's seatming was strong, but more than that, his strategies, his techniques, they were remarkable. Was it really that old drunk who trained him? In such a short time, Chion Yeo-woon had mastered seatming, developed brilliant tactics, and executed them flawlessly. A true martial arts genius. For the first time, the man regretted not taking Chion Yeo-woon as his own student. As whispers of admiration spread among the crowd, Hyebong stepped forward, eyes gleaming. That was incredible, he said. How far do you think he'll go? Wei-myung Lee turned his attention back to the field. No time for questions. The third fight is about to begin. Teams, step forward. The defeated fighters walked away in silence, frustration written across their faces. Ha-il-myong clenched his jaw. I never thought he'd dodge my attack, let alone counter it. His fingers twitched over his sword. That bastard. Was he just toying with us the whole time? His gaze locked onto Chion Yeo-woon. He wanted nothing more than to wipe that smug look off his face. Then, a voice cut through the tension. Listen up, Baek Ji shouted. If we attack them head-on, we win easy. Without waiting for a response, he surged forward, leading his fighters in a full-speed charge. Formation 6, he commanded. His fighters hesitated. They're coming at us too fast, one of them stammered. Ha-il-myong's eyes narrowed. Are they insane? He quickly snapped an order. Formation 2, hold your ground. His team rushed into position, bracing themselves. Baek Ji smirked. Formation 2? What a joke. They're just making it easier for us. Keep charging, crush them. Ha-il-myong's grip tightened. The moment Baek Ji got close enough, Murim Chion struck. A single, precise slash. Baek Ji's shield flew from his grasp, spinning into the air. His eyes widened in shock. Then, Ha-il-myong's blade found its mark. Blood sprayed as Baek Ji staggered back, coughing up crimson. Forward! Ha-il-myong bellowed. His fighters didn't hesitate. They surged ahead, forcing Ha-il-myong team onto the defensive. They're pushing us back. Ha-il-myong men cried, scrambling to hold their ground. Don't let them recover, Ha-il-myong shouted. But something was wrong. Wei-myung Lee's eyes darted across the battlefield. His confidence wavered. What's happening? One of the fighters from the opposing team stood frozen, fear gripping him as he stared at Ha-il-myong, standing amidst a pool of blood. Ha-il-myong gaze lifted, locking on Chion Yeo-woon. A dark determination burned in his eyes. Chion Yeo-woon let out a nervous chuckle. Great, looks like I've made another annoying enemy. With that, round 3 of the second test continued. The Motto House, main hall. Inside the main hall, the first floor of the Motto House came into view. In the teacher's office, Jin Chong-ho handed a stack of papers to Wei Myong-lee. This is the list of those who failed, Jin Chong-ho stated. It includes their scores, up to Team 5. Wei Myong-lee scanned the documents, sighing. A lot of failures this time, he muttered. Jin Chong-ho nodded, especially from the high clans. Flipping through the pages, Wei Myong-lee shook his head. The clanless work hard to become guards for the middle or high-class clans, so there's no issue there. But the heirs of the high clans? They're bound to notice something's off. He let out a frustrated sigh. If it weren't for the group test, none of this would have happened. Back when we followed the old rules of the Demon Academy, things were much simpler. Jin Chong-ho folded his arms. It's too late for regrets, he said firmly. If we don't reassess the failed participants and their placements based on their performance, the higher clans will revolt against us. Wei Myong-lee exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. The heirs of the high clans will be fine. They already have their own martial arts systems. But the middle and lower clans, he trailed off. Without access to the healing stone in the sacred library, they'd be at a massive disadvantage. Then, his lips curled into a smirk. On the other hand, those who passed the second test should be gathering there right about now. The sacred library, Motto House. Cheon-Yo-woon walked up to the grand structure before him, eyes scanning its towering presence. So, this is the sacred library, he murmured. It was even more majestic than the main hall. He turned his head slightly, lost in thought. The other candidates are probably already inside, while I was stuck in the infirmary. His gaze drifted toward the upper floors. Today's test is on the second floor, right? A memory flashed through his mind. The teacher, nonchalantly picking his ear as he gave instructions. Listen, the man had said lazily. Devote yourself entirely to swordsmanship and the stream dance breathing method. Don't waste time on anything useless. Cheon-Yo-woon had frowned. By useless things, you mean the reserve library? Exactly. The teacher pointed at him. You're already learning techniques from the 4th and 5th floors, thanks to your teacher. Don't bother with the first. His voice was confident, unwavering. Nothing down there even compares to your martial arts. Cheon-Yo-woon had nodded at the time, but now, he smirked. That's what you think. After all, he had nanomachine. If there was anything worth knowing in the 1st or 2nd floors, he'd make sure to scan it all. The reserve library, 1st floor. Holding a candle, Cheon-Yo-woon stepped into the dimly lit 1st floor of the reserve library. Towering bookshelves surrounded him, stretching into the darkness. He let out a breath. I've never seen this many books in one place before. For a moment, he thought he was alone. Then, shaking off the eerie silence, he refocused. We only have 2 hours on this floor. There was no time to waste. Nanomachine, he said, keeping his voice low. I'll handle the forbidden books. You keep scanning everything else. Nanomachine's response was instant. Understood. Without hesitation, Cheon-Yo-woon pulled a book from the shelf, flipping through its pages as Nanomachine's silent scanning continued. Time was running out, and he intended to make the most of it. Nanomachine worked tirelessly, scanning book after book. Cheon-Yo-woon grabbed another, flipped through its pages, then carefully placed it back on the shelf. How much time do we have left? He asked. Nanomachine's voice echoed in his mind. 1 hour remaining. Cheon-Yo-woon nodded. How many books have we scanned so far? Including sword mastery, blade mastery, breathing techniques, and several others. 55 books. Cheon-Yo-woon raised an eyebrow. That many already? Impressive, but there was still more to uncover. Don't send them to my brain just yet, he instructed. Understood. His gaze swept across the shelves. I've only skimmed through the outer row. Should I check the inner shelves? Just as he was about to move deeper into the library, something caught his eye. A man sat quietly in a chair near a massive stone slab. Cheon-Yo-woon halted. The way the man carried himself. He looked like an expert. Could he be the guardian of the 1st floor? The one who oversaw the library's security? As he stepped closer, his attention shifted to the enormous stone behind the man. Why is there a huge stone in the middle of the library? The caretaker, noticing Cheon-Yo-woon's curiosity, finally spoke. That, he said, is a tombstone, left behind by the main founder of this library, the ancestor of the Sky Demon. Cheon-Yo-woon stiffened. The ancestor of the Sky Demon? The caretaker continued, his voice calm yet reverent. He carved it himself into sapphire while gazing toward the heavens. Cheon-Yo-woon's eyes widened. He turned back to the stone, scanning the surface. Is that a poem? Then a thought struck him. His brows furrowed. Wait, was this carved with fingers? As if reading his thoughts, the caretaker chuckled. Surprising, isn't it? The ancestor used his seepming, concentrating all his energy into a single fingertip to carve into sapphire. His gaze remained fixed on the tombstone. Sapphire is nearly impossible to scratch, even with a sword. The level of power required to do this, he trailed off. Cheon Woon exhaled slowly, realization sinking in. The caretaker sighed. Most people are too focused on books to notice this piece of history. But you found the ancestor's mark. He paused, then added, perhaps because this tombstone contains his blood. Cheon Woon's fingers curled slightly. I almost walked right past it, too. The man gave a small, knowing smile. It's expected. Who would waste time staring at a tombstone when they're surrounded by countless books? He leaned back in his chair. I've guarded this place for 20 years, and not once has anyone paid attention to this. Not even the descendants of the heavenly family. He waved a hand dismissively. But I've taken enough of your time. Go on, continue your studies. Cheon Woon bowed respectfully. Understood. Turning away, he took a step, then hesitated. Something fell off. His eyes narrowed as he noticed deep scratch marks on the back of the tombstone, long, jagged lines, as if someone had tried to hide something. His instincts flared. Nanomachine, analyze these marks. A brief silence. Then, Nanomachine's voice returned. Analyzing. Seconds passed. Then, analysis complete. The scratches were made by a sharp sword. Cheon Woon's breath hitched. Who would deface the tombstone of the ancestor of the heavenly demon? Nanomachine continued. Based on the depth and angle of the marks, there are two possible individuals who could have made them. Cheon Woon's grip on the candle tightened. Two people? Leaning in closer, he studied the scratches, but in the dim light, they were difficult to distinguish. Nanomachine, he murmured, display the sword marks in 3D augmented reality. Activating AR mode. In an instant, his vision shifted. The marks lit up in his sight, their depth and direction now vividly clear. His eyes widened. There's a huge difference in the force and angle of the sword strikes. And now it was obvious. These marks weren't random. They were deliberate. Cheon Woon's mind raced. They weren't just trying to deface the tombstone. They were trying to hide something. Cheon Woon's mind raced as he stared at the chaotic scratches covering the tombstone. He remembered what Nanomachine had said. These marks came from two different people. Nanomachine, remove all the extra markings, he ordered. Show me only the original ones. Understood. As the artificial scratches faded, the true marks were revealed. Cheon Woon's breath caught. Standing before the tombstone, he examined the patterns left behind. Just as I thought, these aren't ordinary scratches. They were sword movements, but something was strange. These strikes weren't from any technique he recognized. The flow, the angles, the sheer precision. It was an unknown style, a sequence of attacks forming a mysterious bundle of movements. His brow furrowed. What kind of technique is this? His knowledge wasn't enough to decipher it. Nanomachine, can you analyze these marks and reconstruct the movements in augmented reality? He asked. A brief pause. Then, it is possible, Nanomachine confirmed. However, the hardness of sapphire has traditionally been used to measure a warrior's strength. Cheon Woon exhaled slowly. So whoever left these marks had strength beyond comprehension. A voice broke his thoughts. You haven't been reading the books, have you? Cheon Woon turned to see the overseer approaching. The older man glanced at the tombstone, shaking his head. Quite a mess, isn't it? He said, voice laced with disappointment. A shame, really. Cheon Woon remained silent, waiting. The overseer crossed his arms. There are rumors, he continued, that the ancestor of the heavenly demon left his insight into swordsmanship right here. Cheon Woon's eyes sharpened. The insight of the ancestor. The man shook his head. No one knows for sure. What we do know is that someone deliberately tried to erase whatever was left behind. His gaze darkened. Perhaps they wanted to be the only ones to inherit the ancestor's legacy. Cheon Woon's fist clenched. So these marks weren't just random vandalism. Someone wanted to bury the truth. The overseer sighed, then turned to leave. I need to finish my rounds. Take your time looking around, he said with a wave of his hand before disappearing into the shadows. Cheon Woon let out a quiet breath. Luckily, he's gone. Nanomachine, he said, you mentioned measuring the sapphire's hardness. How do I do that? Place your palm on the surface, Nanomachine instructed. Cheon Woon hesitated for a second, then pressed his hand against the cool stone. Measurement in progress. After a moment, Nanomachine spoke again. Analysis complete. If the maximum hardness standard is set at 10, this sapphire is at 7. Cheon Woon's fingers tightened slightly. Even at a hardness of 7, this is tougher than steel. He exhaled, his mind returning to the deeper mystery. Nanomachine, based on the hardness analysis, can you recreate the original sword marks? Affirmative. Reconstructing now. A moment later, a 3D simulation materialized before him, revealing the marks exactly as they had been before they were defaced. Cheon Woon's eyes widened. Who could have done this? His words were cut off. Dialogue not supported. Nanomachine interrupted. Cheon Yeo Woon blinked. Did you just... Simulation beginning. Nanomachine cut in again. The digital figure in the simulation raised a sword. Cheon Yeo Woon could only watch in stunned silence. With terrifying precision, the figure unleashed a single, devastating strike against the sapphire. The sheer power of it made Cheon Yeo Woon's breath hitch. His hands trembled slightly. Nanomachine. That was one move? Analysis complete. By linking all the marks together, the pattern forms a single sword technique. Cheon Yeo Woon's pulse pounded in his ears. That can't be. Even the butterfly dance technique, the most fluid, refined style he knew, consisted of 8 linked movements. It took over half a year to master just one. And yet this single move, it was beyond anything he had ever seen. His grip on his sword tightened. Canceling this technique is impossible. A slow, determined smirk spread across his face. I didn't expect much from the first floor of a library, he admitted. But to stumble upon this... He turned to Nanomachine, eyes gleaming with resolve. Save this move. Cheon Yeo Woon nodded to himself. I'll translate it later. Nanomachine, save the data, he instructed. Understood, Nanomachine replied, following the command without hesitation. Cheon Yeo Woon exhaled, still in awe. If it weren't for those defacing marks above, I might have missed this entirely. Whoever had tried to bury this technique was no ordinary person. Someone wanted this lost forever. But why? His grip on his sword tightened. Only I discovered this technique. That means I'm the only one who can learn it. A small smirk formed. I should be grateful. As he turned to leave, Nanomachine's voice interrupted him. New analysis results. After removing the surface-level scratches, 45 intertwined movements have been identified. Cheon Yeo Woon froze mid-step. 45. The analysis confirms that these movements were carved at different times. Nanomachine continued. Cheon Yeo Woon's mind raced. Wait, if these aren't just cover-up marks, then that means... His eyes darkened with realization. These aren't just random scratches. They're part of the technique itself. A hypothesis formed in his mind. Nanomachine, reconstruct the sword movements in the exact order they were made, he ordered. Nanomachine instantly began generating an augmented reality simulation. One by one, the sword movements played before his eyes. Cheon Yeo Woon watched, his shock deepening. With each movement, the technique became sharper, more refined, growing closer and closer to perfection. Finally, the simulation concluded. Cheon Yeo Woon took a shaky breath. Nanomachine, can you overlay the original sword technique with these 45 modified movements and simulate an augmented battle between them? Processing request. Battle simulation activated. The two techniques came to life before him. Cheon Yeo Woon stood in stunned silence as the simulations clashed, original versus modified. Each strike, each counter, each movement built upon the last. At first, the original technique seemed flawless. But as the battle progressed, the refinement in the newer movements became undeniable. Cheon Yeo Woon's heart pounded. This wasn't just someone trying to erase the original technique. They were perfecting it. His fingers curled into a fist. This is a record, a long, relentless process of simplifying and mastering the sword technique. Determined, Cheon Yeo Woon approached the caretaker. I need to ask you something, he said. The man glanced at him, mildly curious. What is it? Is the first floor the only one with a sapphire tombstone? The caretaker shook his head. I only manage the first floor, so I can't say for sure, he admitted. But I've heard rumors. There's a tombstone on every floor. Cheon Yeo Woon smirked. Nanomachine, get ready. We're heading to the second floor. Motto House, Reserve Library, second floor. The moment Cheon Yeo Woon stepped onto the second floor, he took in his surroundings. Other students were still here, so they haven't finished yet. Must be because we only had 2 hours on the first floor, but 3 on this one. His gaze flickered across the room, then stopped. Yuchan Cheon. The clan heir sat calmly with a book in his hands. Unlike the others, the other high clan heirs hadn't even come here. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes narrowed. They're too confident in their own martial arts. That made Yuchan Cheon more dangerous than the rest. Cheon Yeo Woon moved carefully through the room, his instincts on high alert. Finally, he reached what he was searching for, another tombstone. He turned slightly. What about the other side? He stepped around it, and, just as he suspected, the entire surface was covered in sword marks. His pulse quickened. Nanomachine analyzed it. Same as before. Analyzing. Moments later, Nanomachine responded. Analysis complete. The same sword movements from the first floor are present. However, Cheon Yeo Woon's breath hitched. However what? Nanomachine continued. The first set of sword marks consists of 24 movements. And the second? The second set, left by another person, contains 56 movements. Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes widened. 56? He brought a hand to his chin. They weren't just copying the technique. They were modifying it. Whoever had done this, they had been studying how to improve it. Cheon Yeo Woon exhaled, his excitement growing. Just how far does this go? A new resolve burned within him. And he was going to find out. Cheon Yeo Woon wanted to examine the sword movements immediately. But as he turned, he realized there were too many people around. It'll be difficult with all these strangers watching. Instead, he gave a quiet order. Nanomachine, extract only the sword movements and save them. Understood, Nanomachine responded. Cheon Yeo Woon tilted his head up, a smirk forming. For unparalleled sword techniques, just the thought of integrating them into his body and mind sent a thrill through him. He couldn't wait. Start scanning, he ordered. The moment he did, heads snapped in his direction. The other cadets turned to him, eyes burning with disbelief and anger. What the hell is he doing? Someone whispered. Is he just flipping through them? Another muttered in frustration. Even reading a book word for word wouldn't guarantee full understanding. Yet here was Cheon Yeo Woon, skimming through everything at breakneck speed. But as much as they wanted to call him out, they gritted their teeth and forced themselves to refocus. Time was running out. They had only 1 hour left. With a satisfied smirk, Cheon Yeo Woon closed the last book. Scanning complete, Nanomachine reported. Across the room, Yuchan Cheon had been watching him closely. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. So that's how he does it. Nanomachine, how many books have we scanned? Cheon Yeo Woon asked. 156. He nodded. Good. Analyze today's scans and store them in the database. Processing. That should be enough for now, Cheon Yeo Woon thought, shifting gears to his next priority. A memory resurfaced, his teacher's words, sharp and unwavering. I'm sure the original butterfly technique is one of the top 10 martial arts in the academy, the teacher had said. But don't let overconfidence blind you. No matter how skilled someone was, mastery only came through relentless repetition, hundreds, thousands of times. Experience was just as crucial as talent. The teacher had smirked, jabbing a thumb at himself. I had to go through hell, real battles, real enemies, to understand martial arts. That's why this academy exists, to give you that experience. Clan or not, everyone gets tested here. Cheon Yeo Woon grinned to himself. That's all that's left now. It was time to put Nanomachine's augmented reality to the test. If everything worked as planned, he'd gain a vast range of combat experience, without ever facing real injury. A man nearby finished taking notes and looked up. You're not late. You can go. Cheon Yeo Woon bowed slightly. Understood. The man paused, then suddenly said, now that I think about it, someone was asking about you. Cheon Yeo Woon raised a brow. Somewhat. The man waved him off. Never mind. Forget it. Cheon Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes slightly. Is someone actually waiting for me? He dismissed the thought. Not important right now. What was important was reaching the individual training rooms. Now that the second test was over, they should be open. Time to get there and transfer all the special moves I collected. Motto House, individual training facility. As the building came into view, Cheon Yeo Woon quickened his pace, only to have someone step in front of him. Ha-il Myong. His expression was dark, his posture stiff with barely contained anger. I looked everywhere for you, Ha-il Myong said coldly. You weren't in the rooms. His gaze locked onto Cheon Yeo Woon. But here you are, Cadet 7. Cheon Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes slightly. So he's the leader of Team 6 from the second test? What do you want? He asked flatly. Ha-il Myong jaw clenched. You really don't know? His voice sharpened. You think I wouldn't notice what you did to my teammates' legs? Cheon Yeo Woon rolled his eyes. Great. He had way too much going on to deal with this right now. Cheon Yeo Woon crossed his arms, studying Ha-il Myong's stance. The way he's glaring at me, burning with the need to fight. He looks like he's out for blood. He sighed. And who exactly told you to leave them alone? Ha-il Myong's expression darkened. He adjusted his stance, muscles tensing. I have someone to thank for that, he muttered. Cheon Yeo Woon raised a brow. He's not reacting to my provocation like most people would. He quickly took a stance of his own, realizing that Ha-il Myong wasn't just all talk. He was strong. If this turned into a real fight, he'd have to take it seriously. Then, a voice cut through the tension. Both of them were so focused on each other that they hadn't noticed a third presence. Yuchan Cheon exhaled dramatically as he stepped between them. You two didn't even notice me, huh? The sudden appearance caught them both off guard. Cheon Yeo Woon's gaze flickered toward the newcomer, recognition settling in. The Blade Clan's Yuchan Cheon. Meanwhile, Yuchan Cheon chuckled, his eyes filled with amusement. You both have excellent focus, he noted, as expected of group leaders who passed the second test. His gaze shifted to Ha-il Myong, his expression calm. But I've waited long enough. Mind if I deal with him first? He gestured toward Cheon Yeo-won. It won't take long. Then, to everyone's surprise, Yuchan Cheon bowed slightly. If you don't mind. Ha-il Myong stiffened. An heir of the Blade clan, bowing his head to another cadet, his fists clenched. What the hell do you mean you're first? He growled. I've been looking for this freak all day. His anger flared. Don't piss me off. Get lost. Yuchan Cheon rubbed his chin thoughtfully, as if considering his next move. What to do? I didn't wait to see him, after all. Ha-il Myong's rage boiled over. This arrogant bastard. How dare he look down on me? Without thinking, he swung. Yuchan Cheon smirked. Cocky. With a flick of a wrist, he effortlessly stopped Ha-il Myong's punch. Then, in a flash, he countered, his hand snapping forward, stopping just short of Ha-il Myong's neck. A sharp smirk played on Yuchan Cheon's lips. How's that feel? Cheon Yeo-won watched in shock. He barely adjusted the technique, and yet, his mind whirled. Does that mean his skill level is just that advanced? Ha-il Myong's pride took a massive hit. His body trembled with frustration. How? Even with a weak stance, he completely overpowered me. Yuchan Cheon casually glanced at him. Your balance is off. And your arms? Too stiff when you lunged. He tilted his head. Got a bruise on your ribs, or something? Ha-il Myong's jaw clenched. This guy, he's definitely not on the same level as the other cadets. Even if his body seemed normal, his skill was anything but. Yuchan Cheon pulled his hand back. Wait here for a bit, he said casually. This won't take long. Ha-il Myong scoffed. I don't care. And with that, he turned on his heel and disappeared. Yuchan Cheon chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Impatient, huh? Cheon Yeo-won's eyes narrowed. What does he want with me? Is he trying to knock me out before the next test? Whatever the case, it didn't matter. He won't be able to handle me with just pure skill. Nano machine, Cheon Yeo-won muttered under his breath. Activate augmented reality and set the butterfly sword technique into training mode. Activating augmented reality. Nano machine's voice echoed in his mind as the training interface loaded. Command functions for the technique initialized. The butterfly sword technique sequence began to take form. Yuchan Cheon, watching him closely, suddenly extended his hand toward Cheon Yeo-won. Relax, he said, crossing his arms again. Why so tense? His expression shifted slightly as he observed Cheon Yeo-won's stance. It must be because of my position. Then, a smirk tugged at his lips. You don't have to be so wary, he said smoothly. After all, this is just our first meeting. Cheon Yeo-won frowned slightly, but before he could respond, Yuchan Cheon finished with a cryptic remark that sent a chill down his spine. As brothers from the same father. Yuchan Cheon grinned. Nice to meet you, brother. Cheon Yeo-won stiffened. Brother? His expression darkened as anger flared inside him. Is he mocking me? Yuchan Cheon awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Do you really hate me that much? He let out a sigh. I guess I can't blame you, after everything the Six Clan has done to you. Cheon Yeo-won's fists clenched. And you expect a warm welcome knowing all that. Yuchan Cheon's expression didn't change. I just want to get to know you better, he said casually. I like you. Cheon Yeo-won narrowed his eyes. And why is that? Yuchan Cheon smiled. Because we walk the same path of the sword. Cheon Yeo-won scoffed. That's it. Of course, Yuchan Cheon said, his tone light. Can you imagine how shocked I was when you ripped off the arm of that guy from the Sound Clan? After that, I had to become your biggest fan. Cheon Yeo-won's patience snapped. Stop talking nonsense, he shouted. Just tell me what you really want. A gust of wind passed between them. Yuchan Cheon exhaled, his smile fading slightly. This is pointless, he muttered. Guess getting close to you won't be easy. Then, suddenly, his grin turned wicked. I went off for twice, he said darkly. Join the Blade clan. Cheon Yeo-won tensed. For a brief moment, neither of them moved. Yuchan Cheon studied his reaction before nodding. Yeah, I know this must be a surprise, he admitted. Cheon Yeo-won forced himself to relax, his eyes narrowing. You're serious? Yuchan Cheon sighed, looking slightly offended. You think I joke about this? I even waited for you outside the library. He gestured toward himself. Look, I can't speak for the others, but I don't see you as my enemy. His voice dropped slightly, his tone sincere. I want you to join the Blade clan and protect it with me. Cheon Yeo-won stared at him, stunned by the sheer audacity of this guy. Let me get this straight, Cheon Yeo-won said, voice laced with disbelief. You actually expect me to give up my status as heir? Yuchan Cheon scratched his head, then let out a laugh. Didn't really think about it like that. Then his smile faded. His sharp gaze locked onto Cheon Yeo-won, and for the first time, his tone grew serious. But even that would be difficult for you. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the square. Cheon Yeo-won's brows furrowed. What do you mean? Yuchan Cheon raised his hand to the sky, eyes darkening. You hate me. Spreading his arms wide, he continued. But if you truly follow the path of a sword, you'll have no choice but to face me one day. He closed his eyes, as if basking in admiration. Then, striking a dramatic pose, he smirked. I've become your biggest fan. His voice softened, almost wistful. If we walk this path together, I know your future would be brilliant. Cheon-Yeo-woon scowled. He doesn't even see me as a rival. Their shadows stretched across the ground as the weight of Yuchan-Cheon's offer hung in the air. Then, I refuse. Yuchan-Cheon's smirk vanished. He blinked, as if he hadn't heard correctly. What? Cheon-Yeo-woon met his gaze without hesitation. I need more than that, he said firmly. He raised his fist. And besides, his voice grew sharper. You wouldn't be able to handle it. He turned slightly, his stance unwavering. Now, get out of my way. Both princes stood in silence, facing each other. Tension hung thick in the air as Yuchan-Cheon's fury simmered, growing stronger by the second. Nano quickly warned Cheon-Yeo-woon. The enemy was channeling immense energy into his right hand. A direct hit would be devastating. Without hesitation, Nano advised using the second stance of the butterfly dance, a swift circular movement after shifting left by half a step. Cheon-Yeo-woon steadied himself. This was it. The real fight was about to begin. Trusting Nano's guidance, he executed the move precisely as instructed. Yuchan-Cheon's hand trembled. The fourth prince's eyes widened in disbelief before he suddenly grabbed his stomach and burst into laughter. The energy in his hand dissipated, and the threat of an attack vanished. The dim glow of candle lanterns lined the road as Yuchan-Cheon shook his head, exhaling sharply. I was furious at first, he admitted, but thinking about it now, it's actually kind of funny. He frowned slightly, then smirked. That whole blocking the way line. Gotta admit, it sounded pretty cool. Cheon-Yeo-woon said nothing. He wasn't sure what to make of Yuchan-Cheon's words. The prince's expression was unreadable. With a sigh, Yuchan-Cheon placed his hands on his hips, his frustration evident. What a waste of effort, he muttered before raising a hand in farewell. We'll meet again. We're on the same path, after all. But he wasn't finished yet. A faint glow flickered in Yuchan-Cheon's palm. Cheon-Yeo-woon tensed. Nano's voice rang in his mind. Energy was once again gathering in the enemy's right hand. The ground in front of Cheon-Yeo-woon erupted as raw power ripped through the air. He instinctively shielded his face. He recognized this technique. Yuchan-Cheon's arm extended, forming a shimmering energy blade, the blade's chi. A sharp, knowing smile tugged at the fourth prince's lips. You're not even close to being a threat to me, he stated flatly. Cheon-Yeo-woon stared at the smoking scar left in the earth by Yuchan-Cheon's attack. His mind raced. The fact that Yuchan-Cheon could extend the blade's chi purely from his arms meant one thing. He had fully matured. The rumors had to be true. If Yuchan-Cheon was capable of challenging Muyin-Cheon from the Dark Clan for the title of heir, he really was on another level. Frustration churned in Cheon-Yeo-woon's chest. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. He thought he had finally reached Yuchan-Cheon's level. He had defeated Murim-Cheon, expelled Wonryo-Cheon from the academy. Hadn't he proven himself? But now, the gap between them was undeniable. Yuchan-Cheon let his energy fade, casually waving a hand before turning his back on Cheon-Yeo-woon. We'll meet again, he said, his voice steady as he walked away. Cheon-Yeo-woon remained rooted to the spot, fingers tightening into fists. He cursed under his breath. He had been arrogant, too impatient. That night in the square, his goal shifted. No longer was it enough to stand as their equal. He had to surpass them. Meanwhile, Yuchan-Cheon walked with his hands tucked behind his back, his thoughts lingering on Cheon-Yeo-woon. The kid had predicted his attack. If Cheon-Yeo-woon hadn't moved at the last second, Yuchan-Cheon would have severed his right arm in a single strike. A smirk played on Yuchan-Cheon's lips. He's different from the others, he mused. Sometime later, Cheon-Yeo-woon stepped into a private training room, shutting the door behind him. He scanned the space, taking in its size, about 2.5 meters across. A perfect square. Not much room to practice proper stance work, let alone execute shadow steps. Knocking against the stone walls, he confirmed they were solid. No easy way out. But that didn't matter, because now, more than ever, he was determined to grow stronger. Cheon-Yeo-woon sat down on the floor, deciding that this space, small as it was perfect. No distractions, no interruptions, just pure focus. If he could cultivate his internal energy here, it should be enough. Nanomachine, activate augmented reality, he commanded. At once, a digital interface materialized before his eyes. A yellow hologram flickered into view, its translucent form pulsing with energy. Simulate the stance scanned from the sapphire tombstone on the second floor. Cheon-Yeo-woon instructed. Nanomachine processed the request, issuing a brief warning. The simulation will be generated according to the order of the notches. Before Cheon Woon could respond, the hologram moved. A flurry of sword strikes filled the room, each motion precise and relentless. The seventh prince's eyes widened. It was far more advanced and faster than the simulation from the first floor. Even with the final stance of the butterfly dance, he wouldn't be able to block a single one of those attacks. His mind raced. How many people could possibly counter this technique? Was it even possible? Just then, a second hologram, green this time, appeared. Simulation of an alternate stance sequence initiated, Nano Machine reported. The new figure sprang into action, moving fluidly through 56 unique sword positions. Every step, every strike seemed impossibly refined, as though years of mastery had been compressed into seconds. Cheon Woon gritted his teeth. His whole body trembled, not in fear but in awe. This was insanity. To perfect such a technique, one would have to be utterly consumed by the sword. He had never been more afraid of a technique in his life. Watching a single, rough movement evolve into something so flawlessly deadly by the 56th position sent chills down his spine. Then, both holograms activated at once. Nano Machine, Cheon Woon called, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his mind. Create a battle between the 56 positions, starting in sequential order. Understood. Battle mode initiated. At the center of the room, the green hologram came to life. It shifted instantly between the first, third, and 10th positions, before delivering a decapitating strike at the 56th. Cheon Woon inhaled sharply. Simulation complete, Nano Machine announced. He studied the aftermath. Just like on the first floor, the so-called absolute positions had been subtly altered, just one move different. Then, an idea struck him. The butterfly dance. It had gone against those absolute positions. That was why it worked. Closing his eyes, he imagined his clone before him, blade raised. If there was a way to counter this deadly sequence, he would find it. Cheon Woon tightened his grip, visualizing the duel. His clone lunged. He met the strike, stepping into a defensive stance. Their blades clashed, each anticipating the other's next move. They leapt. Collision was imminent. Warning, Nano Machine's voice broke through the intensity. Neural activity spiking. Blood pressure points stimulated. Increased energy formation in the lower abdomen. Cheon Woon and his clone clashed again, their strikes perfectly mirrored. In that instant, he saw it, his path forward. Suddenly, energy erupted from his body, flooding the room. His eyes snapped open in shock. A split second later, his strength failed him, and he collapsed backward, his back slamming hard against the stone wall. Cheon Woon sat frozen, struggling to grasp what had just happened. His body was drenched in a cold sweat. He was sure, absolutely sure, that he had only been focused on the fight. And yet, at some point, he had entered trance. He stared at his trembling hand. A strange sensation coursed through him, something unfamiliar yet exhilarating. It didn't make sense. Determined to understand, he sat in a meditative pose and closed his eyes. Seconds later, they snapped open again. His heart pounded. His internal energy, it had surged. What was once 30 years had suddenly become 40. Cheon Woon exhaled sharply, realization dawning on him. Had he just achieved awareness? Slowly, he pushed himself up from the ground, feeling a newfound strength flowing within. And the most shocking part? He had accumulated this power entirely on his own, without Nano Machine's assistance. A grin spread across his face, his eyes shining with excitement. These positions, they were truly worthy of being called the greatest among Murim martial arts. Gripping his sword, he resumed his training, eager to test his newfound strength. The moment he moved, he noticed the difference. The way his strikes sliced through the air had completely changed. This wasn't just an increase in chi. Something had fundamentally shifted. Cheon Woon swung his sword again, and his breath caught. His hand, covered in a shimmering aura of energy. Chi materialized. He clenched his glowing fist, a rush of pride swelling in his chest. He wasn't strong enough to fully manifest it into a solid sword yet, but that didn't matter. Not for long. If he took the medicine stone soon, his energy would reach 60 years. And when that happened, the gap between him and Yuchan Cheon would shrink, fast. But for now, he had to get back. Glancing around the small, closed-off training room, he realized he had lost track of time. Nano Machine, he called out. How long have I been like this? Approximately 2 hours. The mechanism responded. Cheon Woon's eyes widened in shock. 2 hours. He placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. It would take time to fully integrate this into his body. He had to return to his quarters and refine it properly. Nano Machine, transfer the positions originally carved on the sapphire stone from the first and second floors, as well as the 45th and 56th positions, into my brain. The moment the data transfer began, a sharp pain shot through his head. Cheon Woon gritted his teeth, pressing a hand to his temple. The familiar headache struck again. Ugh, this never stops, does it? He muttered. Once the process was complete, he leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Nanomachine. How long until the positions are fully transferred into my body? Based on analysis, the process of muscle adaptation and chi flow alignment will take approximately 10 hours. Qion Woon groaned. That was far longer than the butterfly dance had taken. Though, considering the level of these techniques, it wasn't surprising. Glancing outside, he noticed it was already night. There was nothing more he could do for now. He'd just have to get up early. With that thought, he made his way back to the dormitory. The moment he stepped inside, he realized not everyone had returned yet. They were still training. Hyebong, however, was already there. The young man bowed in greeting. "You're back, Your Highness." Qion Woon's gaze fell on the stack of papers in Hyebong's hands. He immediately guessed what they were: study materials from the library. "Did you find anything useful?" he asked. Hyebong's face lit up with a wide grin. Hyebong shook his head. "Not much useful information," he admitted. "It was just a second-grade martial art." Still, he added that he had studied a stepping technique since his strength didn't lie in pure fist combat. Qion Woon smiled, relaxing a little. He had caught his peers in a moment of pure dedication. Everyone was pushing themselves to improve. He couldn't waste these 4 days of rest either. If he wanted to keep up, he couldn't afford to fall behind. The next day, sunset. Qion Woon lay sprawled on the floor of his individual training room, his body still adjusting to the transformation. Muscle adaptation and energy flow process. 100% complete, Nanomachine reported. He canceled sleep mode, and Qion Woon shot up. The moment he moved, nausea hit him like a wave. He staggered, then immediately threw up. Nanomachine activated biological stabilization protocols, working to balance his body's response. Breathing heavily, Qion Woon wiped his lips and leaned against the wall. Damn, that was rough. His gaze shifted to his hands. Even after going through this process so many times, he still wasn't used to it. Then he clenched his fist. A jolt of realization struck him. This strength, it was on a completely different level. Compared to when he had perfected the butterfly dance, he felt leagues stronger now. Curious, Qion Woon pulled off his shirt and examined his body. His eyes widened. His muscles defined, refined, powerful. He ran a hand over his abs, stunned. Is this really my body? Then an idea struck him. Turning toward the stone wall, Qion Woon inhaled deeply. Slowly, he exhaled. Qi surged into his fist. His body tensed as he prepared to strike. Elsewhere, Museum Chion's training room. Ha-Il Myong sat in deep meditation, frustration etched on his face. He had been arrogant, far too confident in his skills. He had thought he was strong, but Yuchan Xion had crushed him so easily. That defeat still burned in his mind. The overwhelming difference in strength was undeniable. Ha-Il Myong clenched his fists. He needed to forget about Qion Woon for now. His focus had to be on something greater, on regaining his honor. Suddenly, the wall beside him began to crack. His eyes snapped open. A second later, boom! Shards of rock exploded in all directions. Ha-Il Myong barely had time to react before debris slammed into him. He let out a strangled yell, shielding his face. For a moment, his mind reeled. An enemy attack? A mercenary? Teeth clenched, he turned toward the gaping hole in the wall. Through the dust and rubble, a shadowy figure stood at the center of the destruction. Ha-Il Myong squinted. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. Standing there was Qion Woon. Rage and humiliation flooded Ha-Il Myong's mind. His body swayed, and darkness crept into his vision. Just before losing consciousness, he cursed the seventh prince under his breath. A few minutes later, Qion Woon stood awkwardly as he faced a furious group of academy officials. Even if it was your personal training room, one of them snapped, you punched a hole into another cadet's room. Qion Woon had no defense. He felt genuinely guilty. If someone had been deep in meditation, you could have killed them, another official scolded. Nearby, a worker carried the still dazed Ha-Il Myong on his back, the poor guy muttering incoherently about Qion Woon in his delirium. Qion Woon winced. Yeah, this doesn't look good. You should be grateful that Cadet 108 is still alive, one officer growled. Otherwise, you'd be expelled on the spot. The weight of those words hit him hard. This will go on your record, they warned. Qion Woon bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize. Jin Shang-ho, one of the academy's higher-ranking instructors, stood with his arms crossed, watching him. Qion Woon stood in silence as the verdict was delivered. As punishment, you are forbidden from using the training rooms on the first and second floors, the instructor announced. From now on, you may only train in the basement facilities. A sharp gaze fixed on him. And if you damage those as well, you'll be permanently banned from all training rooms. Qion Woon lowered his head. Understood. I'll be more careful from now on. Jin Chang-ho watched him leave, still in disbelief. A stone wall that had stood for decades, reduced to rubble in a single punch. That level of raw power meant one thing. Cheon Yeo-woon's chi had far surpassed its previous limits. As Cheon Yeo-woon walked down the dimly lit hallway, he couldn't shake the thought from his mind. He turned to Nanomachine. Why am I suddenly this strong? He had never imagined he could shatter a training room wall with a single strike. It should have been impossible. Nanomachine's answer left him stunned. Master's muscles and energy flow have undergone extreme transformation, the mechanism stated. Your strength has reached a level where you can now leave marks on sapphire, one of the most durable materials known. Cheon Yeo-woon stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell to his hands. Sapphire? The realization hit him. The simulations have been based on analyzing the marks left on the sapphire stone, not on actually replicating movements. That meant the focus had never been on perfecting techniques like the blade dance or butterfly dance. It had always been about developing the raw power needed to carve into the stone itself. Cheon Yeo-woon flexed his fingers, feeling the energy pulsing beneath his skin. So, this power isn't limited by my body's natural limits? He asked. Nanomachine responded. Your body has been modified in a way that does not interfere with your natural growth. According to your projected growth assessment, once your body fully matures, your muscle transformation and energy flow capacity will increase further. Cheon Yeo-woon looked up. Outside, the night was deep and the street lamps flickered, casting small sparks into the air. So if I push my limits even further. He trailed off deep in thought. Nanomachine confirmed, it is only a matter of time. However, even I cannot accelerate your growth, except by stimulating your growth plates. Cheon Yeo-woon smirked. No shortcuts, huh? That's fine. For now, this is more than enough. Basement, individual training room. Cheon Yeo-woon stood alone in the underground training chamber, the air thick with silence. He had to admit, what Nanomachine had done was incredible. A technique refined over decades had been implanted into his brain in an instant. But something about it unsettled him. This would be his first time practicing the insight technique, one passed down by the ancestor of the heavenly demon. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and raised his sword. His movements began smoothly, one after another. Then he stopped. Something's wrong. Shifting his stance, he tried again. A precise lunge, a sharp cut, a finishing strike, but still fell off. Frustration crept in. He was executing the forms perfectly, but it wasn't giving him the result he expected. Cheon Yeo-woon exhaled slowly, trying to shake the doubt from his mind. He extended his palm, slicing through the air. Then, he lunged forward and delivered the final strike. This time, he smiled. The first and second positions, perfect, but something nagged at him. His mind flickered back to the green and yellow holograms. Why does this technique feel incomplete? It wasn't the same as what he had seen in augmented reality. Something was missing. Nanomachine, he said, his voice firm. Compare my movements in 3D with the recorded simulations. A holographic projection flickered to life before Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes. One figure was green, the other his own. Launching augmented reality program, Nanomachine announced. Simulating based on user data. The two projections moved in sync, pulling their attacking hands back before slicing through the air. At first, they seemed identical. Then, the differences became glaring. Cheon Yeo-woon's technique looked off. His movements were stitched together instead of flowing naturally. His rhythm wavered, especially at the finishing strike. Frustration surged through him. His jaw clenched, fists tightening at his sides. What's wrong? Cursing under his breath, he dropped to the floor. Why isn't this working? He chewed at his nail in frustration. Even if my breath control is weak, the techniques should still function on their own. It hit him. His hand froze mid-motion, and his face fell into his palm. Of course, even the final secret of the martial arts method wouldn't work properly without energy rotation. If that was missing, then everything was meaningless. A deep sigh escaped him as his gaze drifted toward the far wall. He was exhausted, mentally and physically. He had been so fixated on the sword technique that he had completely neglected his breath control. Then a thought crossed his mind. The tombstone inscriptions. Cheon Yeo-woon slowly raised his head. Nanomachine, he said, a new urgency in his voice. Show me the front of the stele on the first floor, in 3D. Searching for saved video data, Nanomachine replied. Seconds later, an object materialized before him. A perfect recreation of the steel monument. Data retrieved. I can display its appearance only. Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes scanned the inscription carefully. The words read, a strong wind rises, clouds fly high. I have returned to my hometown. How can I become a brave warrior and protect my homeland? His brow furrowed. What does this mean? Nanomachine provided an explanation. This is a poem from the Han state, written by a future ruler upon returning from defeat. Xion Yeo Woon's confusion deepened. So, it's not even related to the heavenly demon? For a moment, he considered the possibility that the lines had been altered. Nanomachine. Could the text have been modified? Negative. The mechanism responded immediately. Xion Yeo Woon sighed, disappointment settling in. He had miscalculated. Still, something about the text nagged at him. Maybe the clue wasn't in the words themselves, but in how they were written. Nanomachine. Analyze the text structure. Look for anything unusual. A pause. Then, analysis complete. Small indentations detected beneath the characters. Xion Yeo Woon's heart skipped a beat. Nanomachine zoomed in on the image, highlighting the tiny holes. Xion Yeo Woon's eyes narrowed. The number of dots is different under each character. Now, that was interesting. His mind raced. What could they mean? Then, an idea struck him. Acupuncture points. His gaze darted to a particular character. It had 4 holes underneath. Wait, no. He quickly dismissed the thought. These weren't random dots. They had a pattern. Then another memory surfaced. The first book he had scanned with Nanomachine was about acupuncture. And those points, they were numbered. The realization sent a chill through him. Closing his eyes, he visualized the placement of the dots on a human body. One particular point stood out, the 4th. But something was wrong. For normal breath control, you weren't supposed to start there. To do it properly, 7 points needed to be opened. And if that was the case, a sudden realization struck Xion Yeo Woon. His gaze locked onto the hieroglyph. It was composed of 3 large lines with 4 small dots underneath. 3 plus 4, 7. Excitement buzzed in his chest as he quickly scanned the rest of the hieroglyphs. Each had a different combination of lines and dots. He counted them all. When he reached the final one, the sum totaled 23. His breath hitched. His heart pounded. Then, he leapt up from the stone floor, practically shouting in triumph. I found it, he declared, his voice echoing off the walls. The hidden airway. A wide grin stretched across his face as he pumped his fists in the air. I really am a genius. His enthusiastic exclamations could be heard outside the training room. Jin Chang-ho, who had long since grown accustomed to Xion Yeo Woon's outbursts, didn't even bother reacting this time. Outside, the sun shone brightly over a bustling street. The city was alive with movement, but Xion Yeo Woon had only one thought. I need to get back to the training room. I have to test this breathing technique. Licking his lips in anticipation, he turned to head back. Then, Xion Yeo Woon. He froze mid-step, irritation flickering across his face. He turned around, clearly not pleased about the interruption. A young man approached him, offering a polite martial arts salute. He had an easy smile, his posture relaxed. My name's Yompa, student number 200. He introduced himself. If you're not too busy, would you mind sparring with me? Xion Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes. What's the point of this? Why, he asked flatly. Turning away, he waved a dismissive hand over his shoulder. We weren't even in the same exam. I see no reason to fight you. I don't have time to waste. But Yompa didn't back down. Instead, he followed after Xion Yeo Woon, much to his growing irritation. Realizing he was being selfish, Yompa quickly apologized. Then, as if to entice him, he made an offer. I'll share information about the 3rd stage exam with you, he said. And if you win, I'll even give you something. Xion Yeo Woon slowed his steps. A few moments later, the two stood opposite each other in a clearing surrounded by trees. Xion Yeo Woon wasn't thrilled about this. Trading information for a fight? How ridiculous. A strong breeze swept through the field. Yompa exhaled and stepped forward. To be honest, he admitted, I just wanted to test my strength against you. Xion Yeo Woon arched a brow. What do you mean? Yompa's expression sharpened. He settled into a fighting stance. I saw how you cut off Wonryo Chion's hand. Your technique wasn't bad. His eyes glowed with excitement. Now, I want to show you the technique my clan takes pride in. Xion Yeo Woon smirked and motioned for Yompa to come at him. Fine, let's get this over with. Yompa wasted no time. He sprang forward, aiming a strike at Xion Yeo Woon's head. But Xion Yeo Woon dodged effortlessly. Yompa threw another punch, missed again. His eyes narrowed as he adjusted his stance and struck upward from below. Still too slow. Xion Yeo Woon watched him with cold confidence. Every movement was readable. Every attack, predictable. Yompa, realizing none of his blows were landing, grit his teeth. Then, in one swift motion, Xion Yeo Woon raised his hand, spun his body, and launched Yompa into the air. The force sent Yompa flying. The moment he hit the ground, he coughed up blood. Xion Yeo Woon froze. His fist clenched. His body trembled slightly. Did I use too much force? He hoped the guy wasn't dead. Yompa lay curled on the grass, clutching his stomach. His expression twisted in frustration. He hadn't expected to lose this easily. When he had watched Xion Yeo Woon's fight against Wonryo Chion, he had assumed the 7th prince relied purely on technique. He had never imagined there was such a massive gap in raw power. Groaning, Yompa pushed himself up, still sprawled on the ground. He let out a breath and chuckled. You were holding back against Wonryo Chion, weren't you? Looking up at Chion Yeo-woon for where he lay, he smirked. After all, the blood of heaven runs through your veins. Yompa let out a shaky breath, still clutching his stomach. His expression remained strained, but his voice was steady. I had a feeling you might have the abilities of first-class warrior, he admitted. True to his word, he was about to share the promised information, until Chion Yeo-woon stopped him. The seventh prince frowned, his gaze sharp. He wasn't interested in the information just yet. First, he needed to know why. Why did you even want to fight me? Chion Yeo-woon asked, his tone serious. Regardless of who won, this match wasn't in your best interest. Yompa let out a soft chuckle. I figured you wouldn't believe me. Chion Yeo-woon narrowed his eyes. That answer caught him off guard. Yompa exhaled, straightened up slightly, and met Chion Yeo-woon's gaze. Like I said, I just wanted to test my strength. Chion Yeo-woon studied him for a moment. You mean my strength? Yompa shook his head. No, both of ours. He then added, it was all for the sake of the third test. Chion Yeo-woon's expression turned serious. What does this fight have to do with the exam? Yompa gestured with his hand, explaining, there's a high probability that we'll be divided into teams. Chion Yeo-woon's brows furrowed. Teams? He looked up slightly, processing the information. But we were told there wouldn't be any more group divisions. Yompa smirked. That was for the second test. This time, things will be different. They'll be testing our individual capabilities far more. He then explained, the goal of the third test is to become a high-class warrior. And to do that, you must have at least first-class martial arts. Chion Yeo-woon let out a slow breath, crossing his arms over his chest. So that means... He glanced around. Out of everyone who passed the second level, very few actually qualify. Yompa nodded. Exactly. Which means many will have to rely on the power of the Order of the Magic Dragon just to make up for their lack of skill. Leaning on his knee, Yompa continued. With their help, a lot of students will burn through their energy reserves quickly. Chion Yeo-woon raised an eyebrow. And that's not the only issue, is it? Yompa's smile faded slightly. No, it's not. The real problem? High-class martial arts. Chion Yeo-woon wasn't surprised. He had already been thinking the same thing. Yompa confirmed it. The second floor of the library is the only place with first-class techniques. And at this rate, most students won't stand a chance of passing. Chion Yeo-woon's fingers tapped against his arm. So, if the exam doesn't involve creating high-class techniques. His voice trailed off as he considered the only possibility left. Yompa sighed. Then that means they'll be giving them out. Chion Yeo-woon's eyes darkened. That didn't sit right with him. That can't be all, though. Yompa chuckled and pointed to the sky. Of course not. If it were that simple, the test would be too easy. He estimated that simply learning a martial art would only cover 80% of what was required. Then, Yompa met Chion Yeo-woon's gaze. If my father was right, these manuscripts will contain the secrets of the Chilma sword technique, a technique that only the strongest warriors possess. Chion Yeo-woon's mind immediately recalled something. He had heard of this before. A memory surfaced. Garjang, his bodyguard, was washing clothes in a tub, casually talking about a rare sword technique. Seated nearby, Chion Yeo-woon had listened carefully. This technique, Garjang had said, wringing out a soaked cloth, was originally created for the 12th and 36th steps of Shine. It was meant to be the strongest martial art of its kind. But there was one oddity about it. Garjang had glanced up, his hands still twisting the fabric. 12 people used 12 techniques. 36 people use 36 techniques. And if 108 people use the... Garjang continued wringing out the soaked fabric as he spoke, his voice calm but firm. If 108 people master the technique, it evolves into the 108 sword fighting technique. He glanced at Chion Yeo-woon with a knowing smirk. Cool, isn't it? How an ordinary martial art can transform into something that dangerous. Chion Yeo-woon remained silent, staring ahead in deep thought. A martial artist gains the power to resist, and a master of this technique is called 7 Demon Sword when it's the 12 technique version. But if it's the full 108 technique version, that's Hwani. Yompa casually waved his hand. My father once told me that, back then, each group had exactly 12 members. They were the ones who managed to master the 7 Demon Sword technique. Chion Yeo-woon's curiosity piqued. That number, is it significant? Yompa grinned. It's a standard formation in martial arts sword techniques. But even those who did master 7 Demon Sword still struggled to perfect the sword technique itself. He sighed. Unless you're an exceptional warrior, understanding even the basics is a challenge. Leaves drifted down from the trees, swirling in the breeze. Chion Yeo-woon glanced at him. So that's why you wanted to test my abilities? Yompa nodded. Exactly. One technique alone doesn't show the whole picture. Chion Yeo-woon raised an eyebrow. Meaning, Yompa pointed a finger upward, as if just remembering something important. All right, I haven't told you the most crucial part yet. Cheon-Yeo-woon held his gaze, listening intently. In this test, cadets will be acting entirely on their own discretion, starting with mastering their martial arts. Cheon-Yeo-woon tensed slightly. Acting on our own? Yompa continued. However, based on the results of the second test, a group leader can give guidance to their team members. Cheon-Yeo-woon's expression darkened. So, does that mean the established leaders choose their team members? Yompa nodded. That's right. But some cadets refuse to join any group. He smiled slightly. This test isn't for regular cadets anymore. It's about those from the 6 major sects and the nobles. Cheon-Yeo-woon took a thoughtful stance, piecing things together. So this third test, it's not just about passing, he murmured. It's a fight for the position of the school leader. He reasoned that if cadets couldn't master the sword techniques within the given time frame, they'd automatically fail. But there had to be another layer to it. The sun still hung high in the sky, casting sharp shadows across the ground. Something still didn't sit right with him. What happens if someone refuses to join a group? Cheon-Yeo-woon asked. Yompa crossed his arms. Then they have no choice but to rely on the group leader if they want to pass. Cheon-Yeo-woon tilted his head slightly. Is that why you mentioned trust earlier? Yompa smirked. Exactly. Trust is the most important thing in forming a team for this test. That's why cadets are trying to align themselves with the strongest leader, even if it means challenging them or outright refusing to follow anyone they don't believe in. Then, with a confident grin, Yompa pointed to himself. Which is why, since I did promise you something, I decided to give myself to you. Cheon-Yeo-woon's eyes widened. What? Yompa shook his head as Cheon-Yeo-woon tried to argue. You will be the leader, he said with certainty. Cheon-Yeo-woon frowned. You're assuming too much. What if I don't become the leader? Yompa simply smiled. You will, he said firmly. His voice held no doubt. In between taking a bunch of inexperienced cadets, or having someone like me on your team, you already know which choice benefits you more. Cheon-Yeo-woon narrowed his eyes. He was still suspicious. Something about Yompa just didn't add up. Something about this didn't sit right with Cheon-Yeo-woon. Yompa's reasoning was logical, but the way he approached it felt off. Still, Cheon-Yeo-woon decided there was only one way to handle this. Placing a hand on his hip, he eyed Yompa carefully. Why me, he asked. Like you said, there are other candidates for leadership. Plenty of people passed the second test. Yompa hesitated. His gaze drifted away as he scratched the back of his head. Well, he sighed. I may have made the same offer to the other 2 princes before coming to you. Cheon-Yeo-woon blinked. Yompa quickly added, I just didn't say that earlier because I didn't want you to feel bad. Cheon-Yeo-woon's expression remained unreadable. So, you were rejected? Yompa's shoulders slumped. Yeah, everything's already been decided. Realization hit Cheon-Yeo-woon. I'm a backup option. That did not sit well with him. Yompa, sensing his irritation, quickly followed up. Look, I'm not asking you to accept me as your subordinate. I just need to be part of a team, even temporarily, so I can pass the test. He lowered his head slightly. Please, let me join you. Cheon-Yeo-woon's lips curled into a smirk. Yompa's eyes lit up, mistaking the reaction for acceptance. He immediately dropped to one knee. Thank you. I swear you won't regret. Denied. Yompa froze. He looked up completely stunned. What? Cheon-Yeo-woon's glare hardened. I said no. A strong gust of wind swept through the clearing. The forest stirred around them as Cheon-Yeo-woon turned away. Within moments, he was gone. At high speed, Cheon-Yeo-woon's perspective. Cheon-Yeo-woon sprinted through the woods, his mind sharp with focus. Nano machine, activate facial recognition analysis, he commanded. The system activated immediately. Cheon-Yeo-woon couldn't detect lies with absolute certainty, but whenever something fell off, Nano machine filled in the gaps. The results appeared. During Yompa's conversation, slight fluctuations had been detected in his facial muscles, suggesting a 45% chance of deception. But when he specifically asked Cheon-Yeo-woon to temporarily accept him, his muscles trembled even more. Nano machine estimated a 62% probability of dishonesty. Cheon-Yeo-woon didn't slow down. It wasn't proof, but it was enough to raise a red flag. A grin slowly spread across his face. So that's how it is. He had to admit, Yompa had played his role well. The guy was clever, and funny, in a way. Meanwhile, Yuchan Shion's perspective. Yuchan Shion leaned lazily against a wall, watching Yompa with an amused expression. So, he really refused you? He asked, barely holding back laughter. Yompa nodded, looking defeated. That was it. Yuchan Shion burst out laughing, wiping away a tear. Oh man, that's hilarious. Yompa frowned. I gave him all the information to... Yuchan Shion's laughter faded into a smirk. Did you really think you could fool him? Yompa remained silent. With a knowing look, Yuchan Shion leaned in slightly. Did you honestly believe Cheon Yeo-woon was so stupid that if you just begged him to take you in, he'd actually agree? Yompa sighed. No, I didn't think that. Yuchan Cheon's smirk widened. So, let me guess, your real plan was to join his team, stick around for a while, then ditch him on the day of the test. That way, he'd be short on members and automatically fail. Yompa stiffened. Yuchan Cheon chuckled. I have to admit, that would have been funny, if it worked. His voice darkened slightly. But honestly, I'd feel bad if someone like Cheon Yeo-woon failed that way. He pushed off the wall and stretched. If he weren't my rival, I'd actually consider pulling him over to my side. Yompa dropped to his knees, his head nearly hitting the floor. Please, he begged, give me another chance. I still have other plans. Yuchan Cheon watched him for a moment, then raised his arm, bending it at the elbow. And then, everything seemed settled. There was no need to push any further. Yuchan Cheon casually suggested that Yompa find a team before it was too late, or, better yet, become a leader himself. Yompa's eyes widened in horror at the thought. Yuchan Cheon chuckled at the reaction of the 200th prince and pointed out that if Yompa wasn't up for the role, there were plenty of other cadets who could take his place. Without another word, he turned away. Yompa, desperate, called out to him, Master. Yuchan Cheon stopped, turning back with a look of disgust. I have no use for someone as worthless as you, he said coldly. Leave me alone. Crushed, Yompa's shoulders trembled as he turned and ran, tears streaming down his face. Yuchan Cheon remained by the wall, watching as Cheon Yeo-woon took Yompa down in a single strike. But something was off. This wasn't the same power he had seen 2 days ago. The fourth prince clenched his fists, frustration burning in his chest. The protagonist's level wasn't as high as he had initially thought. Was it luck? Or was there something more to Cheon Yeo-woon's strength? One way or another, he intended to find out. Meanwhile, in a private training room, Cheon Yeo-woon sat on the floor, deep in thought. He needed to find the 11 talents. But was it even real? The head of the academy hadn't confirmed anything personally, yet the possibility was too significant to ignore. He had someone in mind from Group 8, but that alone wasn't enough. And there was no guarantee they would follow him. Cheon Yeo-woon exhaled, resting his hand on the floor. There was no point in overthinking. He needed to finish training for the day and figure out on the way back to the dorm. Standing up, he asked Nano Machine if it had completed analyzing the martial arts books they scanned yesterday in the library's first and second floors. Nano Machine responded affirmatively. Analysis complete. 55 beginner-level martial arts books from the first floor, 156 intermediate-level books from the second. Cheon Yeo-woon remained expressionless, but his mind was already working. Nano Machine, can you create a hologram of someone by analyzing their K and body movements, and then have the hologram demonstrate the results? Nano Machine confirmed. It is possible. Select a person for the avatar and specify the martial art style. Cheon Yeo-woon didn't hesitate. 5 sword arts. As soon as he visualized it, a blue virtual figure began materializing in augmented reality. The avatar took shape, an exact replica of Murim Cheon. The hologram smirked arrogantly. A low-born bastard like you thinks he can challenge me? Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes darkened. Attack me. The hologram lunged, blade flashing. Someone like you who doesn't know his place must die. Murim Cheon swung his sword in a sweeping motion. Cheon Yeo-woon dodged effortlessly, countering with blinding speed. His fist shot forward, colliding with the avatar's head. A sickening crack echoed through the room. Murim Cheon's hologram froze. Then, in an instant, his neck twisted unnaturally, and he vanished. Cheon Yeo-woon blinked, stunned. Nano Machine's voice cut through the silence. The avatar has been defeated. Fatal damage sustained in battle. Cheon Yeo-woon stared at his own hand, realization dawning on him. 4 days ago, the same attack had merely knocked the hologram back. Now it had shattered completely. Before disappearing, Murim Cheon's voice rang out one last time. Not bad, low-born bastard. But you'll regret that. Then he was gone. Nano Machine's explanation followed immediately. The avatar was unable to withstand the... Cheon Yeo-woon stared at his own hand, his mind racing. He hadn't expected this, hadn't planned for it. Had he really surpassed Murim Cheon in ability? The thought unsettled him. Even if the avatar had been assigned an intermediate level of martial arts, it shouldn't have made much of a difference, right? Taking a deep breath, he looked up, his gaze sharpening. He needed to test this further. Nano Machine, generate 5 holograms of Murim Cheon. He ordered, assigning each a different intermediate martial art. Then, on second thought, he smirked. No, make it 10. A dozen virtual figures materialized in the room, their presence overwhelming. Nano Machine quickly designated them as targets, listing the martial arts each had been assigned. Cheon Yeo-woon took in the sight before him, suddenly wondering if he had gone too far. Before he could adjust the number, the jacks pointed at him, their voices dripping with mockery. Pathetic. Lowborn trash. You think you belong here? The words sliced through the air, relentless, taunting. Cheon Woon clenched his fists, veins bulging as anger surged through him. Nano Machine's voice chimed in. Would you like to reduce the number of avatars? Cheon Woon exhaled sharply. No, just start the training. His eyes darkened. I'll kill them all. With a battle cry, the holograms charged from all directions. Cheon Woon didn't flinch. He knew exactly what to do. His movements were lightning fast, delivering precise strikes that took down several avatars instantly. Their bodies flickered and disappeared, but there was no time to celebrate. The second wave came harder. Murim Cheon's sword slashed toward him from multiple angles. Cheon Woon dodged swiftly, leaping into the air, only to crash headfirst into the ceiling with a sickening thud. The impact sent him sprawling back to the floor. The room spun. Nano Machine paused the simulation. The avatars froze. Cheon Woon groaned, rubbing his head, realizing too late that he had miscalculated. The augmented reality had made him forget just how small this space really was. A sharp crack echoed above. His gaze snapped up. There, in the ceiling, a deep fracture spread ominously. Jin Chang-ho is not going to be happy about this, he muttered under his breath. As if summoned by the disaster, Jin Chang-ho appeared moments later. He stared at the cracked ceiling, then at Cheon Woon, then back at the ceiling. Slowly, he turned to the prince. Cheon Woon quickly looked away. Jin Chang-ho dragged a hand down his face. What the hell did you do this time? Cheon Woon winced, massaging his sore head. Miscalculated? The instructor let out an exasperated sigh. Unbelievable. Crossing his arms, he added, I warned you about this before. That's it. You're banned from using private training rooms. Cheon Woon immediately straightened and bowed. I'm truly sorry. Jin Chang-ho sighed again, rubbing his temples. Follow me. The two walked out of the gate, heading toward a new building. Cheon Woon's eyes narrowed as they approached. It was smaller than the private training facility, but something about it seemed different. The doors were much wider. Jin Chang-ho stopped in the doorway, holding up a lantern. From now on, this is where you'll be training. Cheon Woon blinked. Wait, seriously? Jin Chang-ho smirked. What, surprised? You think I'll let you keep breaking down walls in those private rooms? Cheon Woon stepped inside, his curiosity piqued. The space was significantly larger than the previous training area, with a more open, comfortable layout. This place, he mused. What is it? Jin Chang-ho leaned against the doorway. This is the training faculty. Normally, only those who've reached expert level and passed the fourth test are allowed in. Cheon Woon turned to him, stunned. But I haven't passed the test yet. The instructor smirked. No, you haven't. But after this little incident, he motioned to the cracked ceiling. The head of the academy made an exception. Cheon Woon's expression darkened. How did Jin Chang-ho know he had reached the expert level? The instructor smirked. Simple. Breaking through the walls of a private training room takes chi strength at least on par with an expert. He knocked on the nearby wall. These walls are reinforced. They shouldn't have broken, no matter how frustrated you were. Cheon Woon bowed, offering a rare, sincere thank you. Jin Chang-ho waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. Just focus on your training. With that, he left, leaving Cheon Woon alone in the massive training hall. Glancing around, Cheon Woon felt a surge of satisfaction. A space this big meant he could train without limitations. Nano Machine, what time is it? 9 p.m. The mechanism responded. Cheon Woon smirked. Good, I've still got time. He considered continuing his fight against the 10 Murim Cheon avatars, but the thought felt uninspiring. He had already proven he was beyond that level. Then, an idea struck him. Lowering his gaze, he asked, Nano Machine, can you simulate Seepming's avatar? Nano Machine responded, yes. I can generate an avatar based on the movements of the butterfly dance technique Seepming demonstrated in the infirmary. A wide grin spread across Cheon Woon's face. Now, this will be interesting. As the simulation loaded, a matrix field flickered in front of his eyes. The virtual environment formed around him, and Nano Machine prompted him to select a martial art. Without hesitation, Cheon Woon chose the butterfly dance. The air shimmered. Seepming's avatar began to materialize before him. The right-hand bodyguard of the demon cult twirled a flask lazily on his finger, smirking. You serious about taking on your sensei? He chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Kid, you crack me up. Cheon Woon's stance tightened. Nano Machine, next time, mute him. Nano Machine acknowledged the request. But for now, Seepming was free to talk, and clearly enjoying himself. Cheon Woon knew exactly who he was up against. One of the 10 greatest warriors of the demon cult. The weight of that fact only fueled his determination. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, launching a piercing strike aimed at Seepming's weak points. The bodyguard didn't move. No, he moved just enough. Each of Cheon Yeo Woon's attacks was effortlessly parried, as if Seepming was toying with him. Gritting his teeth, Cheon Yeo Woon refused to accept how easily his technique had been countered. Then, wham! A backhand strike snapped his chin upward. Pain exploded through his jaw as blood filled his mouth. He had bitten his tongue. Before he could recover, Seepming's sword flashed. Still midair, Cheon Yeo Woon saw the blade closing in. Seepming's expression was all too familiar. He was enjoying this. Then came the real attack. Seepming executed the third position of the butterfly dance, 7 flutters of the butterfly. A flurry of strikes descended upon Cheon Yeo Woon in rapid succession. 1, 2, 3. He couldn't counter. 4, 5, 6. His body was already numb. 7. The final hit sent him flying. Cheon Yeo Woon slammed into the wall, the impact rattling his bones. His breath came in ragged gasps as he struggled to steady himself. He had known he was no match for Seepming, but to be completely overwhelmed in one technique? Pushing himself up, Cheon Yeo Woon stared at the back of the hologram, realization settling in. This is what it means to be one of the greatest warriors of the demon cult. And yet a small, determined smirk played on his lips. Because no matter how outclassed he was, he would close the gap. Nano Machine suggested switching the avatar's martial arts, but Cheon Yeo Woon shook his head. No, keep it as is. Pushing himself off the ground, he gave a simple order. Continue the fight. Seepming's avatar rested his sword on his shoulder, amused. You still want more? He let out a chuckle, clearly entertained by his student's stubbornness. Cheon Yeo Woon didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand, extending only his index and middle fingers, the stance for his ultimate technique. The bodyguard's smirk widened. In an instant, he vanished from his previous position, appearing elsewhere in a blur. You're not ready, he taunted. But Cheon Yeo Woon wasn't looking at where Seepming had been. His sharp gaze followed his movements precisely. Sensei and student clashed. Cheon Yeo Woon dodged a downward slash, narrowly avoided an attack to his head, then struck back. His fingers collided with the avatar's blade, sending sparks flying. Seepming's expression flickered with something rare, shock. Fueled by battle fury, Cheon Yeo Woon pressed forward, his relentless strikes forcing his teacher into a defensive stance. Blow after blow, the 7th prince didn't let up. It's working. Determined to end it, he aimed for the hologram's head. His fingers shot forward, closing in on Seepming's face. But before he could land the final hit, slash, slash, Seepming's sword moved twice in a blink. A sharp pain tore through Cheon Yeo Woon's back, and before he could react, his body slammed into the wall. Gravity dragged him down, leaving him sprawled on the floor. His breaths were ragged, but his eyes stayed locked onto his opponent. He clenched his teeth, his fingers curling into fists. Even with my ultimate technique, I still can't match him. Then, something caught his attention. Faint distortions flickered across the hologram's body. Artifacts. Cheon Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes, scanning Seepming's form more closely. Wounds. Small but visible. Even the final strike, the one that should have ended the fight, had left a mark on the avatar's face. But they were all superficial. He wiped the blood from his mouth. In terms of pure technique, he was starting to close the gap. But combat experience? That was an entirely different battlefield. An absolute technique alone wouldn't be enough to defeat a true master. Frowning, Cheon Yeo Woon ran the numbers in his head. For years, that was all he had to pass the 6 tests of the Demon Academy. His gaze flickered to the hologram, a silent promise forming in his mind. I will surpass the right bodyguard in that time. But for now, he would start with his avatar. 3 days later, Demon Academy training grounds. The main square was filled with students standing in perfectly aligned rows. The air was heavy with anticipation. Cheon Yeo Woon lowered his head slightly, frustration bubbling under his skin. He had spent all of yesterday training, yet he had only managed to fight evenly with 10 Murim Cheon avatars. I still have a long way to go. Then a voice cut through his thoughts. Did you all use your 4 days of rest wisely? The commanding voice belonged to the left bodyguard. Yes, sir. The students responded in unison. The bodyguard extended his hand forward. As promised, today you will receive information on the 3rd test and be given the black medical dragonstones. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some students exchanged confused glances. A formation of 12? Their expressions reflected their uncertainty. But Cheon Yeo Woon? He felt nothing but confidence. The information was correct. The bodyguard lowered his gaze slightly, his tone no longer carrying the same booming authority. The minimum requirement for every member of the 12-man formation is mastery of advanced martial arts. He gestured toward a neatly stacked pile of books beside him. This, he said, resting a hand on them, is the foundation of the demonic sword. The left bodyguard stood firm, his voice carrying across the training grounds. This is the sword of the 7 demons, a stance the demon cult takes great pride in. He gestured toward a stack of secret books, each one containing advanced martial arts techniques. The students, including Cheon Yeo-woon, listened intently. Wei Myung-lee smirked. If we take the medical stone and dedicate ourselves to this technique, reaching the advanced level shouldn't be a problem. Cheon Yeo-woon remained still, arms crossed. Too easy. Something about all this fell off. Then, with a sly smile, the left bodyguard dropped the real challenge. The third test will take place on the 28th. The countdown starts today. A murmur spread through the crowd. The tension thickened as martial arts instructors stepped forward, lining up in front of the students. The rules are simple, the bodyguard continued. Each formation of 12 will have to face off against one of these instructors. A wave of disbelief rippled through the trainees. Fight instructor? The students turned to one another, whispering anxiously. These weren't just any opponents. Each instructor was an expert-level warrior. Some were rumored to have even reached the master level. Cheon Yeo-woon stayed calm, watching the growing unease around him. They're panicking. Of course they are. Yompa, standing nearby, folded his arms. First things first, we need to assign group leaders. The left bodyguard smirked. This time, things will be different. Unlike the second test, your leaders won't be chosen based on rankings. The murmurs grew louder. The bodyguard pointed toward the instructors. Each of them wore a yellow nameplate. There are 17 nameplates, he said, his grin widening. If you want to become a group leader, you have 7 days to take one from an instructor. The crowd fell silent for a split second. Then chaos erupted. Wait, what? Take a nameplate from instructor? Are they serious? Realization sank in. This wasn't just about selecting leaders. It was a brutal elimination game. Cheon Yeo-woon tensed, processing the numbers. 17 groups of 12 means 204 students get a place, but there are 207 of us. That meant 3 people were destined to be left behind. A cadet nearby whispered, if we can't take enough nameplates, the number of groups shrinks and more of us get cut. Another student clenched his fists. They want us to start fighting before the test even begins. The bodyguard, sensing the unease, raised a hand. No need to panic. The instructors with yellow nameplates won't be using special techniques. Only the 7 demon sword. The whispers died down, only to be replaced by open complaints. You call that easier? Someone shouted. We're still up against experts, another groaned. Cheon Yeo-woon remained silent, lost in thought. There was a hidden layer to this challenge. Mastering the 7 demon sword in such a short time required more than just raw talent. It demanded a deep understanding of its movements, its flow, its weaknesses. The higher-ups weren't just increasing the difficulty. They were forcing the cadets to adapt or fail. And Cheon Yeo-woon? He had no intention of failing. Cheon Yeo-woon frowned. 7 days. That was barely enough time to scratch the surface of the 7 demon sword, let alone master it. The higher-ups knew exactly what they were doing. This wasn't just about learning. It was about pushing the cadets into a state of stress and desperation. Wei Myung-lee scanned the restless crowd and smirked. Just as he expected, the students were nervous. But he wasn't done shaking them up yet. Then, with a sharp voice, he asked, does anyone want to challenge an instructor right now? Silence. The entire square went dead quiet. Wei Myung-lee's smirk faded. Seriously? He had hoped someone would step up. Sure, it was risky. Winning could skyrocket their reputation, but losing in front of everyone? That would be humiliating. Even so, he had expected at least one volunteer. Then, a hand went up. Wei Myung-lee's gaze locked onto it, his lips curling slightly in amusement. It was Mian Cheon, leader of Group 1 from the Dark Clan. A moment later, another hand. Cheon Yeo-woon. Wei Myung-lee raised an eyebrow. Interesting, but what truly caught him off guard was the third volunteer. Cadet Baek Ji. Wei Myung-lee's grin widened. He hadn't expected these 3. Mian Cheon was no surprise, but Baek Ji? The same cadet who defeated Jong Seum Cheon, heir of the Poison Clan, to become the leader of Group 12, and Cheon Yeo-woon, the one everyone was already watching closely. Now, this was getting interesting. Cheon Yeo-woon, meanwhile, glanced at the other volunteers, scanning for any familiar faces. Standing next to him was Baek Ji, his expression unreadable. Something about him left a strong impression on Cheon Yeo-woon. Wei Myung-lee let out a chuckle, folding his arms. All right then. His voice boomed across the square. The instructors accept your challenge. The cadets stirred, exchanging wary glances. The atmosphere had shifted. Some weren't sure whether to admire the volunteers or think they were insane. Among the instructors, Jin Chong-ho stood with an impassive expression. He was the most experienced martial arts trainer present, and his sharp eyes studied the cadets with interest. Wei Myung-lee took notice and called his name. Jin Chong-ho stepped forward, his presence immediately drawing attention. Impyong, the trainer of Group 8, watched the scene unfold with an unreadable expression. The moment Jin Chang-ho moved, Impyong knew there was no choice anymore. The instructors would be the ones to decide the matchups now. Jin Chang-ho's cold gaze settled on the challengers. There would be no mercy here. No instructor would willingly hand over an easy victory, not in a place like this. The tension thickened as Wei Myong-lee prepared to announce the first duel. Who will challenge the first cadet? A hand shot up. Zhang Xiamcheon. I'll do it, he said confidently. Jin Chang-ho's expression darkened. He turned his head slightly, fixing Zhang Xiamcheon with a look that sent a chill through the air. He wanted to fight first. Zhang Xiamcheon hesitated but held his ground, at least for a moment. Under Jin Chang-ho's stare, he faltered, his resolve wavering. He averted his gaze, unwilling to meet the instructor's eyes. For a brief second, Zhang Xiamcheon felt a pang of regret. He didn't want Cheon Yeo-woon to face such a brutal opponent so soon. He'd make a good candidate for the future lord. It'd be a shame if he got humiliated here. Jin Chang-ho, unfazed, raised his hand. I'll take the 18th candidate myself. Zhang Xiamcheon's eyes widened. Wei Myong-lee's grin widened in amusement. Fine by me, he said smoothly. And just like that, the first match was set. The atmosphere in the square grew tense. Zhang Xiamcheon had a tough fight ahead of him. He hadn't expected to face an opponent of this caliber. He had wanted to fight Cheon Yeo-woon. Yet now, all eyes were locked on him and the instructor standing across from him. The two met each other's gaze, offering a brief nod of acknowledgement before the fight began. A blue circle flickered at the edge of Cheon Yeo-woon's vision. Focus, he reminded himself. Every second of this fight matters. Wei Myong-lee, watching intently, suddenly barked out, "Begin!" At that moment, a blue light shot into the sky. Then, without hesitation, Zhang Xiamcheon launched his attack. The Dark Clan was known for specializing in two martial art styles, and Zhang Xiamcheon's technique reflected that mastery. But as he moved, a sense of frustration gnawed at him. Against an opponent this skilled, my own techniques are useless. Still, he refused to back down. With 2 fingers, he made a sharp, precise strike aimed at his opponent's wrist. The impact was brutal, sending shockwaves through the air. Both fighters were forced backward. Cheon Yeo-woon's eyes widened. That technique, Murim Cheon, standing nearby, snapped into a combat stance. He could sense the sheer force behind Zhang Xiamcheon's swordplay. But as Zhang Xiamcheon pressed forward, something unexpected happened. His attacks were effortlessly parried. The instructor moved fluidly, his defenses near impenetrable. Each block revealed his overwhelming skill. He wasn't just strong, he was at the final stage of his mastery. Zhang Xiamcheon's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this. The instructor continued to toy with him, subtly testing his abilities. Zhang Xiamcheon's fists clenched. He wasn't going to stand there and let himself be outclassed. With renewed determination, he channeled his energy into his next strike. This time, he forced his opponent back, his attack carrying more weight. But even so, he couldn't believe it. His trainer had countered with the shadow palms, a high-level martial art. A chill ran down Cheon Yeo-woon's spine. His eyes darted to the opponent's sword movements. They're identical to the ones carved into the sapphire in the library. That stone recorded 24 strikes. The 7 demon swords only contained 8. Cheon Yeo-woon wasn't certain, but something told him this instructor's technique was carved from the same style that left that mark on the stone. The battle raged on, both fighters trading brutal strikes. Nearby, Murim Cheon's expression twisted in frustration. He could feel his anger toward Zhang Xiamcheon bubbling beneath the surface. But before he could act, both fighters leaped back, maintaining distance. Blue flames flickered around Zhang Xiamcheon's hand. Cheon Yeo-woon narrowed his eyes. They're evenly matched, but there was a difference. Zhang Xiamcheon's opponent had more experience, more inner energy. He was superior in almost every aspect, especially self-defense and martial arts precision. Cheon Yeo-woon knew Zhang Xiamcheon was in trouble. Murim Cheon suddenly raised his palm, his stance shifting slightly. A subtle, menacing energy radiated from him. Zhang Xiamcheon's eyes sharpened. He recognized this movement. His opponent was about to unleash his best technique. Not wasting a second, Zhang Xiamcheon surged his energy to its peak, fully preparing to counter. Then, he moved. He lunged, attacking with his right hand, aiming to disrupt his opponent's stance. Anticipating a counter, he stepped back, already calculating his next move. But he had made a mistake. His opponent switched hands at the last second. Before Zhang Xiamcheon could react, a devastating left-handed strike slammed into him. The force sent him stumbling backward. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. He changed his strategy at the last second. Zhang Xiamcheon quickly extended his right hand, determined to retaliate. But he missed. His opponent had already moved, and now he was wide open. Zhang Xiaoqian clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. His focus remained locked on the battle unfolding before him. Murim Xion had wounded his opponent's shoulder, and the instructor collapsed to the ground, writhing in unbearable pain. Murim Xion, still in his attack stance, stood tall, exuding an air of dominance. The moment the duel ended, the crowd erupted. Cadets cheered, their voices rising in waves of excitement. Their ally had just proven himself as a top contender, someone undeniably fit to stand at the throne. Among them, one cadet muttered, "He's second only to the cult's leader." Another added, "His dual-hand combat technique and ability to shift attacking positions mid-fight. It's insane." Wei Myong Li watched intently, his smirk growing. This kid trained under the first elder, no doubt about it. A true genius. Zhang Xiaoqian stepped forward, flipping a bronze coin between his fingers before handing it to Murim Xion. "Congratulations," he said, his voice calm but firm. "You're the leader of your group for the third test." Xion Yeo-woon, standing among the crowd, couldn't hide his shock. His trainer had willingly surrendered his badge? Doubt gnawed at him. Could someone only have one of these badges? Before he could dwell on it further, he stepped forward. His own battle was next. Xion Yeo-woon now stood face to face with Impyong. He pushed aside all other thoughts. This was his moment, a turning point in his path. He locked eyes with his opponent, studying him carefully. Impyong, in contrast, seemed utterly relaxed. Suspiciously so. They exchanged greetings, though Impyong's tone carried an air of amusement. "Let's see if you can overcome this test," he mused. Xion Yeo-woon narrowed his eyes. "He's underestimating me." But he wasn't about to make this fight easy. Taking a deep breath, he shifted into his fighting stance, muscles coiled like a spring. Impyong smirked. "Go on then. Your move." Xion Yeo-woon tensed. "I know I'm not strong enough to go toe-to-toe with an experienced opponent. Not yet." Even though he had reached the initial master level, there was still a gap between them. But that didn't mean he couldn't bridge it. Without hesitation, Xion Yeo-woon lunged. His speed caught Impyong off guard. A blur of motion, Xion Yeo-woon was already airborne, preparing to unleash a strike 10 times stronger than before. For the first time, Impyong's smirk faltered. Too fast. The impact landed hard, knocking Impyong off balance. Before he could recover, Xion Yeo-woon pressed forward, striking again and again, forcing his opponent to retreat several steps. Impyong scowled. "He's driving me back?" Irritation flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected Xion Yeo-woon to overpower him like this. Then, as their hands clashed, Impyong's expression shifted, from frustration to realization. He's stronger than before, a lot stronger. Xion Yeo-woon wasn't letting up. He refused to give his opponent even a second to breathe. Impyong clenched his jaw. "I can't believe this. I can't stop him." Xion Yeo-woon saw his opening. With a sudden leap, he twisted midair and attacked from above. A thunderous collision sent both fighters flying in opposite directions. Impyong staggered, breath heavy. He hadn't expected this kind of resistance. He's still not at perfect mastery, but he's close. Despite his initial confidence, Impyong now realized Xion Yeo-woon could win this fight. He steadied himself, extending a hand as he prepared for his next attack. Xion Yeo-woon, watching him carefully, didn't need nanomachine this time. He could see his opponent's weak points on his own. The movements, they matched the tricks carved near the stone in the library. Impyong suddenly pointed 2 fingers at Xion Yeo-woon and lunged forward. But Xion Yeo-woon barely needed to react. He easily dodged the attack. Impyong's technique, once seemingly untouchable, was now exposed, and he had no defense left. Xion Yeo-woon took a step back, steadying himself. Time to end this. With a single swift motion, he swung his blade. His strike landed cleanly, sending his opponent flying backward. The entire training ground fell silent. Cadets and instructors alike watched in a mixture of awe and disbelief. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd, their voices laced with shock. Wei Myong Li's jaw tightened. Impossible. Xion Yeo-woon had just countered the 7-demon sword, one of the most formidable techniques, using nothing more than basic blade movements. Impyong, still struggling to regain his footing, seethed with rage. Losing? To a weakling like him? His frustration boiled over. He clenched his fists, channeling every ounce of his internal force. Rationality left him. He didn't care about the damage he might cause anymore. Wei Myong Li's expression darkened. This is madness. But Impyong was beyond reason. Xion Yeo-woon barely had time to react before the attack struck him. A sharp, searing pain shot through his entire body. Blood gushed from his mouth, his vision blurring from the impact. His breathing faltered as he felt it. Internal damage. Unlike external wounds, this kind of attack ate away at him from the inside. I can't move. A creeping sense of helplessness took hold of him. Somewhere deep inside, a desperate voice called out, "Nano machine." His pupils flickered white. A surge of energy rushed through him. Rapid self-healing activated. Cheon-Yeo Woon inhaled sharply as strength flooded back into his limbs. The pain vanished in an instant. His grip tightened, and before Impyong could react, crack! His fist struck with crushing force. The crowd gasped. Impyong staggered, his body trembling. Despite pouring everything into his attack, he was barely holding on. His breath came in ragged gasps. His expression twisted in both exhaustion and disbelief. Yet, the fight wasn't over. The air around them grew thick with tension. Both fighters stood at the brink, their movements calculated, their minds locked in battle. Cheon-Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes. He's weakening. He knew that last hit had done more than just superficial damage. Impyong, still trying to steady himself, forced his body to remain upright. But Cheon-Yeo Woon could see through him now. He was barely holding it together. The instructor attempted to conjure an internal barrier for defense. But he was too slow. Cheon-Yeo Woon moved first. His next strike shattered Impyong's defenses completely. A sickening crack echoed through the air as several of his ribs snapped under the force. Impyong collapsed. Blood poured from his mouth, his screams of agony cutting through the stunned silence of the onlookers. Cadets watched in horror, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. A student, no, Cheon-Yeo Woon, had just broken an instructor in battle. A few students rushed forward, grabbing Cheon-Yeo Woon by the shoulders as they tried to process the chaos around them. Impyong lay motionless on the ground, his chest rising and falling in weak, uneven breaths. "Monster," he rasped, barely able to speak. "You're a real monster." The weight of those words settled in. The mentors and cadets surrounding Cheon-Yeo Woon stared at him with a mix of curiosity, fear, and awe. At his feet lay the broken, bloodied form of a man who had underestimated him. Cheon-Yeo Woon panted heavily, his own mind struggling to grasp what he had just done. Meanwhile, near the temple stairs, Yuchan Cheon watched with a dark scowl. Fury burned in his chest. Cheon-Yeo Woon had become too dangerous. According to legend, the 7 demon swords was an unbeatable technique created by a legendary demon. It could block and counter any movement while keeping its user almost invulnerable. Yet, Cheon-Yeo Woon had shattered that belief. Watching from afar, Wei Myong-Lee finally understood. Cheon-Yeo Woon wasn't just skilled. He was a martial arts genius. Wei Myong-Lee's fingers curled into fists. "I can't let this chance slip away." Cheon-Yeo Woon had to be contained. Shouts erupted from the cadets. "Get Impyong to the infirmary. He has broken ribs. 3 of them are sticking out." Wei Myong-Lee remained still, his sharp eyes locked on Cheon-Yeo Woon, studying every movement. What he had just witnessed was only the beginning. Wei Myong-Lee gave Impyong one last glance before signaling for his assistants. "Take him to the infirmary," he ordered. As they carried the injured instructor away, something nagged at him. The missing report. His mind flashed back to the incident in the private training hall. One of the 7 cadets had destroyed the walls. Now, after watching this battle, the pieces were starting to fit together. "I should have warned the instructors earlier. This could have been avoided." Shaking the thought aside, Wei Myong-Lee reached into his robes, pulling out a medal. Without hesitation, he handed it to Cheon-Yeo Woon. Cheon-Yeo Woon stared at the medal in his palm, his breathing still heavy. He hadn't expected this. Did I really just win? Meanwhile, the remaining instructors exchanged uneasy glances. Jin Chang-ho's sharp eyes flickered toward them, and immediately, they averted their gazes, ashamed. 2 instructors had already been defeated. With each victory, their authority weakened. Fatigue settled into Cheon-Yeo Woon's body. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion crept in. A student approached, clapping him on the shoulder with a wide grin. "That was incredible," he praised. Jin Chang-ho silently observed. His earlier frustration toward the trainers melted into something else, realization. He had misjudged Cheon-Yeo Woon. I should have recognized his talent sooner. But there was no time for regrets. Jin Chang-ho lifted his head, his voice cutting through the murmuring crowd. The next and final battle begins now. The tension in the square thickened as Baek Ji-ai calmly walked past the cadets, heading straight toward his opponent. All eyes followed him. The students knew if Baek Ji-ai won this fight, it would shatter Jin Chang-ho's reputation completely. The instructor had chosen this battle voluntarily. He could not afford to lose. The other instructors watched closely, silently hoping for Jin Chang-ho's victory. Baek Ji-ai stopped a few paces away, his gaze steady. "With your skills, I assume you won't be holding back," he said, a smirk tugging at his lips. Jin Chang-ho met his gaze, unreadable. "We'll see just how much strength you have," he replied. Both took their positions, creating space between them before lowering into their fighting stances. The energy shifted. Baek Ji could feel it. The immense presence Jin Chong Ho radiated. It was almost unbelievable that this was the same man who had been so calm and composed earlier. Then, without warning, Baek Ji moved. His foot pressed against the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he surged forward, launching his first attack. Jin Chong Ho was ready. Their strikes collided. A blue ring flickered in Cheon Yeo Woon's peripheral vision. His interest was piqued, not just by the fight, but by the sheer skill being displayed. He observed Nguyen Cheon forming intricate skill formations with both hands. Fighting him might actually be useful someday. Baek Ji didn't slow down. Leaping in front of Jin Chong Ho, he aimed a powerful kick straight at his opponent. But Jin Chong Ho had already anticipated it. He smoothly dodged, weaving past the attack with perfect control over his upper body. Baek Ji's eyes widened. What? But he wasn't deterred. Without missing a beat, he pressed forward, delivering a relentless series of strikes. Jin Chong Ho barked at him, "Watch your positioning." The instructor's voice was sharp, but Baek Ji barely had time to register it. His leg was already mid-swing. Jin Chong Ho countered instantly. Teeth bared, the older man stepped on Baek Ji's outstretched hand, using the momentum to launch himself into the air. Baek Ji reacted on instinct. With a fierce spin, he unleashed a devastating kick. Crack! It connected, right to the head. The crowd gasped. Then blood. A crimson stream arced through the sky. Jin Chong Ho staggered, eyes flickering in shock. Baek Ji barely had time to process what had happened. Did my kick just pierce his leg? Jin Chong Ho was bleeding. He coughed, struggling to stay upright. Baek Ji stared at him, gripping his fist. Did I create a sword mid-attack? His mind raced. Was that an advanced level technique? But Jin Chong Ho, despite his injuries, let out a slow breath. No, he answered, as if reading Baek Ji's thoughts. You only used basic swordsmanship. You didn't even fully unleash the seven swords technique. Baek Ji frowned. Then how? Jin Chong Ho's expression hardened. You sealed your own potential. Baek Ji pushes himself up, standing firmly on his injured leg. The old man watches in surprise, waiting for his next move. Baek Ji knows their skill levels are worlds apart, but that doesn't matter. He has to try. The old man smirks. This kid's got real fighting spirit. Without hesitation, Baek Ji kicks off the ground and charges forward. He spins mid-air, his legs slicing toward his opponent. The old man, amused, notes the sheer strength behind the attack despite Baek Ji's injury. Not bad, he thinks. Baek Ji suddenly shifts his target, lunging for his legs. The old man raises an eyebrow. A feint? Baek Ji aims both feet toward him, but his strike lands on nothing but an afterimage. Baek Ji's eyes widen. Was that just an illusion? Before he can react, the old man is already in front of him. You did well, he says, almost disappointed. In an instant, his bent wrist strikes Baek Ji, sending him flying backward. Baek Ji crashes hard, the impact echoing through the silent crowd. Watching him struggle to rise, the spectators murmur, he lost. The match was decided in just a few blows. It was no surprise. Facing an instructor of this caliber was an impossible challenge. If the first cadets could fight at this level, they were on an entirely different plane. Lying on the ground, Baek Ji processes his defeat. If I hadn't looked up at that moment, if I had raised my sword instead, it would have gone straight through my chest. Cheon Yeo Woon, observing from the sidelines, shakes his head. He went up against the wrong opponent, he mutters. Still, any martial artist would consider it an honor to lose to a master like this. The old man glances at Baek Ji and says, the more your opponent trusts what they see, the easier it is to deceive them. He smirks. I look forward to our next match. Baek Ji bows, taking the lesson to heart, then disappears into the crowd. Cheon Yeo Woon notices something strange. Baek Ji's face is unnaturally pale, and blood stains his neck. He immediately commands Nano Machine to scan cadet number 18 with an enhanced image, preparing for a full checkup after the third test. Meanwhile, the officials open large boxes. For the third test, one announces, each of you will receive a wooden sword. Do not break it. Use it wisely. Another adds, whoever manages to claim a yellow tag will be named the leader. The crowd buzzes with anticipation. Cheon Yeo Woon debates his next move. Should I take the pill first, or check something else first? He holds two packages in his hands, hesitating. A man nearby studies him, but Cheon Yeo Woon only frowns in response. A voice suddenly cuts through the chatter. Master! The crowd turns toward the speaker, while a boy smirks. The scene shifts to the previous night, inside the 8th group's dormitory. We thought maybe he could change things, someone says. Another shakes his head. You really think this game isn't too risky? He leans in, voice low. Are you afraid of the 6? The man clenches his fists, his voice trembling. Of course I'm afraid. Terrified, even. He takes a deep breath, steadying himself. But I'd rather risk everything than let my clan remain weak forever. With our master, people like us finally have hope. The three listeners exchange uneasy glances. One of them finally speaks. Do you really believe in him that much? Without hesitation, he nods. Yes. The others turn away in disbelief. But after a moment, one of them exhales sharply. I get it now. He looks back, eyes resolute. If that's the case, let us join this risky game too. A condition is set. Then swear your loyalty to the master, he says firmly. He's counting on us. He turns to Cheon Yeo Woon, who merely waves a hand. It's fine. Just move me a little. Nearby, a cadet steps forward. I've seen the fearless 7th cadet's valiant art with my own eyes, he says. Impressive. I am Cadet 857. The 2nd cadet nods in gratitude. Thank you. My name is Wang Hyul Ko. He gets straight to the point. I'll keep this short. I want to join your team. Cheon Yeo Woon raises an eyebrow. You're serious about this? Wang Hyul Ko doesn't hesitate. Another cadet, standing beside him, grins. Master, the sooner we form a solid group, the more time we'll have to train. Another voice chimes in. We still need 7 more. That means 9 of us will have to return. Wang Hyul Ko continues. I come from a high-ranking clan that holds the top position. If you accept me into your team, I won't let you down. A man with a ponytail raises his hand. Cadet 920, he announces. They call me the Hakayong. My skills are still developing, but if I absorb my pill properly, I'll reach first-class status. I won't be dead weight. Another cadet steps forward. Cadet 971 from the Blade clan. My abilities are already top tier. I can contribute. Yet another joins in. I'm from a Golden Gate clan. I'm not the best yet, but I specialize in spear combat. One cadet with a headband frowns, looking at the gathered crowd. What's going on? Out of 16 people here, 5 are from high-ranking clans. Does that mean the remaining 11 have to fight for just 2 spots? He hesitates before adding. And why are so many from elite clans even here? Cheon Yeo Woon remains unfazed. Many want to join the team, he admits. But before we go any further, I need to make something clear. The crowd quiets, waiting for his next words. I'm not looking for people just to pass the 3rd test, Cheon Yeo Woon continues. I'm looking for comrades, people willing to spill blood alongside me. The tension in the air thickens. When I leave the walls of the demonic academy, the path ahead won't be easy. He looks each of them in the eye. What will you do then? One of the cadets steps forward hesitantly. I never planned to interfere in the Battle of the Airs. Cheon Yeo Woon remains unfazed. I don't care if you're from the Supreme clans or not. His voice is unwavering. Because in the end, when we reach the final stretch of the path I've chosen, your name, your clan, and your so-called glory will mean nothing. Murmurs spread through the crowd. The time has come, Cheon Yeo Woon declares, to put an end to the reign of the 6 supreme clans. Silence. Then shock. Did he really just say that? Even as an heir himself, speaking such words was unthinkable. Wasn't it far too soon for such a declaration? And yet, Cheon Yeo Woon stood firm. Someone scoffs from the crowd. Why hesitate? If you want to overthrow the supreme clans, just declare war. Another shakes his head. Looks like we should start looking for a different team. But Cheon Yeo Woon's voice cuts through their doubts. I'm calling on those who want to stand with me, to rise and become the new force of the demonic cult. His gaze sweeps across them. I need your support. Silence. Uncertainty flickers in their eyes as they exchange uneasy glances. Then, the man with the ponytail bows slightly. Forgive me, he says. I was only looking for a strong commander to help me pass the 3rd test. Another cadet steps forward, hesitant. I'm sorry. I like to join, but I don't think I'm the right fit. One by one, the crowd murmurs their apologies before turning away. Hyabong watches them leave, his heart pounding. Did we miscalculate? Should we have thought this through more? He glances at those who remain. Wang Hyul Ko, a member of the highest-ranked clan, cadet number 857. Yumin Jia, hailing from a mid-tier clan, cadet number 77. Ojang, also from a mid-tier clan, cadet number 999. Wang Hyul Ko steps forward, eyes fixed on Cheon Yeo Woon. I've met other heirs, he admits, but none have ever made me feel the way you do. His expression darkens slightly. Still, the path you've chosen is dangerous. It could destroy you and everyone who follows you. He pauses, closing his eyes. To be honest, I thought about walking away. Cheon Yeo Woon isn't surprised. Of course, someone from a powerful clan like his has safer options. He could support an heir with a stronger foundation. But Wang Hyul Ko suddenly kneels. A warrior is born to fight for the throne, he says firmly. And I am a warrior. Your words struck something deep in me. He bows his head. I swear my allegiance to you. Cheon Yeo Woon watches as Yumin Jia and Ojang kneel beside him. Yumin Jia's voice is steady. I swear loyalty to you. Ojang follows. I swear loyalty to my master. For the first time, Cheon Yeo Woon hesitates. They're serious? The boy smirks, lowering his head in return. Thank you. Hyebong folds his arms. I don't care if I'm the first sword or the 10th, he says with a smirk. But don't forget, I'm your first assistant. The scene shifts to the Demonic Academy's training grounds. The man with the ponytail addresses the group. Today, after accepting the Dark Dragon Core, we'll review the text on the 7 swords technique. A cadet blinks. Wait, what? You heard me, the instructor confirms. And starting tomorrow, we'll begin training. You'll put everything you've learned into practice. The trio exchanges glances. We made the right choice. He actually cares about training us properly. Cheon Yeo Woon recalls his master's words. Strike while you still can. He turns to the group. Go accept the Dark Dragon Core. We'll meet again at sunset. As the others prepare to leave, Wang Hyul-ko steps forward once more. Cheon Yeo Woon raises an eyebrow. Something on your mind? Wang Hyul-ko hesitates. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but from now on, I prefer to be the one moving and accompanying the others. His expression darkens. I can't shake the feeling that we need to be more careful about that instructor's badge. Cheon Yeo Woon narrows his eyes, lost in thought. If he's worried about that, then maybe I should be too. Cheon Yeo Woon reflects on the situation. The leader would be the one to claim the yellow badge in 7 days. So they weren't really forcing us to fight the instructors. They just wanted us to steal the badges instead. Wang Hyul-ko crosses his arms. Since the heir of the number 1 Darkness clan is stronger than you, there's a good chance you'll be his primary target. Just stay cautious, and nothing bad will happen. Cheon Yeo Woon nods. Thanks. Wang Hyul-ko grins. No problem. I swore to follow you, didn't I? He then adds, by the way, I'll be taking the dorm room next to yours. Cheon Yeo Woon raises an eyebrow. What are you talking about? My room isn't there. Wang Hyul-ko shrugs. Well, it just so happens that my room is in that wing. Cheon Yeo Woon pauses. Wait, isn't that wing reserved for cadets who have already reached the highest level? Wang Hyul-ko smirks. Exactly. I plan to get to the top as soon as possible and take the room right next to yours. Cheon Yeo Woon chuckles. We'll see about that. Elsewhere, in an empty training room, energy surges through the air as Cheon Yeo Woon hones his technique. He marvels at the precision of his execution. This is the level of a true master. His Nigong, his internal energy, has reached a level equivalent to 60 years of cultivation. Are my strikes now as powerful as a sharpened blade? He exhales, silently thanking Nanomachine. Without its support, his body wouldn't have adapted so quickly. You're right, Nanomachine responds. Without me, you wouldn't have achieved these results. Cheon Yeo Woon smirks. You ever heard of modesty? Nanomachine replies instantly. Yes. Cheon Yeo Woon shakes his head. Could have fooled me. A memory resurfaces. Nanomachine. Show me a recording of the fight. Command received. Nanomachine confirms. Instantly, the battle plays before Cheon Yeo Woon's eyes, as if he were reliving it in real time. Pause. Cheon Yeo Woon orders. Zoom in. Enlarging the image, Nanomachine responds. Closer. Cheon Yeo Woon insists. The screen adjusts, revealing a chilling sight. His opponent's face is deathly pale. The capillaries in his eyes have burst, and red blotches cover his neck. Cheon Yeo Woon frowns. There's no mistaking it. Outside, the wind stirs up dust as cadets continue their training. Jared watches intently, arms folded. This guy, he's far beyond the level of an ordinary cadet. His movements are razor-sharp, executed with flawless precision, an unmistakable sign of someone who has reached the pinnacle of mastery. Dewey Hong shakes his head. He won't stop at just the 7 swords technique. That's the difference between him and the 7th cadet. The 7th rushes in blindly, desperate to overpower his enemy. But this guy, he's calculating, searching for the most effective strategy. Dewey Hong's eyes narrow. It shouldn't be possible. And yet, he mastered 7 swords in such a short time. His gaze shifts to Yuchan Cheon, another standout among the cadets. This guy is just as much of a genius as the other 2. He's the heir of the Blade clan, ranked number 5. The instructor steps forward. That's enough, he announces. There's no need to continue this battle. Yuchan Cheon smirks, stepping back. Dewey Hong approaches, pulling out his badge. He extends it toward Yuchan Cheon. Here, he says, I hope you assemble. Dewey Hong hands over his badge. I hope you gather a strong team and lead them well. Yuchan Cheon takes it, gripping the badge tightly. A smirk plays on his lips. Finally, a complete one. He glances around. All right, who's next? The scene shifts to the cafeteria of the Demonic Academy. A loud thud echoes as a man jumps up from his seat. Across the table, Jiang Un-cheon turns to cadet number 18. I saw you fight the instructor earlier, he says casually. The cadet, mid-bite, slams his chopsticks down with force. I'm eating. Leave me alone. Jiang Un-cheon chuckles. You're pretty bold. He leans in slightly. I just want to talk. Your skills are impressive. You've already started grasping the highest level. He smiles. Why waste your time commanding some weak group? Come with me. I'll take you further. The cadet doesn't even acknowledge him. Instead, he aggressively shovels rice into his mouth. Jiang Unchion's eye twitches, but he forces himself to stay calm. If I lose my temper now, I'll ruin my chance to recruit him. Taking a deep breath, he tries again. Think about it. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The cadet keeps chewing, his mind elsewhere. This is the second time now. First the guy from the Blade Clan, and now him. He knows what they're after. They want him as their right-hand man. But the truth is, he doesn't care about leading a team or securing some high-ranking position. He has no intention of taking orders from anyone ever again. His only goal? To get stronger. He swallows the last bite of rice, sighing. Look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested. Without another word, he pushes away from the table. Now get lost. The man with the ponytail doesn't back down. If we don't talk now, you might not live long enough for another chance. The cadet pauses. He narrows his eyes, finally recognizing him. Baek Ji scoffs. You're even more arrogant than the last two. He folds his arms. You do realize the heirs of the 6 clans have been asking me to join them, right? What makes you think you can recruit people like this? Cheon Won remains calm. I think you're misunderstanding something. Baek Ji's expression hardens. He slams his fist on the table. Misunderstanding? So what? You're threatening me now. Cheon Won doesn't flinch. That's not what I meant. He leans in slightly. Let's get to the real issue here. Someone is trying to poison you. Baek Ji blinks. What? Cheon Won continues. I watched your last fight. Your face was pale, and you had red spots on your neck. Baek Ji stiffens. Poison? No way. Ever since becoming commander of the 12th group, he's been extremely careful, especially around members of the Poison Clan. His gaze sharpens. And why exactly are you telling me this? Even if someone was trying to poison me, why would you care? Cheon Won stays silent. Baek Ji sighs, running a hand through his hair. Fine. Maybe I overreacted. He thinks for a moment, then shakes his head. If I was poisoned, I would have noticed it during breakfast. Cheon Won doesn't look convinced. Are you sure? Did you feel anything strange while eating? Baek Ji raises an eyebrow. Feeling the eye while eating? That's a thing. Cheon Won's mind races. He has no idea. It's clear now. These are textbook symptoms of Mosine poisoning. Meanwhile, the cafeteria hums with chatter, oblivious to the truth Cheon Won just uncovered. And somewhere in the distance, the wind shifts, carrying whispers of something far more dangerous. As Cheon Won prepares to leave, a familiar voice calls out. Hey, it's been a while. He turns to see Jangmyeong Baek approaching with a grin. Has it really been that long? Jangmyeong Baek chuckles. I'm glad to see you again. Have you eaten yet? Cheon Won shakes his head. Not yet. Without hesitation, Jangmyeong Baek scoops more rice onto Cheon Won's plate. Good. I hate eating alone. Cheon Won hesitates for a moment before speaking. Actually, I need to check something first. His tone shifts, serious. I think you've been poisoned. Jangmyeong Baek blinks in confusion. What? The scene shifts to the second-floor infirmary of the Demonic Academy. Breathe it in, through your mouth, Jangmyeong Baek instructs. Baek Ji furrows his brows. Wait, what? The more, the better, Jangmyeong Baek repeats. Still confused, Baek Ji follows the instructions. As he inhales, his face twists in discomfort. A violent cough escapes his throat. His eyes widen in horror as he stares at the floor, saliva dripping from his lips. Jangmyeong Baek watches him closely. It's definitely microtoxins. Baek Ji stares at him, stunned. So, I was poisoned? Jangmyeong Baek nods. Without a doubt. Baek Ji clenches his fists. But that doesn't make sense. I was fine during breakfast. I eat alone. I always eat alone. How could I have been poisoned? Jangmyeong Baek sighs. This poison works differently. It doesn't spread through the bloodstream like most. Instead, it accumulates in the stomach and lungs over time. Baek Ji tenses. The lungs. Jangmyeong Baek nods. It can be ingested through food, but it's just as effective when ground into a fine powder and inhaled while you sleep. A cold realization settles over Baek Ji. If used in small amounts, it's nearly impossible to detect. Jangmyeong Baek studies his reaction carefully. Is there anyone in your dorm with knowledge of poisons? Baek Ji's expression darkens. Flashback, the first day in the 12th group's dormitory. The room is filled with chaos, cadets shouting, fists flying. Master, please stop this, one of them yells. Another voice snarls. Who the hell does this freak think he is? How dare you go against the Poison Clan's master? Someone else shouts. Baek Ji stands firm, unwavering. Does it really matter who he is? His eyes sweep over the furious crowd. This is the Demonic Academy. Strength is the only thing that matters. He crosses his arms. and I won. That means I take command of the 12th group. A man steps forward, clearing his throat. He smirks. Enjoy your little victory while it lasts. He flexes his fingers. Just remember, every inch of me is soaked in poison, and the longer time passes, the thicker it gets. Baek Ji freezes. What did he just say? His expression twists with fury. You bastard. Back in the infirmary, Cheon Woon exhales. It's a good thing we caught this early. Zhang Myong-baek frowns. Will he be okay? If he takes the antidote regularly for the next 7 days, the poison will clear out. Cheon Woon crosses his arms. But looking at the red spots on his neck, it's already spread quite a bit. Zhang Myong-baek recalls something. Wait, Baek Ji, didn't you say you were hit in the chest during a fight? Baek Ji nods slowly. That would explain the lung irritation. That's why your neck turned red. Zhang Myong-baek's expression darkens. If symptoms start showing up in daily life, then it's already too late for most victims. A chill runs down Baek Ji's spine. The doctor narrows his eyes. How do you know so much about this, anyway? Cheon Woon's gaze sharpens. Cheon Woon's voice remains calm, but there's a weight behind his words. My mother died from microtoxins poisoning. Then, they tried to poison me too. Baek Ji's eyes widen. He quickly kneels, bowing his head. I haven't even introduced myself properly, and yet, you saved my life. He lifts his gaze, sincerity shining through. I owe you everything. Cheon Woon waves him off. No need for that. Zhang Myong-baek folds her arms, nodding. I'd already heard about this from the teacher. The man with the ponytail, still deep in thought, finally speaks. I didn't want anyone else to die from such a vile poison. Baek Ji tries to finish his thought, but suddenly pauses, a look of confusion crossing his face. Cheon Woon watches him, a knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. You were expecting someone to come after you, weren't you? Baek Ji swallows. That grin, it's almost unsettling. Zhang Myong-baek quickly steps in. How about you rest in the infirmary today? The doctor nods in agreement. If you go back to the door now, that guy will probably try again. Do you really want to risk it? Zhang Myong-baek glances at Baek Ji. Are you planning to track him down right now? Get revenge. Baek Ji stiffens. No, he replies immediately. But deep down, he knows it's a lie. Cheon Woon shakes his head. First, we need to get rid of the poison completely. Stay here and recover. His expression darkens. Leave the poison master to me. Zhang Myong-baek frowns. And what exactly are you planning? Cheon Woon's smile sharpens. Just a friendly chat. Baek Ji watches him go, a sudden realization hitting him. That guy is in trouble. A voice echoes in the distance. Looking for someone? A long-haired man steps forward, smirking. If it's the guy you're after, he'll be in the forest across from the 5th building. Cheon Woon raises an eyebrow. Is that so? He smirks. Then I'll make sure to send you somewhere close to him. Zhang Myong-baek and Baek Ji exchange confused glances. The doctor furrows his brows. What's wrong with this guy? The long-haired man simply grins mischievously. Did he say something? The doctor asks. Baek Ji shakes his head. Not about you. The long-haired man chuckles to himself. Honestly, I'd love to see that lunatic from the Poison Clan go up against someone just as crazy. The doctor sighs. Let's hope they finish each other off. The scene shifts to a shadowy forest path. Zhang Cheon walks with confidence, a smug grin on his face. The instructors live in the 5th building, he mutters to himself. That means no one would dare come snooping around here. Perfect place for gathering poisonous herbs. His smirk widens. My breathing technique is already at the highest level. Just a few more days and I'll gain access to the 5th floor. That'll take my strength to a whole new level. His expression twists into a sneer. That freak. He'll be on his knees soon. And I won't even need poison to do it. A chuckle escapes his lips. No, I'll finish him off with my own hands, before microtoxins has a chance to. A voice suddenly cuts through the darkness. What's got you smiling like that? Zhang Cheon freezes. His eyes dart around, struggling to see through the dim light. Who's there, he demands. That voice. He's not an instructor. A figure steps forward, barely visible in the shadows. Cheon Woon. You enjoy poisoning people with microtoxins, don't you? Zhang Cheon's eyes widen in shock. He knows. His breath catches. Where did you hear that name? Cheon Woon tilts his head. You mean microtoxins? His tone is casual, too casual. Zhang Cheon stares, his thoughts racing. Did I hear him wrong? Or does he actually know? Cheon Woon's voice drops lower. I saw the red spots on Baek Ji's neck. He takes a step closer. Did you really think no one would notice? Zhang Cheon's blood runs cold. Zhang Cheon scoffs. So what if they noticed? His confidence wavers slightly, but he quickly masks it. How do you know about microtoxins? His voice is sharp, but there's an underlying hint of unease. Then it clicks. Zhang Cheon's eyes widen. Wait, he lets out a nervous chuckle. I should have realized it sooner. His laughter grows louder, more erratic. Of course. It all makes sense now. His voice drips with mockery. Your mother was poisoned too, wasn't she? He doesn't even see the punch coming. Crack. Cheon Yeo Woon's fist slams into Jong Seum Cheon's jaw with devastating force. Blood sprays into the air as his head snaps to the side. Before he can recover, Cheon Yeo Woon grabs him and hurls him into the bushes. Jong Seum Cheon barely has time to react before. Thud! Another punch crashes into him. The impact framed perfectly against the crescent moon. And then another. And another. Jong Seum Cheon is sent flying backward, his body tumbling uncontrollably. He barely manages to look up before a brutal strike to the solar plexus slams him into a rock. Crack! The stone shatters beneath him. Blood drips down his face from a fresh wound on the back of his head. His vision blurs. A piercing scream echoes through the forest as half a liter of blood spills onto the ground. His body convulses. His mind struggles to make sense of what just happened. He trembles, drenched in his own blood. This isn't real. Cheon Yeo Woon steps forward. His voice is cold. Don't start acting pathetic now. His eyes glint darkly. We're just getting started. Jong Seum Cheon stares at him, horror creeping into his features. This guy, his breathing grows ragged. He's a monster. Cheon Yeo Woon raises his fist again. Jong Seum Cheon grits his teeth. No, he won't kill me. He forces himself to focus. He can't. The Academy's rules won't allow it. He's bluffing. Then he tries to move. His body doesn't respond. Panic sets in. Cheon Yeo Woon cocks his head. What's wrong? You were talking big a moment ago. Jong Seum Cheon stammers. Wait. He watches in terror as Cheon Yeo Woon's fist inches closer. His voice is barely a whisper. This is insane. Cheon Yeo Woon's expression darkens. You dare to speak my mother's name with that filthy mouth of yours? The realization sinks in. Jong Seum Cheon is screwed. His instincts scream at him to fight back. He lunges forward, swinging desperately. Cheon Yeo Woon catches his fist effortlessly. Jong Seum Cheon's eyes widen. No way. Cheon Yeo Woon's grip tightens. Crunch. Jong Seum Cheon howls as Cheon Yeo Woon twists his hand, his nails digging into the skin beneath. Jong Seum Cheon gasps. What the hell is happening? He grits his teeth. Fine. If brute force won't work. His free hand shoots up, palm glowing with a sinister hue. Let's see how you handle this. A thick cloud of poisonous vapor erupts from his palm. Cheon Yeo Woon quickly steps back, shielding his face as the noxious fumes spread. Jong Seum Cheon grins. This is his chance. His poison is 4th level. It allows him to wield 7 different deadly toxins. And this one melts through flesh. I was warned not to use this on cadets. Jong Seum Cheon sneers. Said it could kill them instantly. He smirks. But you? You made the mistake of picking a fight with me. Cheon Yeo Woon remains silent. Jong Seum Cheon's smirk widens. What's the matter? Feeling it now. Then, Cheon Yeo Woon stands up. Jong Seum Cheon's confidence shatters. What? His voice is barely a breath. Nano machine activates. Warning. Highly acidic toxic substance detected. Activating emergency defense mode. Jong Seum Cheon watches in disbelief. Regeneration complete. Cheon Yeo Woon tilts his head, completely unharmed. Jong Seum Cheon stares in horror. His mind races. What the hell? The Poison Clan heir stumbles back. His hands tremble. What are you? And for the first time in his life, Jong Seum Cheon feels true fear. Jong Seum Cheon stares in disbelief. That poison should have dissolved everything. Even the strongest masters can't just neutralize it instantly. He stumbles backward, landing on the ground with a thud. His breath is ragged as he points at Cheon Yeo Woon, voice shaking. What the hell are you? Cheon Yeo Woon's expression darkens. A monster? Is that what you see? Jong Seum Cheon bares his teeth in frustration. It's always the same, he growls. Every damn problem leads back to poison. And no matter what happens, you're kind. He glares at Cheon Yeo Woon. Always blame us. His voice rises. I'm sick of it. Watching my clan poison whoever they want, and then slithering away from the mess they created. His words barely leave his mouth before. Crack. Cheon Yeo Woon's boot slams into Jong Seum Cheon's jaw. The poison master is sent flying, landing hard on his side. The dirt beneath him turns dark with blood. He gasps, trembling, a sharp pain ripping through his mouth. He instinctively reaches up, and nearly screams when half his front teeth fall out into his hands. A wretched, agonized shriek echoes through the forest. Cheon Yeo Woon watches him coldly. Jong Seum Cheon wheezes, his voice a broken whisper. Please don't kill me. His body trembles violently as he slams his forehead against the ground, blood trickling from his lips. I'll do anything. Just stop. Cheon Yeo Woon grips his shoulder, forcing him upright. Jong Seum Cheon's breath hitches. The man with the ponytail tilts his head. Why do you want to live so badly? His grip tightens. Should I kill you? Jong Seum Cheon shakes his head frantically, his bloodied mouth stammering. Why you don't understand? It's not like that. Cheon Yeo Woon's gaze sharpens. You, a man who helped murder someone I loved. You dare beg for mercy? Jong Seum Cheon's mind races. I'm going to die. He's going to kill me. I'll never be forgiven. He turns his head, panic surging through him. Master, before he can move, thwack. A brutal kick slams into the back of his skull. Jong Seum Cheon chokes on his own breath. His voice is gone. Cheon Yeo Woon leans in, his words chilling. Were you hoping to scream for help? Jong Seum Cheon trembles. Cheon Yeo Woon grinds his boot into Jong Seum Cheon's fingers. A sickening crunch fills the air. Was it this hand? Cheon Yeo Woon asks, pressing harder. The one that threw the poison? Jong Seum Cheon gasps, barely able to process the pain. Nanomachine's voice hums in Cheon Yeo Woon's mind. Based on his lip movement and muscle spasms, his next line would have been, wasn't this hand? Cheon Yeo Woon picks up his bloodstained boot. He tilts his head. Wrong hand. Jong Seum Cheon watches, barely able to keep his eyes open. Cheon Yeo Woon sighs. You're lucky. Jong Seum Cheon blinks in confusion. I'll be merciful today, Cheon Yeo Woon says. Because getting expelled over trash like you? His lips curl into a smirk. Not worth it. Jong Seum Cheon's heart pounds. I'll live. A flicker of relief crosses his broken face. Then Cheon Yeo Woon speaks again. But don't get ahead of yourself. His voice drops to a near whisper. I won't have to go to extreme measures. He leans in. Because under the weight of suffering, you'll beg for a quick death. Jong Seum Cheon barely registers the words before. Snap. His arm shatters. Snap. Snap. His legs follow. A wet, strangled scream barely leaves Jong Seum Cheon's throat. His body convulses in pure agony. His mind reels. What did I do to deserve this? His thoughts blur. Blood spills onto the ground. His body refuses to move. His consciousness begins to fade. Flashback, 6 years ago. Inside a poison, sect apothecary pharmacy. A quiet voice speaks. How long will it take for the poison to take effect? A young girl, standing behind the counter, smiles. Within 1 year. A satisfied hum follows. Good. The girl continues, her voice calm and assured. If they've never practiced martial arts before, they won't even suspect they were poisoned. She tilts her head slightly, her smile never fading. Everything will go smoothly. Then she asks, shall we proceed? Her name, Lady Beck, and she was the beginning of it all. Flashback, 6 years ago. Inside a dimly lit pharmacy, Jong Seum Cheon sat across from a mysterious young girl. Her expression was unreadable, her gaze sharp yet unreadable. He hesitated before speaking. Why do you need it? The girl smirked, tilting her head. Why don't you take a guess? Jong Seum Cheon frowned. There was something unsettling about her demeanor. 1 year later, the district was in chaos. The news spread like wildfire. The 7th wife of the subordinate ruler was dead. Jong Seum Cheon's mother had never liked the woman. She was of low status, and her misfortune had amused her at first. But when it was revealed that the cause of death was poisoning, the household's mood shifted drastically. His father flew into a rage. Panic set in. If not for a healer's knowledge, the entire family would have been condemned. The poison had been common, something that could be bought at any market, allowing them to argue their innocence. The blame fell on the cook who had prepared the ill-fated dinner. He was swiftly executed. The case was closed. Yet, the truth remained buried. Jong Seum Cheon's mind raced back to a moment from a year before. The image of his mother speaking to a mysterious woman. He had never questioned it at the time. But after that incident, his grandfather, the Poison Clan's elder of 6 generations, was exiled. His father severed ties with all his wives, cutting himself off from the scandal. And then there was Lady Beck. You think I killed someone? She scoffed. I only sold you to the devil. That's all. Jong Seum Cheon clenched his fists. If I tell anyone about this, I'll be named an accomplice. Lady Beck's voice was smooth, coaxing. Exactly. If your father found out, he'd despise you forever. Jong Seum Cheon swallowed hard. He had no choice but to keep their secret. Years passed. Then she died, and an overwhelming despair consumed him. For the first time, he wanted to speak, to tell the world that the crime of the past had been orchestrated by an unknown outsider. But he couldn't. Instead, he swore on his mother's grave. He would take the throne. He would find her murderer, and he would kill her son. His rage twisted into obsession. Now, standing before Cheon Yeo Woon, Jong Seum Cheon trembled. No matter how hard I try, I can't win against this monster. Cheon Yeo Woon's voice was cold, unyielding. If I let you stay in Mad Aquan, you'll just poison more students. Jong Seum Cheon's body flinched. You're going to rot in the dungeon. Cheon Yeo Woon's words struck like a death sentence. From there, you won't be causing anyone trouble. Jongseom Cheon looked utterly pathetic. He opened his mouth, but his voice failed him. Cheon Yeo Woon frowned. What's wrong with him? Jongseom Cheon's lips moved, trying to say something. Cheon Yeo Woon narrowed his eyes. Nanomachine decipher. Processing. Conducting analysis. Nanomachine's response sent a shockwave through Cheon Yeo Woon's mind. Neither our clan nor the Poison Clan were responsible for her death. Cheon Yeo Woon froze. His entire body tensed. What did you just say? Jongseom Cheon gasped, struggling to speak. Nanomachine continued. Your mother was murdered by the wife of one of the 5 supreme clans. The world tilted. Cheon Yeo Woon's grip tightened. His mother's death had been a lie. And now, he finally had a name to hunt. Jongseom Cheon freezes as his mother pleads for mercy, her voice trembling. He's horrified. If he pushes any further, he'll expose everything, including the one who sold the poison. And that's a secret he can't afford to reveal. Cheon Yeo Woon narrows his eyes, sensing something off. He demands to analyze Jongseom Cheon's expressions, and Nanomachine immediately complies. Does this mean one of the 5 clans is behind it? Cheon Yeo Woon presses. Jongseom Cheon turns away. Nanomachine scans his micro-expressions. Deception probability, only 5%. Cheon Yeo Woon clenches his fist, shaken. Had he been wrong this whole time? Did he punish an innocent man? He grits his teeth and demands clarification. Was Jongseom Cheon's mother truly uninvolved? This time, Nanomachine picks up a shift in his facial muscles. Significant change detected. Cheon Yeo Woon's fury ignites. Probability of lying now 75%. So he was right. Jongseom Cheon stammers, begging for time, but Cheon Yeo Woon isn't interested in excuses. His fist crashes down again. Shut up. Jongseom Cheon screams. Cheon Yeo Woon presses a hand against his solar plexus, and Jongseom Cheon's strength drains away. His body feels cold, his energy slipping fast. Panic sets in. What is Cheon Yeo Woon planning? Is he going to kill him? As his vision blurs, the scene shifts to the infirmary. Jong Myong-baek tenses, a bad feeling creeping over him. He needs to be ready, just in case. Moments later, the door slams open. Cheon Yeo Woon strides in, carrying a battered Jongseom Cheon. Check him. Baek Ji-I rushes forward. What the hell happened to him? Jong Myong-baek's stomach twists. He kneels beside Jongseom Cheon, fingers pressing against his radial artery. The pulse is faint. Worse, his energy vessels are damaged badly. He recalls a passage from an ancient Poison Clan manuscript. If a toxin infiltrates the middle energy vessel, the body instinctively blocks its spread using internal energy stored in the lower vessel. But Jongseom Cheon's lower vessel is destroyed, which means the poison is already spread throughout his body. Jong Myong-baek exhales sharply. He may not be a martial arts expert, but he understands now why Jongseom Cheon is so valued. And he nearly let him die. There's no time to waste. He grabs acupuncture needles, working quickly. But then the stench hits him. He grimaces. How is Jongseom Cheon even alive? A realization strikes. Wait, could his body have developed antibodies? Maybe, just maybe, his place of birth played a role. But even if he's holding on now, it won't last. Jong Myong-baek scans the room, frantically searching. It was here, somewhere. Finally, he finds it, a small bundle. He holds it up. This is the antidote my teacher created. Jongseom Cheon barely reacts, his body limp. Jong Myong-baek frowns. I know it's disgusting, but if you want to live, drink it. Cheon Yeo Woon watches, conflicted. He can't just walk away and let Jongseom Cheon die. Nanomachine, he commands, enter his body and heal him. Nanomachine's response is immediate. Impossible. His genome is registered as a carrier. I cannot transfer. Cheon Yeo Woon grits his teeth, then analyzes blood. Find out exactly what kind of poison we're dealing with. Without hesitation, Nanomachine proceeds. Cheon Yeo Woon dips his finger into the liquid, signaling Nanomachine to analyze it. Nanomachine processes the request instantly, examining blood composition. Within seconds, the results appear. The substance contains 7 distinct components. Cheon Yeo Woon doesn't hesitate. Which ingredients do I need to mix for a fast-acting antidote? Nanomachine scans the available herbs and delivers the answer. Pura, dandelion, Hoya thistle, and goji berries. Jong Myong-baek wipes his forehead, relieved. So saving these wasn't a waste after all. At the very least, it won't make things worse. But then, a strange scent fills the air. It's herbal, but unfamiliar. He turns to Cheon Yeo Woon, frowning. What are you doing? Without looking up, Cheon Yeo Woon continues grinding herbs in a mortar, preparing a remedy. Jong Myong-baek blinks in disbelief. This guy? Making medicine? He leans over, inspecting the mixture. Surprisingly, the chosen herbs are spot on. But proper preparation requires precision. He scoops up a small sample, sniffs it, then tastes a pinch. His eyes widen. It's perfect. When the hell did you learn pharmacology? He mutters. Cheon Yeo Woon doesn't answer. Instead, he demands confirmation. What kind of poison is this? Nano Machine responds instantly. Acidosis, a lethal combination of fish venom, fungal toxins, insect poison, frog secretions, and red spider venom. Jang Baek is stunned. Cheon Yeo Woon meets his gaze. Can I trust you this time? In the background, faint smoke rises from the medicinal mixture. Without wasting another second, Cheon Yeo Woon hands the antidote to Jang Cheon. Jang Baek watches as Jang Cheon swallows it all without hesitation. Well, if he drank every last drop, he's not planning to die just yet. The only thing left now is to wait. Jang Baek readies his acupuncture needles. I'll stabilize him with this. After that, he should recover. He exhales, shaking his head. This time it worked. But next time, tell me what's going on first. Cheon Yeo Woon nods. Understood. Jang Baek watches him for a moment before sighing. Was all of this really necessary? I get it. Only the strong survive, but this went too far. He sets his tools down, expression serious. The ruler and the poison clan won't let this slide. What's your plan now? Cheon Yeo Woon doesn't hesitate. I made this mess. I'll clean it up. Jang Baek studies him, troubled. Despite the tough front, Cheon Yeo Woon is still just a kid, barely 15. He's playing an adult's game in a ruthless world. Jang Baek knows he can't stop him, but he hopes he'll be smarter next time. You know, Jang Baek mutters, only the cunning make it to the end. Just don't rush ahead of the whole damn planet. There's a time for everything. His voice turns firm. It's late. Get some rest. Baek Gi hesitates. What about him? Jang Baek gestures dismissively. You too. Bed. Cheon Yeo Woon steps out of the room. As he walks, his mind races. I just wanted to be stronger. Thanks to Nano Machine, he achieved that. But even now, it wasn't enough. He looks ahead, gripping his fists. I thought I was on the right path. Yet, deep down, something told him otherwise. Cheon Yeo Woon stumbles slightly, and Baek Gi watches him closely. Why did you destroy his energy vessels? Baek Gi asks, his voice low. Cheon Yeo Woon exhales. I couldn't stop in time. He pauses before adding. If I didn't put an end to it now, things would only get worse. At least this way, the trouble won't come back to haunt me. Baek Gi studies him, realizing that while Cheon Yeo Woon's reasoning isn't flawless, it's far deeper than most would expect. He presses his lips together, hesitating to speak. Before he can say anything, someone calls out to Cheon Yeo Woon from the side. Thank God you're here. Cheon Yeo Woon turns toward the voice, nodding as if he suddenly remembers something. Right, we were supposed to go together tonight. Another person sighs in relief. Good thing we found you. We were starting to think you got ambushed. Cheon Yeo Woon chuckles lightly. Sorry for making you worry. Hyebong waves it off. No big deal. What matters is that you're safe. Baek Gi watches the interaction and smirks slightly. Not bad, having a whole army of people looking out for you. He straightens up. I'm heading to the team camp now. Doubt anyone will be happy to see me there. As he turns to leave, Cheon Yeo Woon speaks up. You're a smart guy. You wanted to say something earlier. Baek Gi shakes his head. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Hyebong claps his hands together. In that case, let's get moving. Cheon Yeo Woon nods. Goes without saying. Wang Hyul Ko crosses his arms. It's obvious you had a reason for what you did, but for now, we should focus on conserving our strength. Sure, outsiders won't dare interfere for the next 4 years, at least officially, but your opponent is from one of the 6 ruling clans. His voice hardens. We have no idea how they'll retaliate. For now, we need to focus on getting stronger. Cheon Yeo Woon agrees without hesitation. No doubt about it. Hyebong tilts his head. You're more of a realist than you look. Cheon Yeo Woon exhales. The Poison Clan won't let this slide. We have to be ready. Hyebong frowns. What worries me the most is how the clan leader will react. Even though nothing catastrophic happened, this could get ugly. Cheon Yeo Woon's thoughts race. There are no specific rules prohibiting damage to energy vessels. But considering their importance, it's practically the same as taking a life. His fists clench. I failed. I lost control. The next day, tension fills the air. A crowd gathers on the 3rd floor near director's office. Cheon Yeo Woon stands among them, sensing the weight of the situation. This is worse than I expected. A voice breaks the silence. Team 7 has brought the headman. Inside the office, Wei-myung Lee barely acknowledges the announcement. Let him in. Cheon Yeo Woon steps forward. Wei-myung Lee is writing, his focus unwavering. The room is silent, heavy with unspoken words. A guy with a ponytail bows his head deeply, motionless. A red-haired man glances at him, then back at Wei Myong Lee, who finally sighs, placing his pen down. With a sharp movement, he slams his hand against the table, stretching his neck as if shaking off frustration. Because of you, Wei Myong Lee mutters, I had to write a long-ass report. The weight of his words lingers in the air. Wei Myong Lee leans back, tapping his fingers against the desk. In the grand scheme of things, you shouldn't take this personally. Then his tone hardens. Sit down. Cheon Yeo Woon complies without hesitation, lowering himself onto the chair. Wei Myong Lee exhales. Let me say this, as the head of Demonic Academy director. Cheon Yeo Woon tenses. The red-haired man beside Wei Myong Lee scoffs. I can't imagine a more reckless, idiotic move. This is the first time in Demonic Academy director history something like this has happened. His gaze sharpens. If we ignore this now, it sets a precedent for every other fool to follow. Wei Myong Lee nods. That's why, as punishment, the head of Team 7 will return the yellow tablet and spend 5 days training while facing the wall in a prison cell.